Chapter 441. Who are you? Bert Zeely opened his mouth once again. Bert Zeely's attention was unprecedentedly focused as he spoke. His pair of venomous eyes were focused on the shadows. His body was taut as he prepared himself, not to attack, but to escape at any time. An expert who could easily freeze a high-level magical creature in the air and infiltrate his secret chamber without him noticing was absolutely not someone he could deal with. The reason Bert Zeely could survive so many years of battles until now was because of his precise judgment. A tall silhouette suddenly floated out from the shadow where the voice came from. Amidst the lush green and hazy lamplight, the newcomer arrived below where the high-level magical beast was imprisoned. He looked somewhat astonished at the high-level magical beast that he had frozen in the void, and smilingly asked Bert Zeely, "Did you summon this?" Bert Zeely vigilantly took another step back. He frowned as he sized up Han Shoa. It was unknown when an awl-like weapon appeared in his left hand. He gloomily said, "That's right. Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? What do you want?" The Calamity Church is indeed a powerful organization full of talents. The strength of this otherworldly magical creature is extraordinary. For you to be able to summon it, it seems that you must have very high attainments in the art of summoning. Han Shoa didn't mind Bert Zeely's vigilance at all. He continued to speak, smilingly. "Who the hell are you?" Bert Zeely questioned for the third time. Unable to guess the purpose of Han Shoa's visit, Bert Zeely was constantly pondering how he could safely leave this secret chamber. His eyes flickered as he glanced back and forth at the few exits that would allow him to quickly leave this place. "Don't be nervous. I don't mean you any harm. My name is Brian. Perhaps you have heard some things about me from Wolf. The reason I came to find you this time is to inquire about some things from you," Han Shoa said with a smile that was neither too fast nor too slow. "Brian? You are the city lord of Brettel City, Brian?" Bert Zeely suddenly exclaimed. He appeared to be very astonished. Nodding his head, Han Shoa did not explain further. He took out the skeletal staff and waved it at Bert Zeely from afar to prove his identity. Bert Zeely clearly heaved a sigh of relief. A cordial smile suddenly appeared on his sinister old face as he strode towards Han Shoa. He opened his mouth and said, "So you're one of us. Why didn't you say so earlier? You gave me a big fright." This Bert Zeely had a disgusting odor on his body. He was brimming with enthusiasm as he walked towards Han Shoa. This made Han Shoa feel a little awkward. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. He smiled and said, "You'd better recall your monster first. If it takes too long, he will be trapped to death." With a wave of his big hand, a strand of demonic light flew out from Han Shoa's palm. In the blink of an eye, it fell into the space where the high-rank magical creature, Dajarka, was frozen in the air. After the strand of demonic light penetrated the body of the strange magical creature, Dajarka, it suddenly flew away at high speed once again. "Come back!" Bert Zeely hastily shouted. He spat out a long string of incantations in rapid succession. The magical creature, Dajarka, who was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at Han Shoa, suddenly stopped its javelin-like sharp hand, as though it was being pulled by a bizarre force. It let out a shrill howl of unwillingness and returned to the rhombus pattern at the center of the altar at lightning speed, disappearing without a trace. After recalling the high-rank magical creature, Dajarka, Bert Zeely looked at the altar that reeked of a fishy stench. He forced a smile and said, "This place is not suitable for us to talk. Come, let's go up there." "That's fine," Han Shoa agreed. After a while, Han Shoa and Bert Zeely of the Calamity Church arrived at a luxurious hall in the Duke's mansion. There weren't any extra guards in the surroundings. Bert Zeely personally took out some fruits from the 7 Grand Duchies and placed them in front of Han Shoa's table. "Wolf and I have been friends for many years. I also learned about you through Wolf. Hee hee, we are all on the same side. You don't have to be so courteous. If there's anything you need, just say the word. As long as I can help, I definitely won't refuse. Bert Zili said to Han Shoa with a smile after serving some rare fruits to Han Shoa. His attitude was very friendly. This time, Han Shoa's sudden appearance and the method he used to imprison the magical creature, Djarka, had greatly shocked Bert Zili. Originally, he had only heard Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf's description of Han Shoa's strength. At that time, Bert Zili thought that Wolf must have exaggerated. He believed that the young Han Shoa absolutely couldn't reach the heights that Wolf had described. However, now that he had personally seen Han Shoa, Bert Zili realized that Wolf's description was indeed somewhat wrong. His description of Han Shoa's strength was simply too conservative. A person who could easily imprison the high-rank magical creature. Djarka. In Midair, his strength was frighteningly far beyond that of a great sword master or Grand Magus. It was precisely because of this that Bert Zili's attitude towards Han Shoa became very friendly. The smile on his face was even somewhat humble and fawning. If the other nobles of the Bulette Duchy were to see this, they would definitely not believe that the Bert Zili at this moment was their always sinister and terrifying Grand Duke. Han Shoa leisurely and contentedly picked up a bunch of fruits and put them into his mouth. He appeared very calm and unruffled. After eating a few bunches of grape-like blue fruits, Han Shoa lightly coughed. He looked at Bert Zili, who was sitting upright and still, and said with a smile, "The reason I've come to find you this time is because I want to know the whereabouts of Sacred Knight Blunt. Perhaps you know of the grudge between me and this person. I don't want this person to continue living." Bert Zili's eyes lit up as he confidently said, "I just happen to know the whereabouts of Sacred Knight Blunt. Currently he is in the Brute Merchant Alliance dealing with some shameful matters of the Church of Light. His exact location should be in Tark City of the Brute Merchant Alliance. It seems that they are chasing after someone." Han Shoa knew that the Calamity Church might be able to obtain news of Sacred Knight Blunt, because only enemies would be most concerned about the whereabouts of a character like Blunt. However, Han Shoa didn't expect that Bert Zili wouldn't inquire about Blunt through the Calamity Church. It seemed that coming here this time was the right decision. "Thank you very much. I think I know what to do now." Han Shoa stood up with a faint smile and slightly saluted Bert Zili. It seemed that he intended to leave this place immediately. Wait a moment. Seeing that Han Shoa was about to leave without saying another word, Bert Zili hastily spoke. When Han Shoa looked at him in puzzlement, Bert Zili immediately said in a straightforward manner, "Our duchy will be your friend. No matter when, our duchy will always stand on the side of Bretel City." "Thank you very much," Han Shoa replied. He didn't express any opinion on this matter and walked outside by himself. When he reached the entrance, Han Shoa suddenly remembered something. He stopped, turned around, and said to Bert Zili, "Oh, right. Grand Duke Niam Beige and Cardinal Katas of Bisley Duchy have been killed by me. You can take advantage of this opportunity to make your move on Bisley Duchy." "Really? You killed Niam Beige?" Bert Zili had a horrified look on his face as he shrieked at once. Han Shoa nodded and didn't say anything else. His body disappeared into the darkness of the night. When Bert Zili wanted to ask for more details, he suddenly discovered that Han Shoa had already disappeared without a trace. Bert Zili was pleasantly surprised and excited. He immediately began to gather all the nobles in the duchy and held a secret military conference in the middle of the night. They were going to make their move on Bisley Duchy that had lost its Grand Duke. After Han Shoa left Bert Zili's Duke Mansion, he directly flew towards Brute Merchant Alliance. He fully deployed the art of the demonic ninth heavens, streaking across the sky like a meteor. The Brute Merchant Alliance and Bretel City were separated by 7 grand duchies. Han Shoa flew at full speed, covering thousands of miles a day. It only took him less than half a day to arrive at Tark City in the southwest of the Brute Merchant Alliance. The dark mantle of Lancelot Empire could be found all over the various countries. There was also a dark mantle presence in Brute Merchant Alliance. After Han Shoa arrived at Tark City in the southwest of Brute Merchant Alliance, he left a contact message for a dark mantle member at the center of the city. After waiting for half a day, a dark mantle member from Tark City arrived. At the center of the prosperous Tark City, Han Shoa followed this dark mantle member all the way to the secret headquarters. After entering through the back door of a mansion, the dark mantle member, who hadn't looked back, stopped at the back door of the mansion. With a calm face, he said to Han Shoa, "Please show me your identity medallion." Han Shoa took out his identity medallion and flashed it in front of the member. When the dark mantle member saw the two suns symbol on Han Shoa's identity medallion, he was immediately startled. His attitude immediately became incomparably respectful as he asked, "Please forgive this lowly one's poor eyesight. May I know which lord you are?" "I come from Bretel City," Han Shoa replied with a smile. You are Lord Brian?" The dark mantle member suddenly exclaimed softly. Then he covered his mouth with one hand, for fear that his exclamation would startle someone. His eyes that looked at Han Shoa were filled with excitement and adoration. Nodding his head, Han Shoa said, "Bring me in. I want to find the person in charge here." Please come in. I will go inform his lordship to come over." The member hastily led Han Shoa inside. "It's you. Why are you here?" Suddenly, Cecilia, one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, cried out in surprise. She stood at the door of the inner room and looked at Han Shoa with a face full of disbelief. Chapter 442. After not seeing Cecilia for 3 years, the beautiful Cecilia had become more tranquil and calm, less unruly and arrogant. The only things that hadn't changed were her charming appearance and noble temperament. Han Shoa didn't dislike Cecilia as much as before, since her grandfather Sabacas had personally set up the transportation matrix for Bretel City. In addition to the fact that Cecilia was no longer so sarcastic, Han Shoa didn't continue to ridicule Cecilia when facing her. "I have finished my training. I have some matters to attend to in Tark City. I haven't seen you for a long time. Is your grandfather doing well?" Han Shoa still had some respect for space, sacred Mega Sabacas, as he inquired of Cecilia. Upon hearing Han Shoa greet her grandfather, Cecilia faintly smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. My grandfather is doing well." Looking around, Cecilia saw that Han Shoa hadn't brought anyone over and continued, "Let's talk inside." From Cecilia's attitude, Han Shoa could see that she no longer had prejudice against him like before. This was a good sign for Han Shoa. With his current strength and status, Han Shoa wouldn't even fear space, sacred Mega Sabacas, much less Cecilia, who had relied on Sabacas to become one of the 3 heavyweights. However, they were all members of Lancelot Empire's Dark Mantle. In addition, Sabacas had taken great care of Han Shoa. It would naturally be best if he could get along with Cecilia peacefully. Otherwise, if a huge dispute were to arise, it wouldn't be good for anyone. Therefore, seeing that Cecilia's attitude towards him had changed, Han Shoa relaxed. He happily followed behind Cecilia and entered the interior of the mansion. The moment he stepped in, the world spun around him. It was as if space had suddenly reversed and swayed. By the time Han Shoa came to his senses, he discovered that he and Cecilia were already in a courtyard with a small bridge and flowing water. Apart from Cecilia, there were a few unfamiliar dark mantle members in the courtyard. They seemed to be Cecilia's subordinates. They were all sitting on round stone stools and discussing something. "Let me introduce everyone. This is the Dark Mantle's 4th Dark Sun envoy, Lord Brian. You all must have heard of his name." The moment Cecilia entered, the faint smile on her face immediately vanished. She put on a serious expression and tone that a superior should have as she introduced the Dark Mantle members here. Before those Dark Mantle members came over to greet him, Han Shuo himself was taken aback. He asked Cecilia doubtfully, "When did I become the fourth Dark Sun envoy?" "During the civil strife in Awesome City last year. You helped His Majesty the King to quell the rebellion and also repelled 2 sacred grade experts. These merits allowed you to be promoted once again." "Oh, right, you disappeared for 3 years to cultivate. So I'm afraid you don't know about this. When you return to the Dark Mantle headquarters, you can change your identity medallion," Cecilia explained to Han Shuo in a serious manner. She didn't seem to be joking. Fourth Dark Sun envoy. In a powerful organization like the Dark Mantle, every promotion was extremely difficult. Han Shuo didn't expect that he would be able to climb to the position of fourth Dark Sun envoy so quickly. This also meant that in the entire Dark Mantle, only the 3 heavyweights could restrain him. Han Shuo understood in his heart that the reason he was able to become a fourth Dark Sun envoy so quickly was because of his merits during the last rebellion. But more importantly, it should be because of the friendly relationship between him and Lawrence, as well as the old astrologer, Madame Grace's judgment of him. "So that's how it is," Han Shuo said with a smile. "Greetings, Lord." Under Cecilia's introduction, some of the Dark Mantle members present had faces full of flattery and envy. One by one, they saluted and paid their respects to Han Shuo. "All right, everyone sit down." Cecilia waved her hand. After seeing those people take their seats one by one, she pointed to a seat beside her and said to Han Shuo, "Lord Brian, you sit here." Han Shuo didn't stand on ceremony. He knew that the Dark Mantle was an organization with a strict hierarchy. People of different ranks sat in different positions. In this Tarik City branch, Cecilia naturally held the highest position. Below her was Han Shuo, who was a fourth Dark Sun envoy. Naturally, Han Shuo's position was below Cecilia's. After Han Shuo sat down, Cecilia looked at Han Shuo with her bright eyes and suddenly asked, "All right, is there anything you need to ask about this branch?" Nodding his head, Han Shuo said, "I heard that Sacred Knight Blunt of the Church of Light is currently in Tarik City. This time, I came to Tarik City for this person. If anyone knows where Blunt is hiding, I hope you can tell me." As Han Shuo spoke, his eyes swept across everyone present. Naturally, a disdainful aura spread out from Han Shuo's gaze. Suddenly, all the Dark Mantle members present felt as if Han Shuo was the master of this place. As for Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle who was in charge of certain matters of the Empire, she seemed to have become Han Shuo's subordinate. This kind of feeling was very strange, but also very natural to them. Even Cecilia herself had a strange feeling. Han Shuo had simply sat there, and without any deliberate words or movements, he had naturally become the center of attention. This had nothing to do with his position or his rank in the Dark Mantle. "Reporting to my lord, I know that Sacred Knight Blunt had appeared in Tarik City half a month ago. However, I don't know if he is still in Tarik City." A Dark Mantle member stood up from his round stool and respectfully replied to Han Shuo, "Thank you. Do you know why Blunt has come to Tarik City?" Han Shuo asked with a smile, "I think I know." As the Dark Mantle member revealed a troubled expression, Cecilia turned her head to Han Shuo and said, "It should be related to my purpose of coming here." "Oh, what's the matter?" Han Shuo's brows tightened as he asked attentively. "Outside of Tarik City, there is a canyon called Tarag. Tarag Canyon is similar to the dark forest of our Lancelot Empire. It is a strange place where magical beasts run amok. All along, Tarag Canyon has been a forbidden area of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Except for a few true experts, most people have never dared to venture deep into Tarag Canyon. About 3 months ago, some experts who had been training in Tarag Canyon were attacked by a group of powerful magical beasts. All of them were chased out of Tarag Canyon. As you know, most super-ranked magical beasts live alone. It is very rare for them to live in groups. It is said that the magical beasts that attacked the human experts were not of the same race. This attracted the attention of many forces. I came here specifically to investigate, Cecilia explained to Han Shuo. Frowning, Han Shuo looked at Cecilia doubtfully and said, "What does this have to do with Blunt? Could it be that Blunt is also here to investigate?" No, Blunt and the followers of the Church of Light seem to be pursuing a person. This person should be the great heretic that the Church of Light has identified. Otherwise, Blunt wouldn't have personally come. This person seemed to be aware of the peculiarities of Tarrag Canyon. With nowhere else to run, he burrowed into Tarrag Canyon, attempting to gamble on the peculiarities of Tarrag Canyon, hoping that Blunt and the rest would give up their pursuit of him. However, the Church of Light has always believed that they are the representatives of God in the world. Naturally, they don't care about the strangeness of Tarrag Canyon. After discovering that the great heretic has entered Tarrag Canyon, Blunt and the others entered it half a month ago. There has been no news of him until now. Cecilia looked at Han Shuo and slowly explained. So that's how it is. Han Shuo understood. Shortly after, he smiled at Cecilia and said, "Thank you for your information. All right, my business here is done. You can continue your discussion. I will make a trip to Tarrag Canyon." "My lord, you must be careful. Tarrag Canyon is very scary. We have lived in Tark City for many years and know the mysteries of that place. Even the thunder sacred Magus Reynold Dyla of the Brute Merchant Alliance was trapped there for a long time. After Reynold Dyla found out about the abnormal behavior of the magical beasts in Tarrag Canyon, he forbade some adventurers from entering Tarrag Canyon. He should know how dangerous it is." The member of the Dark Mantle who previously reported the news of Sacred Knight Blunt to Han Shuo hastily reminded Han Shuo. "Thank you for your reminder. I will be careful." Han Shuo smiled and expressed his thanks. However, in his heart, he didn't think much of it. Han Shuo, who was in the carnal realm, was confident that he could defeat any sacred rank expert. A breakthrough in demonic arts would multiply one's strength. If he were to face Sacred Knight Blunt and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus again, Han Shuo had full confidence that he could kill both of them. Now, sacred rank experts were no longer a match for Han Shuo in the carnal realm. Even if it was a demigod existence, like the ancient Lizard King, Han Shuo, whose confidence had swelled to an unprecedented level, dared to confront them head-on. Han Shuo didn't think that there were many existences in the profound continent that could harm him. Therefore, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear towards Tarrag Canyon. "Brian, you want to go to Tarrag Canyon?" Cecilia looked at Han Shuo and suddenly asked. Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled and said, "Yes, I want to meet Blunt. That guy injured my friend last time. I will not let him continue to live in this world." "Then, can you come with us to Tarrag Canyon? We are also preparing to investigate the secrets of Tarrag Canyon. We are all members of the Dark Mantle, and we are all contributing to the Lancelot Empire. If you come with us to Tarrag Canyon, we will have a greater chance of success. In addition, we can also help you inquire about Sacred Knight Blunt. What do you think?" Cecilia looked at Han Shuo expectantly, pleading for Han Shuo's approval. Han Shuo's unstoppable, crazy momentum in Awesome City had left a deep impression in Cecilia's heart. Although Han Shuo said that the reason for his sudden increase in strength was because he had borrowed other powers, that kind of terrifying strength made Cecilia feel that it was no more than a modest excuse from Han Shuo. After training for 3 years, he confidently declared that he would kill Sacred Knight Blunt the moment he came out. Cecilia could imagine that Han Shuo's strength must have increased once again. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such strong confidence. If such an expert entered Tarrag Canyon with them, Cecilia and the others would be greatly assured of their safety. However, Han Shuo's current status was directly proportional to his strength. Even His Majesty of the Lancelot Empire had to deliberately curry favor with him. If Cecilia wanted to trouble Han Shuo, She naturally had to use a pleading tone. She could no longer be as arrogant and bossy as before. Looking at Cecilia's pleading face and the expectant gazes of the dark mantle members, Han Shuo hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, "That's fine." With the existence of the mystical demons, Han Shuo didn't need the Dark Mantle's members to inquire about Tarag Canyon. To Han Shuo, these people weren't of much help. However, as they were all members of the Dark Mantle, and he had just obtained the information he needed, Han Shuo couldn't refuse them directly and could only reluctantly agree. "Thank you. We need to make some preparations. We will set off for Tarag Canyon tomorrow morning." If you're tired, I can bring you to rest first." Cecilia sincerely thanked Han Shuo. A faint smile hung on her usually stern and charming face. "All right, prepare a secret chamber for me. I'll rest for a while." Han Shuo readily agreed. After the enmity between him and Cecilia had been eliminated, the charming and moving Cecilia suddenly felt much more pleasing to the eye, especially when he recalled Cecilia's overbearing manner in the past and compared it to her current humble attitude. It gave Han Shuo a joyful sense of satisfaction. "Come with me." Cecilia walked towards a flight of stone steps that led upwards. As soon as she stepped on it, he felt as though the world was spinning. When Han Shuo focused his gaze, he discovered that he was already inside a stone chamber. "Have a good rest. I'll go make some preparations," Cecilia said with a smile. Her delicate body moved backwards and disappeared from the stone chamber. Within this dark mantle branch in Tarak City, Han Shuo made use of some wondrous spatial projection magic. Although he didn't understand it, he was able to directly break through the boundary with brute force. When he arrived at the stone room, Han Shuo used some rocks and wood that had been carved with strange symbols to set up a demonic formation in the shape of a ghost face. He then took out the skeletal staff from within the formation. As the incantation ended, Han Shuo closed his eyes. His soul shuttled through the layers of spatial tunnels and appeared in the desolate and deathly silent netherworld. The towering mountain of iron and stone pierced the highest peak of the boundless sky. The Earth Elite Zombie, Wood Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, Metal Elite Zombie, and Water Elite Zombie formed an arc. In the center of the 5 elite zombies, sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Earthy brown, wood green, fiery red, golden yellow, and aqua white. 5 different colors shot out in all directions. Waves of chaotic energy were released from the bodies of the 5 elite zombies. The earthy brown, fiery red, and golden yellow colors fused with each other in a bizarre manner. Every time the energies of the 3 colors fused and converged, a terrifying rumbling sound would be heard, fueling the chaotic energy in the center, causing the might of the penta-elemental undead formation to continuously rise. A series of explosions occurred from the center, causing the towering mountain to tremble uncontrollably. The energy of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth existed in any material plane. The 5 elite zombies that were born from the energy of the 5 elements could skillfully manipulate the energy of the 5 elements. The penta-elemental undead formation that they formed could fuse the energy of the 5 elements and superimpose the energy of the 5 elite zombies. Under the fusion of the energies, the chaotic energy in the center violently shot out in all directions. However, at present, only the energy of Earth Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, and Metal Elite Zombie could be fused together. As for the energy of Wood Elite Zombie and Water Elite Zombie, they could not be fused with the other 3 for the time being. Little Skull, who was riding on his bone demon, stood proudly in the void above the towering mountain. He looked at the drill of the penta-elemental undead formation below like a general inspecting his soldiers. He was constantly paying attention to the chaotic changes of the 5 energies. Occasionally, he would take action to suppress the energy that violently shot into the underground of the mountain to prevent the palace not far away from him from collapsing. The spiritual connection suddenly leapt into Little Skull's soul. His purple demon eye suddenly lit up and focused on a distorted area in the void in front of him. He watched as layers of wrinkles spread out in that area like ripples in water, and a powerful soul emerged from it. "Father, why are you here?" Little Skull was somewhat surprised. He asked Han Shuo, who had just arrived. "I'm here to see how they're doing." Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness and covered the 5 elite zombies who were still practicing the penta-elemental undead formation below, observing the changes of the chaotic energy in the center. Little Earth, Little Gold, and Little Fire can already fuse their energies. Only Little Water and Little Wood can't get the hang of it for the time being. "Father, are you here to tell them what they should do?" Little Skull explained to Han Shuo. "No, this penta-elemental undead formation has left a mark in the depths of their souls from the moment they were born. The energy of the 5 elements is their innate talent. I can't guide them either. They can only rely on their own comprehension and practice," replied Han Shuo. After thinking for a moment, he focused his attention on Water Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie. Han Shuo asked, "The reason why the 2 of them haven't grasped it after so long, is it because they haven't evolved to a certain level?" That should be the case. Among the 5 of them, Little Earth was the first to come out. Little Fire and Little Gold both had good things to use. Those 2 things seemed to be able to help them evolve faster. That's why the 3 of them were able to grasp the method of fusion so quickly. Little Water and Little Wood appeared later, but they didn't have anything that could help them evolve faster. That's why they haven't mastered how to use their innate talent. Little Skull said to Han Shuo, "All right, did you give them the Orb of Souls from the Tree of Souls last time to try it? How was it?" It was all thanks to the effect of the Orb of Souls that they were able to break through the carnal realm. Han Shuo couldn't help but ask Little Skull when he recalled that magical Tree of Souls. Of course, they all used one of the fruits of the Orb of Souls on the Tree of Souls. The Orb of Souls is very beneficial for increasing our intelligence. However, it takes a long time for the Tree of Souls to bear fruit. For the time being, we can't use the Orb of Souls to help Little Water and Little Wood to evolve faster. Little Skull was also somewhat helpless. He didn't know how to help Water Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie. It seems that I have to find a way to refine some medicinal pellets to try. This way, natural evolution will take a little too long. Han Shuo thought for a moment and said to Little Skull, "Father, even if the 3 of them fuse their powers, the power of this penta-elemental undead formation is still very terrifying. Even if it's a mighty bone dragon, I think it will be destroyed if it's trapped in it." Little Skull said, "Yes, I know. When the 5 of them can fuse their powers, the power will be even more terrifying. In addition, the more powerful the 5 of them evolve, the more terrifying the power of this formation will be. I look forward to the more surprises they can bring me. Father, they won't let you down. All right, I'll take my leave first. Look after them. Don't let anything happen to them. When you practice this formation, you must pay attention to one thing. You must not recklessly practice it." Got it. Seeing that Little Skull understood, Han Shuo didn't continue to stay in the netherworld. He withdrew his soul and returned to the profound continent. After sensing for a while and seeing that it was still early, Han Shuo continued to study the 3 boundaries of the cemetery of death: the boundary of fear, the boundary of weakness, and the boundary of aging. During this period of time, Han Shuo had already grasped the rudiments of the boundary of weakness and gained some insights. It was precisely by relying on constant practice that Han Shuo was able to make such rapid progress and reach extraordinary heights in both fields. Once one seriously delved into a difficult problem, the passage of time would always be much faster. Unknowingly, Han Shuo sensed the formation he laid around him tremble. Shortly after, he was roused from his contemplation. "Brian, we can set off now," Cecilia's voice suddenly sounded in Han Shuo's ears. "All right." Han Shuo got up, put away the rocks and strange trees around him, and headed outside. Chapter 443. Tarag Canyon was a forbidden area in the Brute Merchant Alliance. Most people didn't dare to venture deep into that area. Just like the Dark Forest in Lancelot Empire, only a few adventure parties dared to explore it. Due to the unusual behavior of the Tanai magical beasts in Tarag Canyon a few days ago, some adventurers were forced out of the area one by one. Coupled with the warning from the lightning, sacred magus Reynold Dyla of the Brute Merchant Alliance, Tarag Canyon became an area that everyone avoided. A group of Dark Mantle subordinates under Cecilia, led by Cecilia and Han Shuo, headed towards Tarag Canyon. There were no signs of human activity along the way. An entire Tarag Canyon was strangely quiet. Compared to Lancelot Empire's Dark Forest, Tarag Canyon had many more uneven hills, as well as swamps all over the place. Recently, many powers have sent people to spy on the movements in Tarag Canyon. I don't know what's wrong with the magical beasts, but they've suddenly become aggressive. More and more people are either killed or driven out of Tarag Canyon. Cecilia complained with a frown as they walked. Beside Cecilia were 12 Dark Mantle subordinates who were directly under her command. No matter where Cecilia went, she would bring these 12 Dark Mantle members with her. Among them were magi, swordsmen, knights, thieves, and archers. They were a complete team. Cecilia's 12 subordinates were carefully selected from the Dark Mantle. Every one of them was very strong, and after years of cooperation, they were often able to bring out the full potential of the team at critical moments. Add to that the extraordinary strength of Han Shuo. This team was very luxurious, no matter how one looked at it. "My lord, why haven't we seen anyone along the way?" The thief Takaru cautiously asked as he looked around. Along the way, Takaru had been constantly paying attention to his surroundings like a sensitive monkey, providing accurate information to the party. However, after venturing deep for half a day, they hadn't met a single adventure party, nor had they seen anyone entering Tarag Canyon. This was very strange. According to the information gathered by the Dark Mantle, a group of adventurers had indeed entered Tarag Canyon recently. Logically speaking, they should have met several groups of adventurers. I don't know. Perhaps they've gone deeper. "It looks like we need to pick up the pace," Cecilia casually replied, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Han Shuo, who was lagging behind. Ever since they entered Tarag Canyon, Han Shuo had maintained his silence, only following closely behind them. He didn't speak a word, and would occasionally take out a thick magic tome to study, as if he was pondering some profound magical problem. He didn't seem to take this dangerous journey to Tarag Canyon to heart. That was indeed the case. When Cecilia woke Han Shuo up from his secret chamber, he was studying the mysteries of the boundary of weakness. He was troubled by some of the difficulties in the magic of the boundary of weakness. Therefore, he took out some books on magic from his space ring and diligently studied them. Rustle, rustle. The sound of a creature moving suddenly came from afar. The bandit Takaru's brows tightened. He leapt onto a large tree with lush foliage, swung a slender willow branch, and flew out to scout ahead. "It seems like magical beasts are approaching. We need to be careful. A large group of magical beasts is very difficult to deal with. Let's hope our luck isn't that bad." Cecilia instructed her subordinates beside her. She took out a magic staff specially used by priests. Han Shuo, who was pondering how the boundary of weakness could weaken his enemies both physically and mentally, heard the rustling sound approaching them. Without the need to disperse his mystical demons, Han Shuo's consciousness had already sensed nearly 100 magical beasts approaching them. These magical beasts were of varying levels, but most of them were rank 3 or 4. The strongest among them were only 3 rank 1 magical beasts. None of the super rank magical beasts that caught Han Shuo's attention. So Han Shuo couldn't be bothered to deal with them. There are more than 100 magical beasts coming. Their target seems to be us. The thief, Takaru, swung the willow branch and left. He threw himself into the air and landed firmly in front of Cecilia with the help of the flexible branch. Then he reported to Cecilia in a low voice, "Prepare for battle. These magical beasts shouldn't be too difficult to deal with, Cecilia decisively ordered. Soon after, the group set up a trap boundary. The archers, magi, and swordsmen all moved into action. They began to defend with this area as the center. The magi and archers were in the center, all taking out their weapons. In the center, Han Shuo frowned and put down the thick magic book in his hand. He smiled at Cecilia, who was instructing her subordinates to set up the defense, and asked, "Do you need help?" "Thank you, but not at the moment. We can handle it," Cecilia replied. It seemed that she was confident that she could handle this group of magical beasts. Nodding his head, Han Shuo didn't say anything else. He continued to study the magic book in his hand, trying to figure out the mysteries of setting up the boundary of weakness from the book Necromancy. Not only could the boundary of weakness weaken the bodies of creatures that entered it, but it also had the effect of paralyzing the soul. This boundary of weakness was created by combining two incantations. One targeted the enemy's physical body, and the other targeted the enemy's soul. However, in order to fully unleash this boundary of weakness, the boundary of weakness that targeted the physical body and the soul had to be well coordinated. Both were indispensable. Han Shuo practiced for a long time, but he still couldn't get the hang of it. He couldn't perfectly combine the two incantations and form a true boundary of weakness. Through the book Necromancy in his hand, Han Shuo knew that the most crucial part of any living creature was the soul. Once the soul was hurt or attacked, it would directly affect the physical body. If the subconscious mind felt weak and powerless, the body would respond to the soul's feelings and the physical body would become weak. From this explanation, Han Shuo understood that the point of entry was still the weakness of the soul. Once the soul felt weak, it would certainly weaken the body. Han Shuo faintly felt that he was on the right track, but he couldn't master it all at once. Therefore, he racked his brains, hoping that he would be able to comprehend it in a flash. While Han Shuo was slowly comprehending, hundreds of magical beasts from Tarrag Canyon swarmed over. These magical beasts seemed to have smelled the scent of humans. They roared madly, their eyes bloodshot, and attacked Cecilia and the others. "These magical beasts have really gone mad," Cecilia exclaimed in a low voice. She waved the magic staff in her hand, sprinkling silver specks of light onto the bodies of the 5 swordsmen at the forefront, casting supportive spells to strengthen their bodies and increase their strength. Sounds of chanting came from beside Cecilia. 3 archmages of fire, lightning, and water chanted spells in unison. Several fire serpents danced in the air, blinding bolts of lightning fell from the sky, and sharp icicles shot out like tree roots, all aimed at the charging horde of magical beasts. The raging waves of magic covered a large area, instantly killing and injuring the invading horde of magical beasts. Some of the lower-ranked magical beasts would immediately lose the ability to fight after being hit by a wave of magic. Only some of the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st rank magical beasts, due to their sturdy bodies, could continue to charge madly under this wave of magic attacks. 2 archers calmly shot out arrows one after another. The arrows pierced through the vast sky, not missing their target. Whooshing sounds rang out as they cut off the lives of the magical beasts one after another. Under the 2-pronged attack of the archmages and archers, a third of the magical beasts fell for eternity before they could even approach this area. Some of the higher-ranked magical beasts closest to this area, such as the frost eagle, the Medusa, and other magical beasts that could release magic and venom, also began to spit out icy breath and venom to attack this area. Cecilia continuously cast all kinds of supportive spells on the bodies of her companions. The 3 archmages used boundaries to block the incoming attacks, and the traps that they had set up beforehand were also released. In the midst of the thrilling battle, magical beasts fell one after another in pools of blood. It had to be said that Cecilia and the members of the dark mantle beside her had a tacit understanding of each other. In these 10 days of teamwork, most of the magical beasts had been killed by magic and archery before they could even approach this area. The 5 swordsmen stood firmly at the front, ready to intercept any enemies that dared to approach at any time. It seemed that this battle was indeed not a problem for Cecilia and the others. At this moment, Han Shuo looked at the magical beasts that were still charging over without fear of death. He seemed to have suddenly understood something and hastily chanted an incantation. The dense element of death that was everywhere suddenly converged wildly, forming a ring-shaped boundary in the middle of the group of magical beasts. Suddenly, some of the higher-ranked magical beasts that were madly charging over strangely slowed down. It was as if they had collectively been hit by some kind of powerful anesthetic, their speed dropping by half. It actually worked. Han Shuo was suddenly startled. He looked at the magical beasts that had slowed down within the weakening boundary and thought to himself, it actually worked. As soon as these words fell, Han Shuo's consciousness suddenly sensed a powerful aura lurking over. He immediately furrowed his brows and secretly paid attention. Chapter 444. Cecilia and the rest were fully focused on dealing with the charging magical beasts. The rest of the magical beasts were all of a higher level. As they dashed over, they continuously spat out venom and released magic that they were born with. Cecilia and the rest had some difficulty defending against the magical beasts at first, but when Han Shuo cast a boundary of weakness, the speed of the magical beasts abruptly decreased. As a result, Cecilia and the rest were suddenly able to relax. They hurriedly recharged their magic and took the opportunity to cast it out, enveloping the rest of the magical beasts in an abyss of suffering. A few meat shields who had been standing at the very front were loyally guarding this area. When they saw the demonic beasts slowing down and entering their attack range, they casually took out a javelin and threw it out, impaling the demonic beasts that had been weakened both physically and spiritually by the enchantment of enfeeblement to death. "Thank you." Cecilia thanked Han Shuo from afar. "You're welcome. It was no trouble at all." Han Shuo replied with a smile. Even without Han Shuo's boundary of weakness, Cecilia and the rest would have been able to kill this group of magical beasts. However, it wouldn't have been as easy as it was now. At the very least, the 5 swordsmen and knights at the front who had been acting as meat shields would have been injured by the magical beasts' attacks. Oh, not a bad harvest. A sword master carried a long sword and walked towards the dead magical beasts on the ground. He removed the crystal cores of several high-level magical beasts one by one and said with a delighted smile, "Don't collect the crystal cores of magical beasts below level 3. They aren't worth much anyway. Let's hurry on our way." Cecilia instructed from afar, "Understood, my lord. We'll be right there." Another swordmaster, Care, replied loudly and gradually walked towards the place where the magical beasts had died tragically. Han Shuo furrowed his brows. Suddenly, he sensed that the person hiding in the dark suddenly moved at high speed. His target was the sword master closest to them. That person's aura was very strange and powerful. Han Shuo was sure that once he got close to that sword master, only death would await him if he wasn't on guard. With a thought, Han Shuo's consciousness tightened and immediately locked onto the person hiding in the lush thicket. Han Shuo, who was standing beside Cecilia, suddenly disappeared after a flash of black light. Cecilia immediately sensed that one person was missing. She hurriedly looked back and softly exclaimed, where's Brian?" On the other side, Sword Master Carey, who was unsuspectingly collecting the magical beast core crystal of a snake-haired demoness, suddenly heard a slight, rustling sound in his ears. Carey became alert and suddenly discovered that a cloud of rolling green smoke was quietly approaching. Before he could fully react, the green smoke suddenly erupted and directly bit him like a huge mouth. In an instant, Care felt as if his body was grabbed by a giant hand. He couldn't move at all. There was a heavy pressure on his chest, and he couldn't even open his mouth to call for help. He was quickly carried deeper into the thicket by the green smoke getting further and further away from Cecilia and the others. His heart was filled with fear, and he didn't know what was going on. His body couldn't move, and his mouth couldn't speak, making him feel extremely sullen. He didn't know what to do with the fear of this unknown danger, and his heart gradually sank. "Don't worry, I'm by your side. Let me see where he's taking you." A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Care was overjoyed. He recognized the voice as Han Shua's. From Cecilia's words, Care knew that Han Shua's strength was extremely terrifying. He was able to silently follow him without anyone noticing. Care knew that Han Shua was indeed, as Cecilia said. He couldn't help but feel a little relieved. That cloud of green smoke carried Care and moved like a giant rubber ball. It didn't stop until they reached a muddy area deep in Tarag Canyon that the cloud of green smoke gradually slowed down. All of a sudden, a strong suction force appeared in the silent muddy area, pulling Care in by force. Han Shua, who had been following silently, suddenly made his move. Han Shua's figure appeared in front of Care. The 5 fingers of his right hand extended, like an eagle's claw, towards the muddy area. 5 thin green rays, as sharp as blades, shot out from his fingertips and blasted into the muddy area that produced the strong suction force. All of a sudden, the muddy area exploded violently. Streams of mud shot up into the sky like sharp swords. A roar that made the earth tremble came from underground. Care was shocked at first, thinking that he was doomed. Just as he was thinking, the binding on his body suddenly loosened. Then he saw Han Shua standing there coolly with his 5 fingers trembling and shooting out green rays. His heart suddenly relaxed. Care tried to get rid of the green smoke that was curling around him. He realized that the green smoke that had been tightly wrapping around him seemed to have lost all its strength. Hurriedly flying away, Care, as a sword master, was not weak. He tiptoed on a pillar of mud that flew out in a straight line and landed on the shore. "Come out." Han Shua stood proudly in the air above the muddy area. The violent green rays in his 5 fingers suddenly disappeared as he looked coldly at the mud. Han Shua withdrew his explosive power, and the muddy area immediately calmed down. The streams of mud that had shot out like sharp swords all fell back into the muddy area. Under Kara's gaze, a human figure covered in mud gradually rose from the center. "Who are you?" The human figure that rose from the mud looked at Han Shua vigilantly. Han Shua was flabbergasted. Judging from the voice of this person covered in mud, she should be an old woman. This old woman had been hunched over and buried deep in the bushes along the way. Han Shua hadn't seen her face, so he didn't know her gender. Now that he heard her voice, he was surprised. Before Han Shua could answer, this Care, who had been entangled by the green smoke along the way, suddenly said angrily, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Whoosh! She dashed out of the mud and didn't respond. Instead, she swooped down towards Han Shua like a strange bird. She even cursed. "How dare you ruin my plans? I'll kill you first, you little brat." Wisps of green smoke flowed out of this old woman's 7 orifices, making her look ferocious and terrifying, like an evil spirit with a green face and fangs. The green smoke seemed to be drifting in the air, but in fact, it was flowing towards Han Shua at high speed. When it was close to Han Shua, its speed suddenly increased by many times. It wrapped around Han Shua in an instant and drilled into Han Shua's body through his pores. The old woman was a few steps slower than the green smoke coming out of her orifices. She watched as the wisps of green smoke enveloped Han Shua. Before she could fly in front of Han Shua, she began to cackle strangely. A strange power suddenly burst out from her palm and enveloped Han Shua. The wisps of green smoke flowed into Han Shua's pores and entered Han Shua's body. It was as if millions of ants were gnawing at his flesh. Han Shua's consciousness could clearly reflect every abnormality in his body. Seeing the old woman's palm coming down, Han Shua coldly snorted and suddenly withdrew the demon infant in his body. The energy that had entered Han Shua's body instantly flowed into the demon infant, like a whale sucking in water. After 2 cycles, it became a strange nourishment for the demon infant. At this time, the old woman's palm had just reached the top of Han Shua's head. Her eyes suddenly filled with astonishment. The old woman seemed to have sensed the abnormal movement of the energy flowing into Han Shua's body. She immediately cried out in alarm and was about to retreat. Han Shua, who was below the old woman, suddenly grinned. He looked up at the old woman, who was just inches away from his head, and punched out with his right fist. The demonic yuan immediately surged into the old woman's palm like a whirlwind of blades. It was like a giant dragon overturning the seas and rivers, shattering the strange energy in her palm and heading straight for her internal organs. Pooh! An arrow of blood shot out from her mouth. The old woman's face was filled with pain. Her body was sent flying high into the air. Her heart was filled with regret. She thought to herself, "Why did I have to provoke this guy? After escaping from the Church of Light for so many years, I didn't expect to die in the hands of a little brat in the end. Why did I have to do this?" Without waiting for the old woman's body to fall, Han Shua's body flashed like lightning. He grabbed the old woman's disheveled hair that was covered in mud. A strand of demonic yuan flew into her body from the center of his palm, restraining her and bringing her straight to the ground. She was seriously injured and captured in just one exchange. She had no room to resist at all. This filled the old woman's heart with depression and grief. She didn't know what was wrong with this world. A young brat was actually more frightening than the people from the Church of Light who had pursued her for so many years. This was simply unacceptable to her. Han Shua didn't show any mercy to this vicious old woman. He pulled her hair and dragged her to the muddy ground like a dead dog. He pressed her head down in a place where the muddy water wasn't too muddy. He stirred back and forth a few times, washing away the mud that covered the old woman's face. "Speak. Why did you attack us? Who are you?" Han Shua casually threw her to the side. He took out a clean handkerchief and wiped the mud off his hands as he coldly questioned. Chapter 445. After being washed by the dirty water, the old woman's face still had mud on it. She still looked dirty. However, after being tossed around by Han Shua, he was finally able to see her appearance clearly. She looked to be in her 50s or 60s. She had a head full of messy gray hair. Her face was like a carving knife that had left many gull-like wrinkles on it. The skin on her face was also loose and weak. Only her eyes were a rare green color, and they carried a sense of unwillingness and resentment. While Han Shua was sizing her up, she was also observing Han Shua. Han Shua looked to be in his 20s. At this age, whether it was practicing martial arts or magic, he shouldn't be at his peak strength. However, Han Shua defeated her so easily and didn't give her any chance to resist. "Slap." After slapping her face, Han Shua continued to ask, "I'm asking you a question." Even if she was an old woman, Han Shua wouldn't give due respect to an enemy who indiscriminately launched a sneak attack and obviously harbored malicious intent. Not to mention that her appearance, coupled with her green eyes, didn't look like a benevolent person no matter how one looked at it. She woke up immediately after the slap. Her heart was filled with a kind of fury. She angrily shouted at Han Shua, "Little brat, you can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Don't give me nonsense. Tell me what I asked you, or else you'll suffer." Han Shua impatiently glared at her. Soon after, he turned his head to look at Care, who was walking over, and said, "This old woman deliberately left traces on the road. Cecilia and the others are already rushing over according to the traces she left. Go and help them." "Very well. Thank you for saving me, Your Excellency. This lowly one will definitely remember it." Care respectfully bowed towards Han Shua. Only then did he leave under Han Shua's urging. "How did you know I left traces on the road?" Although the old woman couldn't move, she still asked Han Shua in fear. How can that little trick of yours escape my discerning eyes? Tell me, why did you lure us here? What do you want? Han Shuo ridiculed. The old woman's green eyes shone with a strange light. She silently checked the condition of her body and tried to use her power to move. Don't waste your energy, old thing. You can't escape. Han Shuo unhappily scolded her and looked at her coldly. He wasn't afraid of her escaping at all. Huh. Suddenly, Han Shuo let out a soft cry. His body swayed, and he appeared behind her. His large hand suddenly landed on her back and started caressing her. What are you doing? I'll tell you. I've told you everything. Please spare me. The old woman's heart was suddenly filled with a bone-piercing fear when Han Shuo's large hand caressed her back. She could no longer maintain a calm state of mind and cried out involuntarily. Her voice was actually on the verge of tears. Please spare me, I'm already so old. I can be your grandmother, and I'm so ugly. Shut up! What the F***CK are you thinking? My taste isn't that different. Han Shuo cursed loudly and resentfully withdrew his hand. He looked at her with his brows tightly bunched and asked in a deep voice, You have the body of divine favor? Yes. Yes, a what? When she heard that Han Shuo wasn't going to violate her, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then she was taken aback and asked, How did you know? Han Shuo was about to answer when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He raised his head and looked into the distance before he grinned coldly and said, I've worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but by chance I didn't even look for it. I didn't expect that this group of people would deliver themselves to my doorstep. Before the 20-odd people from the Church of Light could approach this area, Han Shuo immediately sensed them. This group consisted of experts of various professions, and their leader was none other than his mortal enemy, Sacred Knight Blunt. They were slowly approaching by following some traces. Sensing their arrival through his consciousness, a few mystical demons immediately flew over to listen to their conversation. After a while, Han Shuo suddenly stared at the old woman and said with a smile, So you're the big heretic that Blunt and the others are pursuing? Ha ha! Elizabeth, are you planning to kill Care, frame the Church of Light, and lure our people here to fight them? That's a good idea. You cunning old man. You're really not a good person. How did you know? Who are you? How do you know everything? Elizabeth looked at Han Shuo in horror. Her body trembled slightly as she said, You obviously know everything. Why do you still ask when you already know the answer? What are you trying to do? Haha, don't talk. They're telling me the reason why they're pursuing you. Let me listen carefully. Han Shuo said with a smile as he made a gesture of silence at the terrified Elizabeth. What are you trying to do? Elizabeth's heart was filled with doubts. This mysterious young man before her had given her too many surprises. She had no idea where Han Shuo came from or what he was trying to do. An unknown danger seemed to be lingering around her, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. 2 minutes later, when Han Shuo turned around to look at Elizabeth again, an evil smile hung on his face. He nodded and said, Elizabeth, not bad at all. A peculiar body of divine favor that can absorb the divine energy of the Church of Light. No wonder the Church of Light spared no effort in pursuing you. You know everything. Speak, what are you trying to do? After listening to Han Shuo reveal all of her secrets, Elizabeth knew that it would be difficult for her to escape from Han Shuo's grasp. Instead, she relaxed and looked at Han Shuo calmly, looking as if he could kill or torture her as he pleased. What an interesting body of divine favor. Very interesting. We're both heretics pursued by the Church of Light. We shouldn't be so unfriendly. Han Shuo said with a smile. You also have a grudge against the Church of Light? Elizabeth's heart was in turmoil. She was constantly hanging between despair and hope. Her usual calmness had disappeared without a trace in front of the mysterious Han Shuo. Yes, I'm the same as you. I'm also a great heretic that the Church of Light has been pursuing. Han Shuo looked at Elizabeth with a smile and continued, "However, that was a long time ago. Now I'm different from you. I'm the hunter, and the Church of Light is the prey. Ha ha, we're both heretics, but the gap is huge." Just as Han Shuo finished speaking, a few figures landed in the area with a swoosh. They were a few priests of the Church of Light. 2 archmages hovered in the air using levitation spells. They looked down at Elizabeth from above and said, "You won't be able to escape today." Rustling sounds grew from soft to heavy as they rapidly approached. In the blink of an eye, a group of temple knights of the Church of Light, led by Sacred Knight Blunt, had already arrived below the priests of the Church of Light and rapidly surrounded the area where Elizabeth was. Everyone's attention was focused on Elizabeth. Han Shuo, who was facing Elizabeth, happened to have his back facing Sacred Knight Blunt. In addition, Blunt's attention was also focused on the limp Elizabeth on the ground. Therefore, he didn't realize that the tall figure with his back facing him was the person who had seriously injured him 3 years ago. Elizabeth was unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as the experts of the Church of Light surrounded her. At this moment, she was extremely anxious. Elizabeth obviously didn't believe Han Shuo's statement that he was the hunter and the Church of Light was the prey. Therefore, she hastily said, "Let go of me. I can still bring you away from the sludge. Otherwise, we're really going to die here. Elizabeth, you've killed many devout believers of the Church of Light over the years. Our Church of Light has been pursuing you for more than 4 years, but has never been able to surround you. Ha ha, let's see how you escape this time." After recovering from his injuries, Sacred Knight Blunt was still as calm and unruffled as ever. He chuckled as he looked at Elizabeth, and didn't seem to be in a state of mutual hostility. "It's over, it's all over. I'm finally going to be destroyed here." Elizabeth watched as Han Shuo remained unmoved, while the Church of Light's followers tightened their encirclement bit by bit, completely cutting off any chance of her escaping. Her heart was finally filled with despair. Elizabeth, you're very strange today. Don't you usually run as fast as the wind? Why aren't you running today? Don't tell me you want to fight us head-on? Haha, with Lord Blunt here, you're really courting death." The mage who had spoken first looked at Elizabeth calmly. "Enough with the nonsense. Take her down." Sacred Knight Blunt shouted softly as he strolled leisurely towards Elizabeth. Suddenly, a dense aura of death came from outside the encirclement. Blunt's expression changed, and he immediately stopped and looked around. He suddenly discovered that there were many more undead creatures outside, vaguely surrounding them. It was only at this moment that the Sacred Knight focused his attention on the figure who had his back facing him. He looked at Han Shuo's stalwart back and suddenly felt that it was unusually familiar. This indescribable sense of familiarity gave Blunt a strong sense of unease. With his vigilance rising, Blunt immediately waved his hand to stop the followers of the Church of Light from making any further moves. He said to Han Shuo in a low voice, "Friend, I think we've met somewhere before." Of course we've met, Lord Blunt." Han Shuo finally turned around and glared fiercely at Blunt as he sneered. Chapter 446. Even though 3 years had passed when Han Shuo's voice sounded, Sacred Knight Blunt already knew who the person with his back to him was before Han Shuo had even turned around. That miserable defeat had left too deep an impression on him. To Blunt, that battle was the most shameful and unforgettable experience of his life. For the past 3 years, Blunt had been constantly thinking about Han Shuo while recuperating from his injuries. Now that Han Shuo was standing before him, Blunt, who would remain calm and unruffled even when cruelly slaughtering heretics, immediately paled. "It's you." A soft cry filled with bone-deep hatred came from his mouth. In the next moment, the bright golden spear was tightly grasped in his palm. The veins on his right hand that was gripping the spear shaft bulged. His 5 fingers clenched tighter and tighter, as though he was going to snap the spear shaft. One could well imagine the depth of hatred in his heart. Nodding his head, Han Shua grinned maliciously and said, "It's me. Long time no see. Lord Blunt, who is this kid?" The talkative Magus was puzzled. He didn't understand how Sacred Knight Blunt, who held a high position in the Church of Light, would know such a kid who was obviously still wet behind the ears. You two know each other?" Elizabeth, who was paralyzed by Han Shua's feet and unable to move, looked strangely at Han Shua, who was brimming with murderous intent. She was also very puzzled. He, of course. Han Shua laughed weirdly. Without turning his head, he waved his hand and patted Elizabeth's shoulder. The energy that had been suppressing her body suddenly disappeared without a trace. Your body of divine favor can absorb the divine energy from their bodies. This is very interesting. You've lucked out today. Perhaps you can absorb all the divine energy from a sacred knight's body. Elizabeth, you must grasp this opportunity well. Han Shua's eyes focused on Blunt's body as he spoke in a strange tone to Elizabeth, who was slowly standing up behind him. Elizabeth looked at Sacred Knight Blunt, who looked as though he was facing a great enemy. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. She pointed at Han Shua and exclaimed, You're that necromancer from Lancelot Empire, right? I've heard news about you. You're the only one who defeated Blunt. Oh my God, it's actually you." As a great heretic that the Church of Light had been pursuing for a long time, Elizabeth had a deep understanding of certain matters, especially those who were also being pursued by the Church of Light. She had inquired a little more about the battle in Awesome City 3 years ago, which was the biggest defeat the Church of Light had suffered in recent years. Under the influence of some people, this matter had spread to many countries. In particular, the news of the crushing defeat of the most powerful sacred knight of the Church of Light had spread like a necromancy plague. To many heretics who had suffered under the Church of Light, this was simply a holy message. Any heretic who had the slightest weight would deeply remember the name Brian. Upon hearing Elizabeth's words, the faces of those from the Church of Light who had surrounded Han Shua and Elizabeth finally changed. Without waiting for Han Shua to make a move, the 3 temple knights closest to Han Shua felt a chill in their hearts. They subconsciously took a few steps back at the same time, putting some distance between them and Han Shua, and returning to the outer encirclement. It's him, it's actually him. The magus from the Church of Light, who had previously questioned Blunt, looked at Han Shua in horror as he muttered to himself. His voice grew softer and softer, as though he was afraid of attracting Han Shua's attention. "Get ready to attack. Abandon Elizabeth and aim all your attacks at him," Blunt shouted in a low voice. Shortly after, he glared at Han Shua and said, "It's been 3 years. I don't believe you can hurt me again this time." As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous divine aura was suddenly released from Blunt's body. That divine aura perfectly merged with his golden fighting aura, causing his skin to suddenly emit a dazzling golden light. He looked like a man made of gold, giving off a dignified, solemn awe. Han Shua's eyes brightened as he sensed Blunt's strength from his aura. He discovered that Blunt's strength had skyrocketed to such an extent in a short span of 3 years. Compared to 3 years ago, Blunt's aura had more than doubled in strength. It seemed that something strange must have happened to his body during these 3 years. "This time I won't hurt you again." Han Shua stared coldly at Blunt and added word by word, "I will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shua leaped from the ground with a sinister grin and flew towards Blunt with his bare fists. As Blunt brandished his golden spear, Han Shua clenched his right fist into a hammer. A tyrannical, destructive, and heavy force condensed in his palm as he punched out. His fist emitted a glaring red light. After a flash, a scarlet fist the size of a small mountain appeared out of thin air and smashed towards Blunt's head. Blunt's mind trembled. He could distinctly sense the destructive force contained in this fist. The energy he had risked his life to obtain for 3 years poured into the golden spear in his hand. His entire body turned into a golden sun as he brandished his spear and thrust it towards the scarlet fist. Amidst the high-speed thrusting of the golden spear, a faint chanting of the god of light could be heard. The golden spear fiercely pierced the scarlet fist. A deafening explosion sounded. The glaring light above their heads caused all the onlookers, except for the two of them, to be temporarily blinded. Intense energy ripples violently spread in all directions, causing Elizabeth and the followers of the Church of Light to flee in all directions, battered and exhausted. It was at this moment that the undead creatures that had been quietly surrounding the perimeter suddenly launched an attack as though they had received a command. Several followers of the Church of Light were caught off guard and were immediately drowned by the undead creatures. Amidst their miserable howls, the hair-raising sounds of the undead creatures gnawing on their bones could be heard. Only Elizabeth, who was also a great heretic, wasn't attacked by the undead creatures. However, when she heard the sounds of the Church of Light being gnawed and broken by the undead creatures, she couldn't help but shiver. She looked at Han Shuo with trepidation, thinking that he was indeed the greatest heretic. Amidst the thunderous noise, Han Shuo's wild laughter was suddenly heard. "Blunt, oh Blunt! Even if your strength has skyrocketed, you will still die a miserable death here. Nobody can save you today." Amongst everyone, only Elizabeth was the most relaxed. The followers of the Church of Light were surrounded by layers upon layers of undead creatures, and the undead creatures summoned by Han Shuo didn't attack her. Therefore, when her temporarily blinded eyes regained their sight, she immediately looked in the direction of Han Shuo's voice. All she saw was Sacred Knight Blunt being tightly surrounded by scarlet fist silhouettes. Due to the high speed of spinning around Blunt, Han Shuo, who had been laughing maniacally, couldn't be seen clearly. However, the unceasing emergence of fist silhouettes was enough to explain the problem. Sacred Knight Blunt couldn't retaliate at all. He could only defend within an inch of the area, tenaciously defending himself. Even though the Sacred Knight's strength had skyrocketed, he was still groaning incessantly under Han Shuo's high-speed bombardment. Wisps of dark red blood flowed from the corners of his nose and mouth, dyeing his golden armor red. There was no longer a trace of his unruffled demeanor on his body. What astonished Elizabeth even more was that Han Shuo didn't seem to be exerting his full strength. It was as though he was torturing him bit by bit. Sacred Knight Blunt, who was frantically brandishing his golden spear in defense, grew weaker and weaker as wisps of energy gnawed away at him like ants. The speed at which he brandished his golden spear also grew slower and slower. Bam! His fist pierced through the layers of spear silhouettes. Han Shuo withdrew his fist and quietly retreated. Sacred Knight Blunt's hand movements suddenly froze. Then a series of cracking sounds of bones breaking resounded from within his body. Blunt, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly fell limply to the ground. Under Elizabeth's stupefied gaze, a silly-looking zombie warrior strangely emerged from the ground in front of Sacred Knight Blunt. This zombie warrior was wearing a strange, earthy gray armor. The thick ground was like a stream of water to him. He didn't seem to encounter any obstructions when he emerged from the ground. Thump, thump, thump. After this eccentric zombie warrior floated out of the soil, it ferociously stomped on Sacred Knight Blunt's body. Fresh blood flowed uncontrollably from Blunt's body, and the vitality in his face faded bit by bit. "Hey, Elizabeth, quickly absorb the divine energy in Blunt's body before he's completely dead." While Elizabeth was still in a daze, she heard a voice that made her wild with joy. "Give it to me. Is it really for me to absorb?" Elizabeth, whose heart was filled with ecstasy, looked at Han Shuo from afar in disbelief as she asked in a trembling voice, "Of course, only by absorbing the divine energy in this sacred knight's body will you be qualified to be my slave." Han Shuo laughed. "Slave, slave." Elizabeth was dumbfounded. She couldn't react for a moment. Who asked you to deliver yourself to me and provoke me first? Hurry up and decide. Either I kill you or you submit to me. Make your choice." Han Shuo snorted coldly. After 3 seconds of silence, Elizabeth immediately raised her hand and declared, "I am willing to be your slave." She then took advantage of the fact that Sacred Knight Blunt was still alive and dashed towards him. Chapter 447. Poor Sacred Knight Blunt. After 3 years of painstaking cultivation, he thought he would be able to take revenge. Who knew that he would end up even more miserable than the last time? If Sacred Knight Blunt didn't have the golden armor and divine energy to protect his body, he wouldn't have to endure the pain that gradually assaulted his body. Perhaps he wouldn't have to endure so much pain. After all, an ordinary person would definitely be dead after being stomped by the Earth Elite zombie. If they were truly dead, they wouldn't have to endure so much pain. Blunt didn't die immediately from the stomps of the Earth Elite zombie due to the sturdy armor on his body and the protection of his fighting aura and divine energy. Instead, he let out weak cries of agony as he breathed his last. The pain of his body and the helplessness of his soul enveloped him. Blunt didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. It was at this moment that the old woman Elizabeth, whose face was covered in wrinkles, charged at him with an excited expression. Under Blunt's fearful gaze, Elizabeth pounced on him like a malicious spirit. Her 2 sharp fingers pierced into Blunt's exposed neck that wasn't covered by the armor. The divine energy that Blunt had obtained through his devout faith all these years suddenly flowed violently towards the excited and malevolent Elizabeth's body, like water from a breached dam. Elizabeth, who had been beaten up by Han Shuo to the point of vomiting blood, rapidly recovered the bizarre energy in her body. Wisps of green smoke that resembled slender green snakes flickered in and out of Isabella's 7 orifices. Her green eyes sparkled with a sinister expression. Her body was different from that of an ordinary person's. It was like a precise machine operating at high speed, decomposing and absorbing the divine energy in Sacred Knight Blunt's body, transforming it into a strange energy that she could directly use. While Elizabeth was absorbing the divine energy in Sacred Knight Blunt's body in a frenzy, Han Shuo suddenly appeared behind Elizabeth. His consciousness suddenly locked onto Elizabeth, spying on every minute movement of her body. Elizabeth's body structure was poles apart from that of an ordinary person. If she didn't have a human appearance, Han Shuo wouldn't have taken her for a human based on her aura and body structure alone. Inside her body, apart from her bones and meridians, there were also 5 fist-sized cyclones. When Elizabeth was digesting and absorbing the divine energy from Blunt's body, the 5 cyclones revolved at high speed, playing a crucial role in the entire process. It was due to the existence of these 5 cyclones that Elizabeth was able to absorb the holy energy within Sacred Knight Blunt's body. However, the 5 cyclones had no effect on the fighting aura that Blunt had painstakingly cultivated. Their target seemed to be the holy energy that Blunt had supposedly obtained from the God of Light through his pious faith. Han Shuo had never heard of a body of divine favor that could digest divine power. It was no wonder that the Church of Light was after him. Han Shuo was also very curious. Vaguely, Han Shuo felt that Elizabeth's body of divine grace, which could absorb divine power, was different from other divine graces. Perhaps Elizabeth was hiding some secret that even she herself did not understand. Very soon, the divine energy within the Sacred Knight's body was completely depleted. Such a powerful being did not die immediately even after losing his divine energy. His face was ashen as he waited for death to come. Having absorbed all the divine energy from Blunt's body, Elizabeth laughed maniacally in satisfaction. She pulled out her hands that were dripping with blood from Blunt's neck and waved her hands at Han Shuo in gratitude. Thank you so much." "You're welcome." Han Shuo chuckled oddly. He suddenly appeared behind Elizabeth and extended his right hand. Han Shuo's middle finger suddenly pierced into the back of her head. A drop of crimson blood essence from his fingertip broke through the skin and directly entered the blood vessels at the back of Elizabeth's head. As Elizabeth shrieked, this drop of blood essence from Han Shua's demonic infant entered her brain through the blood vessels at the back of her head. Han Shua's empty left hand gently pressed against Elizabeth's back. An evil suction force was suddenly released. The strands of strange energy that had just been purified from the 5 cyclones in Elizabeth's body surged uncontrollably towards her back. In the blink of an eye, more than half of it was absorbed by Han Shua. "Master, I'm your devout servant. Spare me." Elizabeth was scared out of her wits. She had always absorbed the energy of the Church of Light's followers to improve herself. She had never imagined that the evil energy in her body could be absorbed by someone else. This piercing pain made her unable to suppress the fear in her heart. She cried out involuntarily for mercy. Contrary to Elizabeth's expectations, her begging for mercy seemed to have an effect. After she screamed a few times, Han Shua, who had just converted a portion of the energy from the 5 cyclones in her body, actually let go and didn't continue to touch her. Pulling out the fingertip from the back of Elizabeth's head, Han Shua patted Elizabeth's forehead and smilingly said, "Humans and magical beasts can establish a master-slave relationship through a contract. However, it is somewhat troublesome between humans. Haha, you must have felt something extra in your head, right?" "Yes, yes, master." "What did you do to me?" Elizabeth was truly afraid of Han Shua. She didn't know whether this greatest heretic of the profound continent was a human or a demon, but she simply couldn't resist him. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just like some kind of contractual power. As long as you don't do anything to betray me, the thing in your head will never have any effect on you. However, if you have any thoughts of betraying me, haha, your head will be the same as his." Han Shua laughed evilly as he stepped on Sacred Night Blunt's head. Smack! As though a watermelon had been smashed, dark red blood spurted out. Red and white brain matter flowed all over the ground. "Master, your most humble servant will never do anything to betray you. You will be able to see your servant's loyalty. I swear." Looking at the Sacred Knight's head exploding, Elizabeth seemed to see the miserable state she would be in after her betrayal. She didn't doubt the veracity of this evil youth's words. Without another word, she knelt before Han Shua, lowered her head, and shrieked incessantly. She didn't care that the ground she knelt on was overflowing with red and white matter from Blunt's head. "Very good. I know you are a sensible person," Han Shua said with satisfaction. He then paused for a moment before continuing, "It's very good that you can absorb the divine energy from the followers of the Church of Light. Ha! As long as you follow me, I believe your strength will improve even faster. This old servant will never forget Master's great kindness." Elizabeth hastily replied, "All right, get up. There's still a few surviving followers of the Church of Light over there. Absorb the divine energy from their bodies as well." Han Shua instructed Elizabeth in a gentle tone. Without uttering a single word, Elizabeth flew out from under Han Shua's feet like a bolt of lightning. Strands of bizarre green energy gushed out of her pores. She had already started to deal with those disciples of light who were still alive. Seeing Elizabeth's dutiful actions, Han Shua was incomparably relieved. After planting a drop of demonic blood in her body, Han Shua would immediately know if Elizabeth had any thoughts of betraying him. He would then activate the demonic blood in her mind to kill Elizabeth immediately. In addition, Han Shua, who could directly absorb the energy from Elizabeth's body, would naturally never give her the opportunity to surpass his strength. Such a dependable servant and an interesting body of divine favor was very useful to Han Shua. The Earth Elite zombie looked at Sacred Night Blunt's smashed head and transmitted to Han Shua in a daze. "Father, is he dead?" "Yes, he is indeed dead. However, his soul is sufficiently powerful and is still useful to me," Han Shua replied. Shortly after, with a thought, the demon's lair edge flew out from the back of his neck. Blunt's soul, which had yet to dissipate, was suddenly sucked in by the demon's lair edge. During the previous rebellion in Awesome City, the Demon's Lair Edge had absorbed too much negative energy. Even now, it could be considered to be in a dormant state and had yet to completely subdue the negative energy. However, Han Shuo understood that this was a crucial stage for the Demon's Lair Edge. Whether it could become a peerless weapon or not would depend on whether it could digest all the negative energy and evolve into a vile soul. Perhaps Blunt, with his powerful soul, could be used as a backup primary soul after entering the Demon's Lair Edge, helping the Demon's Lair Edge evolve into a vile soul at a faster rate. After Blunt's soul was absorbed by the Demon's Lair Edge, the Demon's Lair Edge once again concealed itself within his body. Soon after, Han Shuo focused his attention on Blunt's armor, weapon, and space ring. A sacred knight of the Church of Light must have many precious treasures on him, Han Shuo thought inwardly. Without the slightest bit of politeness, Han Shuo stripped off Blunt's armor and golden spear and placed them into his space ring. These two pieces of equipment came from the work of the Church of Light's top alchemists. Only those who possessed divine energy could bring out their full potential. Naturally, Han Shuo didn't have anyone from the Church of Light with him. However, if he were to sell them, he would definitely be able to fetch a good price. Blunt's space ring was forcibly blasted open by Han Shuo's consciousness. Inside were a few thick books from the Church of Light, some scattered gold coins, a few inferior weapons, 2 simple and unadorned magic scrolls, and a few pieces of thin yellow paper. Han Shuo flipped through these items one by one. When he saw the contents of the thin yellow paper, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 448. In Blunt's space ring, the Book of Light and the scattered gold coins naturally didn't catch Han Shuo's eye. The quality of the few knight's weapons was obviously much lower than the one Blunt was wielding. Only 2 magic scrolls were of interest. One was a space magic scroll for escaping, while the other was an earth magic scroll that resembled an earth armor. Both were life-saving items. Unfortunately, Sacred Knight Blunt was unable to retaliate in his battle with Han Shuo after suffering a series of attacks from Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who had surrounded Blunt and bombarded him in pain, didn't give Blunt any chance to activate the magic scrolls. He only let go when all the bones in Blunt's body were shattered. The 2 magic scrolls naturally fell into Han Shuo's hands. Although they were precious, they weren't too rare. It was the contents of the remaining thin yellow papers that caused Han Shuo's expression to change greatly. As the most influential religious organization on the continent, the Church of Light valued 2 things the most. The first was the increasing number of people's devout faith in the God of Light. A believer with a pure soul would selflessly offer sacrifice to the God of Light. From this document, Han Shuo knew that the offering of a pure soul to the God of Light would allow the sacrificer to obtain more of the God of Light's divine power. As the most influential religious organization on the continent, the Church of Light valued 2 things the most. The first was the increasing number of people's devout faith in the God of Light. A believer with a pure soul would selflessly offer sacrifice to the God of Light. From this document, Han Shuo knew that the offering of a pure soul to the God of Light would allow the sacrificer to obtain more of the God of Light's divine power. However, there were some pure soul believers who weren't followers of the Church of Light. Even if they were, they would suddenly come to their senses when offering their soul meant death. They might not be willing to give up everything and hand over their soul. At that time, the Church of Light would use some coercive methods. The proportion of people with incomparably pure souls was extremely low among humans. The reason why Sacred Knight Blunt was able to completely recover from his injuries in the past 3 years, and his strength had skyrocketed by a large margin, was because he had sacrificed the souls of 87 people with pure souls. These 87 people with pure souls were secretly captured by the Church of Light using various methods and underhanded methods from various countries. The thin yellow paper was Sacred Knight Blunt's application to the Church of Light to hold a sacrificial ceremony. It was signed by a group of high-ranking members of the Church of Light, including the current Pope. No wonder Blunt could attain such formidable strength so quickly. It seems that the Church of Light isn't any better than the Calamity Church. I'm afraid that under all kinds of high-sounding propaganda, the dirty things they've done in the dark aren't any less than the Calamity Church. Han Shuo muttered to himself as he looked at the document in his hand. Blunt, whose strength had greatly improved, must have believed that no one could kill him. That was why he had left these documents in his space ring. Who would have thought that they would fall into Han Shuo's hands? Han Shuo understood what it would mean if this document with the signatures of more than half of the high-ranking members of the Church of Light were to be exposed. While he was apprehensive about the Church of Light's peculiar method of obtaining divine energy for its followers, Han Shuo also felt extremely refreshed from having something to blackmail. Ha ha! I think the Calamity Church would be very interested in letting everyone know about these documents with the signatures of the Pope and other high-ranking members of the Church of Light. Han Shuo sneered as he muttered to himself. Master, the remaining members of the Church of Light are all dead. Elizabeth's face was full of excitement. The 5 cyclones in her body were revolving at high speed, filling her shriveled and aged body with strands of energy. Han Shuo carefully put away the thin yellow papers in his hand. Only then did he turn his attention to his surroundings. Just as Elizabeth had said, this group of followers of the Church of Light, without a single light, Grand Magus, had all perished under the attack of a large number of undead creatures. Han Shuo narrowed his eyes slightly. His consciousness circled around Elizabeth's body, and he roughly determined that the divine energy she had absorbed could increase her strength by about 2 times. However, even though Elizabeth had absorbed Sacred Knight Blunt's divine energy, she was still far from reaching Blunt's strength after undergoing transformation. On one hand, it was because Blunt's strength did not entirely depend on the divine energy in his body. His fighting aura still occupied the most important position. Even if Elizabeth had absorbed all of the divine energy, she naturally would not be able to reach Blunt's strength. On the other hand, after transformation, Elizabeth could only use a portion of the divine energy. After all, Elizabeth was not a follower of the Church of Light. She could not use divine energy at all. This was similar to how Han Shuo needed to thoroughly remove the impurities after absorbing a huge amount of killing intent. What she could truly use would always be the cleanest small portion. After absorbing all of the divine energy, Elizabeth's strength would roughly reach the level of a sacred swordmaster. To the current Han Shuo, without the control of the demonic blood in her body, she would not pose any threat. Therefore, Han Shuo took a deep look at Elizabeth and nodded, saying, "Very good, you have done well. Oh, right? You have divine energy in your body. Do you need to find a quiet place to digest it?" "Thank you for your concern, Master. My body will slowly transform this energy. I don't need to deliberately digest it," Elizabeth immediately replied. Han Shuo nodded. Han Shuo continued speaking, but cast his gaze in another direction. After a while, a group of Dark Mantle members led by Cecilia and Care quickly walked over. At this moment, the undead creatures Han Shuo had summoned had completely disappeared. Only a few dozen corpses of the Church of Light remained around Han Shuo and Elizabeth. These followers of the Church of Light had died miserably. Sacred Knight Blunt's head had been crushed by Han Shuo's foot, and his body had turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Those followers who had been gnawed on by the undead creatures had died without an intact corpse. It was a ghastly sight to behold. The thick smell of blood lingered in the air. When Cecilia and the others arrived, they only needed to glance at the tragic scene around them to feel their stomachs churning. Fortunately, these Dark Mantle members could be considered to be strong-willed people. They did not do anything improper in front of Han Shuo. "Brian, what's going on?" Cecilia frowned. She carefully avoided the bloodstains on the ground and walked to Han Shuo's side to ask, "They're the reason I came here this time." Blunt is dead. It looks like my matter has been resolved," Han Shuo said with a smile. He raised his head to look at the sky, thinking that it was time to look for Wolf and pass him some interesting things. As an evil organization whose influence covered the entire continent, the Calamity Church could not have done such a thing more appropriately. Moreover, they were mortal enemies with the Church of Light. They would not let go of any opportunity to strike the Church of Light. The document in Han Shua's hand contained the personal signatures of the highest leaders of the Church of Light, including the Pope. Once it was exposed by the Calamity Church, Han Shua could not wait to see how much of a negative impact would have on the Church of Light's positive image. Sacred Knight Blunt is dead. Cecilia's small mouth was wide open. She stared blankly at Han Shua, obviously unable to react. Yes, he's under my feet. That headless corpse is him. Han Shua said to Cecilia in a relaxed manner as he pointed at Blunt, whose blood was still warm and in an unsightly state. Cecilia's expression was lifeless. She stood there and stared blankly. She was simply speechless. Lord Brian, what's the matter with this old woman? Kerr, who was almost killed by Elizabeth, pointed at Elizabeth, who was standing respectfully behind Han Shua, and asked, "Oh, I've already taught her a lesson. She's my slave from now on." Han Shua replied casually. After a pause, Han Shua then said to Cecilia, "If there's nothing else, let's part ways here." Han Shua had no interest in the anomalies in the depths of Tarag Canyon. Cecilia saw that Han Shua was about to leave and was momentarily at a loss for words. She wanted to urge him to stay, but couldn't find an excuse. Rumble. An explosion, like the collapse of a mountain, suddenly sounded from the depths of Tarag Canyon. Everything within a radius of 10 miles trembled as though there was an earthquake. Han Shua, who was about to leave, suddenly frowned. He suddenly noticed large groups of magical beasts from Tarag Canyon running for their lives towards the outside of the canyon. Among these magical beasts, there were even a few powerful super-ranked magical beasts. What's going on? What's going on? Cecilia's beautiful face changed greatly. She looked in the direction of the sound in shock and immediately cried out in alarm. "It's coming from the depths of Tarag Canyon. Something must have happened inside," Kerr hastily exclaimed. "Let's go and take a look." Han Shua's curiosity was also piqued. He didn't continue to clamor to leave and said to Cecilia, "Thank you." Cecilia's heart was at ease when she heard Han Shua's words, and she hastily expressed her gratitude. "You're welcome." Han Shua replied casually. He turned to look at Elizabeth and instructed, "Follow me." "Understood, Master," Elizabeth replied respectfully. Chapter 449. Han Shua, Elizabeth, Cecilia, and the others were all extremely interested in what was happening in the depths of Tarag Canyon. Even Han Shua, who usually didn't like to bother himself with miscellaneous matters, decided to explore the depths to get to the bottom of it. As soon as the matter was decided, the dozen or so people immediately rushed towards the depths of Tarag Canyon under Han Shua's lead. They had only traveled for half an hour when a group of 500 to 600 magical beasts, led by several ferocious manticores, rushed towards them in a panic. Behind this group of magical beasts were some weaker level 4 or 5 magical beasts, while in front of them were close to 100 high-level magical beasts, led by a dozen or so manticores. Compared to the magical beast horde that had attacked Cecilia and the others earlier, they were cut above in both quantity and quality. Cecilia's pretty face changed. She immediately ordered her subordinates to hastily defend, lest these magical beasts trample them into meat patties. There's no need to prepare. These magical beasts seem to be mainly fleeing for their lives. They probably won't attack us. Han Shua calmly shouted. Through his mystical demons, he could see extremely far. 2 or 3 of the mystical demons rapidly flew towards the depths of Tarag Canyon. He discovered that, apart from them, there were also a few adventure squads along the way. However, the magical beasts didn't recklessly attack the humans like before. After hearing Han Shua's words, Cecilia hesitated for a moment, then said, Then let's stick together and avoid the magical beast horde that's charging straight at us." At her loud shout, the group of Dark Mantle members hastily gathered around her. Only Elizabeth turned a deaf ear to Cecilia's words and firmly followed behind Han Shuo. The great heretic that the Church of Light had recognized very quickly discovered that Cecilia's strength wasn't particularly strong. Even with her 12 subordinates of various professions, Elizabeth didn't think that they would be of any help to her. After witnessing Han Shuo's terrifying strength, the little heretic Elizabeth had long since regarded Han Shuo as someone who could provide her with safety. Cecilia and the others quickly discovered that Han Shuo's words weren't false. The magical beasts that were charging straight at them had clearly discovered their tracks when they arrived in this area. Unlike the previous wave of magical beasts, this horde of magical beasts was even more numerous and stronger. It was as if they hadn't noticed them at all, and they charged past them without slowing down at all. What's going on? Cecilia seemed to be talking to herself, but her gaze was fixed on Han Shuo. Han Shuo's foresight made Cecilia believe that Han Shuo seemed to know something. Shaking his head, Han Shuo said, "I'm not too sure either. Let's go in and take a good look." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuo led the way into the depths of Tar-Eyed Canyon, ignoring the horde of magical beasts that were dashing all the way. When Elizabeth saw that Han Shuo was moving, she quickly followed him, afraid that she would be left behind at this time. "Let's go," Cecilia tactfully shouted. Her subordinates also hurriedly followed. Along the way, more and more magical beasts rushed out of Tar-Eyed Canyon. Among them, there were even a few super-rank magical beasts with terrifying strength. Just like the first wave, when they saw Han Shuo and the others, they didn't waste any time to attack. They only focused on hurrying forward, as if there was some terrible disaster behind them. Suddenly, Han Shuo's body came to an abrupt halt. He sensed that the first 3 mystical demons to enter Tar-Eyed Canyon were blocked by a strange energy similar to a boundary. The 3 mystical demons that were about to reach the deepest part of the canyon were forcibly stopped, unable to take another step forward. "Stop!" Han Shuo shouted softly. Elizabeth, Cecilia, and the others shuddered and hastily steadied themselves by Han Shuo's side. "What's going on?" Elizabeth immediately asked. Han Shuo's brows were deeply knitted. He suddenly spread out his powerful consciousness. With Han Shuo as the center, the air rippled like water. After the consciousness spread out, all living things in the surroundings were slowly reflected in Han Shuo's mind. When his consciousness arrived at the area that was blocking the 3 mystical demons outside, Han Shuo activated his demonic arts. His consciousness transformed into a form that could not be sensed by that energy. He easily barged into the area that the mystical demons could not enter and continued to venture deeper. In that area, all the elements that filled the world had strangely disappeared. He couldn't sense the elements of light, fire, water, and wind at all. Even the air had disappeared. That place was like a vacuum, giving off a terrifying feeling of suffocation. As his consciousness continued to move forward, he suddenly sensed several enormous auras. These auras were as powerful as the ancient lizard King Degasi that Han Shuo had encountered in the past. They gave Han Shuo a deep sense of threat. Suddenly startled, Han Shuo's consciousness stopped going deeper. It suddenly receded like a receding tide. Soon after, he opened his eyes and said to Cecilia, "It seems that this time you will have to give up on exploring deeper." "Why?" Cecilia asked anxiously after hearing Han Shuo's words. "I can sense that something strange is happening in the deepest part of Tar-Eyed Canyon. However, there are some existences with terrifying strength." Even an expert like Sacred Knight Blunt would undoubtedly die if he entered. "If you don't want to die, I advise you to evacuate immediately like those magical beasts," Han Shuo said truthfully. There was more than one powerful aura in the depths of Tar-Eyed Canyon. If there was only one, Han Shuo would still dare to bring them deeper. However, With the presence of those auras, Han Shuo could only ensure his own safety. He definitely wouldn't be able to take care of them. You mean there are extremely powerful people inside? Cecilia was shocked and asked again. I can't be sure if they are humans. However, the auras inside are too terrifying for you to handle. Han Shuo replied. Soon after, he looked at Elizabeth and said, Return to Tarik City first. I will look for you after I go over and take a look. As long as you are in Tarik City, I will definitely find you. If you aren't here, then just wait for your death. Rest assured, Master. I will definitely await your arrival. Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Elizabeth replied respectfully with a trembling heart. After finishing her words, Elizabeth didn't linger. She didn't even look at Cecilia and the others. She immediately left. After Isabet left, Han Shuo shot a glance at Cecilia and said, I've said everything I need to say. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. However, if you go in, I don't think you will be able to come out alive. After saying this, without waiting for Cecilia to say anything, Han Shuo suddenly transformed into a ray of black lightning and disappeared in the direction of Tarik Canyon. Hey, can you bring us in to have a look? Cecilia shouted after Han Shuo's shadow disappeared. However, it was obvious that Han Shuo couldn't hear her. My lord, what should we do? Care watched as more magical beasts rushed out from the depths of Tarik Canyon. One of them was a silver dragon that was more than 10 meters long. This caused fear to rise in Tarik Canyon's heart. He understood that if even a super-grade magical beast like the silver dragon had to flee, then there must be some terrible danger in the depths of Tarik Canyon. My lord, why don't we go back as well? Brian would never lie to us. Thieves had an instinctive sense of danger. Although he couldn't sense the powerful existence in the depths of the canyon as clearly as Han Shuo, he still felt a little uncomfortable from the pressure in his heart. Based on the thief's many years of experience in adventuring, this feeling indicated that there was a danger in the surroundings that he couldn't resist. As soon as the thief opened his mouth, Cecilia, who had been his companion for many years, finally turned to look at them. Finally, her gaze fell on the thief. She asked solemnly, Did you feel something? I know that your senses have always been accurate all these years. Yes, my lord. There is great danger in there. With our strength, we are not suitable to enter. The thief hurriedly replied. All right then, let's retreat immediately. With her many years of experience with thieves, Cecilia finally made a wise decision. She turned around, intending to return to the direction of Tarik City. May I ask, who is that young man who just left? Suddenly, an exceedingly devilishly beautiful youth appeared like a ghost where Han Shuo had been standing a moment ago. This handsome young man had long silver-gray hair, and his simple robe was also silver-gray. The corners of the robe were embroidered with large lilies. He was empty-handed, and his feet weren't touching the ground. He looked at Cecilia and the others with a smile. Who are you? Care was startled. This young man's appearance was a little too strange. He had no idea how he appeared. It was as if he had appeared right after Han Shuo left. I don't know. Cecilia only looked at this young man for a moment before her eyebrows twitched. She simply replied. Then she hurriedly said to Care and the others, Let's go. Let's leave this place immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, Cecilia's expression became a little flustered. She immediately strode forward. Care and the others felt that there was something wrong with Cecilia. However, as subordinates, they did not ask any questions, nor did they pay any attention to this young man. They immediately followed behind Cecilia and left. What a bunch of impolite children. Youngsters nowadays don't know how to respect their elders at all. This bewitchingly beautiful young man sighed helplessly, as if lamenting the fickleness of the world. Then, like a ghost, he followed the direction Han Shuo had left and headed towards the depths of Tarik Canyon. My lord, who is that person? I feel that you seem to know him. After running for a long distance, when Cecilia slowed down a little, the clever thief opened his mouth to ask. He is the current guardian of the 7 Grand Duchies, the former Verdun imperial tutor. Old Devil Statholm. Cecilia replied with a bitter smile. Chapter 450. Without Cecilia and her group of burdens, Han Shuo galloped towards the depths of the Tauride Canyon. Along the way, more and more magical beasts swarmed past him, and high-level magical beasts could be seen everywhere. However, when Han Shuo arrived at the area where the mystical demons had stopped, he could no longer see a single magical beast. There was a strange smell in that area where no magical elements could be sensed, giving off an extremely fishy feeling. After surveying his surroundings, Han Shuo saw tens of thousands of footprints of magical beasts. Apart from that, there wasn't much useful information. Previously, his consciousness had sensed several powerful auras inside, which made Han Shuo understand that the people inside had the strength to threaten his life. However, without any burdens around him, Han Shuo believed that with his current strength, even if he couldn't deal with the people inside, as long as he wasn't surrounded, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to escape unscathed. It was precisely because of this confidence that Han Shuo dared to venture deep into the canyon alone. He didn't stay outside for long. That bizarre power that could keep out the mystical demons didn't have much effect on an expert of Han Shuo's level. With a sway of his body, Han Shuo easily passed through the liquid-like defense and entered. Following the senses of his consciousness, he continued to venture deeper. Not long after Han Shuo entered, the state preceptor of the Verdun imperial court, Statholm, also arrived at the area where Han Shuo was standing. The old monster, Statholm, had been muttering to himself along the way, only stopping when he arrived at the spot where Han Shuo had just stood. With a soft sound, the old demon clearly sensed a power that could stop an ordinary person. With a wave of his hand, his elegant left hand gently pressed against the void, as if he was pushing open an invisible door. Soon after, his ghost-like body drifted in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Not long after the old monster, Statholm, arrived a skinny old man with 2 long white eyebrows that extended to his neck. At the periphery of that area, a bolt of lightning pierced through the invisible defense like a sharp sword, allowing him to barge in. Immediately after, a graceful and dignified lady, her body wrapped in layers of misty water vapor, also easily passed through the defense and entered. One after another, the 4 of them ventured deep into that strange area. Behind them, several other adventure teams and experts who believed themselves to be strong also arrived. They were similarly filled with great curiosity about the situation inside. However, they were forcibly blocked by that strange defense. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through the defense and could only sigh helplessly. Han Shuo, who was the first to enter, carefully concealed the aura on his body. His immense consciousness switched from overflowing to retracting. Instead of charging straight in like before, he first enveloped his own body, then used the shadows of some towering trees as hiding spots, and unhurriedly ventured deeper. This was a space devoid of elemental energy. Even the oxygen was very thin. Using his exquisite control over his physical body, Han Shuo closed all the pores on his body. His heartbeat and breathing stopped at the same time, and his demonic yuan slowly circulated around the demonic infant. With this, unless one could see Han Shuo with their own eyes, even those with great strength would not be able to detect Han Shuo's presence with their astonishing perception. The path was littered with the severed limbs of magical beasts, and the blood of magical beasts of various colors spilled all over the ground. Judging from the severed limbs, the magical beasts that had died in this area were all high-level magical beasts of the 2nd rank and above. Severed limbs of high-level magical beasts like giant dragons could also be seen everywhere. Without thinking too much, Han Shuo immediately understood that the tragic deaths of these high-level magical beasts were the reason why all the magical beasts in the depths of Tauride Canyon were frantically fleeing. Without the tragic deaths of so many high-level magical beasts, The magical beasts that had always resided in the depths of Tarag Canyon would not have left this place at all costs. What exactly happened in there? Han Shuo grew even more curious. Relying on the trees and shrubs as natural cover, Han Shuo walked unhurriedly for more than 10 minutes before he finally reached the depths of Tarag Canyon. Then, a large, clear lake came into Han Shuo's sight. The lake was as flat as a mirror, and the water was clean without a single ripple. However, the surroundings of the large, dark blue lake were littered with the corpses of high-level magical beasts. These magical beasts had died horribly, and not a single corpse was left intact. The large lake in the center was quiet and clear. The dark blue lake was like a large flat sapphire, emitting resplendent colors under the gentle rays of the sun. However, the appearance of this beautiful lake and the many corpses of high-level magical beasts by the lakeside gave off an extremely jarring and awkward feeling. Han Shuo hid in the luxuriant foliage of a large tree. He narrowed his eyes and looked down at the large lake in the distance. In the center of the large, dark blue lake, there was a small, flat island. Many humanoid creatures that Han Shuo had never seen before stood densely around the island. Each and every one of them had solemn expressions on their faces and were worshipping a tall, pointy structure that looked like an altar in the center of the island. If it weren't for their light green skin, if it weren't for their tails that resembled pythons, if it weren't for the sharp horns growing from their foreheads to the nape of their necks, Han Shuo might have mistaken them for humans. However, with these three characteristics, Han Shuo would never treat them as humans no matter what. Strange buzzing sounds that sounded like gulls came from the mouths of these humanoids as they kowtowed to the tall, pointy altar at the center of the island. This altar was somewhat similar to the magic towers that mages often used. On the pointy altar, there were many smelly hearts of magical beasts, as well as bright and clean magical beast cores. For of these humanoid creatures, who had a row of 5 sharp horns growing from their foreheads to the nape of their necks, stood at the 4 corners of the altar like leaders. They spoke in a strange language that resembled the buzzing of insects as they threw hundreds of magical beast hearts and magical beast cores into a large, headless, and disgusting mouth covered in thick mucus at the center of the altar. The 4 creatures with 5 sharp horns on their heads were the experts that Han Shuo had sensed earlier. After coming into close contact with them, Han Shuo could sense their terrifying auras even if he didn't use his divine sense to probe them. If there was only one of these 4 creatures, Han Shuo was confident that he could deal with it. However, if all 4 of them attacked together, Han Shuo could only flee in panic. After observing for a while, Han Shuo soon discovered that the strength of these creatures was completely determined by the number of sharp horns on their heads. Among these creatures on the island, the 4 fellows with 5 sharp horns on their heads were the most terrifying. Around the altar under their feet, there were more than 10 creatures with 4 sharp horns on their heads, and they were the closest to the altar. The further away from the altar, the fewer the sharp horns on the heads of the creatures kowtowing there. Those creatures at the outermost edge only had 1 sharp horn. Suddenly, an extremely familiar thing attracted Han Shuo's attention. At the top of the pointed altar, suddenly a few tentacle-like fleshy limbs slowly lifted up 12 fist-sized spheres. One of the spheres emitted a pure aura of death that made Han Shuo's heart beat faster. Han Shuo had never thought that the aura of death could be so pure and without any impurities. As long as there were living creatures on the material plane, there would be birth, aging, sickness, and death. This was the most natural thing in the world. As long as someone died, this material plane would definitely have the presence of the element of death. However, any creature would have some messy emotions when they died, such as fear, anger, unwillingness, resentment, and so on. It was precisely because of these emotions that the element of death on any material plane would not be pure and free of impurities. Even in the netherworld where Little Skull came from, the element of death was also mixed with too many messy impurities. However, from that sphere, Han Shuo could feel the purest, clearest element of death without any impurities. Moreover, this element of death was very large. For a necromancer like Han Shuo, it had an irresistible temptation. Instinctively, Han Shuo felt that the spear could bring him great benefits. If not for Han Shuo's exquisite control over his physical body, his heart would have started to beat faster due to excitement. The surprised Han Shuo was a little excited. As he focused his attention on the sphere with the pure element of death, Han Shuo also began to use his consciousness to carefully and slowly observe the other 11 spheres. With this observation, Han Shuo was once again shocked. Among the other 11 spheres, 7 contained the same pure elemental energy as the element of death. They were light, dark, wind, fire, water, electricity, and earth, respectively. Among the remaining 4 spheres, although they did not contain pure elemental energy, they still contained strange energies. One of them contained the extremely rare energy of destruction. Another sphere seemed to be condensed from combat aura, constantly emitting the light of combat aura that ranged from dark blue to golden. The last 2 spheres were even more strange. Their insides seemed to be flowing like stars. Han Shuo tried his best to sense them, and only then did he feel some of the strange aura of a space summoner. There were a total of 12 spheres, all of them a dull brown color. From afar, they looked ordinary. However, only a person of Han Shuo's level could understand the different and mysterious energies contained within them. Chapter 451. 12 spheres appeared in the center of the altar. This area, which was originally devoid of any elements, was suddenly filled with extremely dense elements of various elements. The 4 humanoid creatures with 5 horns on their heads on the altar quickly threw a large number of hearts and crystal cores of magical beasts into the center of the wide, open mouth. Nearly 1,000 of these creatures were worshipping below the altar. Their pale green eyes were filled with excitement. Just like those religious fanatics that Han Shuo had seen before, they had a kind of paranoid, unreasonable madness. Their green-skinned bodies trembled slightly, and their buzzing sounds gradually grew louder. Hiding in the lush foliage of a large tree, Han Shuo could clearly see everything that was happening in the great lake in front of him. Han Shuo's heart was filled with uncontrollable greed towards that sphere that emitted the pure element of death. However, Han Shuo did not dare to act blindly without thinking. Each of the 4 strange creatures with 5 horns on their heads had an aura as frightening as that of the ancient lizard king, a demigod existence. If these 4 creatures were to join hands and form an encirclement, even Han Shuo had no confidence in escaping. With eyes sparkling with greed, Han Shuo stared unwaveringly at the sphere that was filled with the rich element of death. His brain started to churn as he thought of a way to obtain that sphere. Suddenly, his consciousness sensed 3 equally powerful auras. The appearance of these 3 slowly approaching presences caused Han Shuo's eyes to light up. Han Shuo, who had been carefully concealing himself all along, gradually approached the 3 presences and stealthily released a strand of aura that would be hard for an average person to detect. As expected, the strand of aura that Han Shuo had deliberately leaked was immediately sensed by the 3 experts. With Han Shuo as the center, the 3 presences converged in an extremely short period of time. In the blink of an eye, the 3 mighty existences from profound continent that had entered the lake one after another suddenly froze not far from Han Shuo. "Oh, it's you, old monster!" The old man with long eyebrows that extended to his neck suddenly exclaimed as soon as he arrived. He looked at the former state preceptor of the Verdun dynasty, Statholm, with some astonishment. "Reynolds, you little fellow, you're not dead yet." "Hoo-hoo, very good, very good." The handsome and somewhat bewitching Statholm's mouth curved into a cheerful smile as he teased the thunder sacred magus of the Brute Merchant Alliance. "Statholm, long time no see." The dignified lady who was shrouded in a thin layer of mist was the last to arrive. She glanced at Statholm and greeted him softly. "Sister Tiana." Old Monster Statholm bowed to the noblewoman who was shrouded in mist from afar and said with a smile, "This is—" The noblewoman called Tiana nodded her head in greeting to the old monster. Soon after, she looked suspiciously at the smiling Han Shoa and asked, "Hee, I'm just a nobody." "Yes, I'm from Lancelot Empire." Han Shoa gracefully bowed to the three, but his heart was filled with astonishment. He didn't expect that the old man with long eyebrows that extended to his neck was the thunder sacred magus of the Brute Merchant Alliance, Reynolds Dyla. As a high-ranking member of the Dark Mantle, Han Shoa knew how great the prestige of this old man was in the Brute Merchant Alliance. Even the leaders of the several large merchant guilds that made up the Brute Merchant Alliance had to be respectful when they saw this old man. They absolutely wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of him. However, among the three, such a character was the weakest in strength. Compared to Statholm the old monster and the noblewoman called Tiana, Reynolds, this thunder sacred magus, was really lacking by quite a bit. No matter how powerful Reynolds was in the sacred realm, he was only a sacred expert. However, from the noblewoman called Tiana and Statholm the old monster, Han Shoa sensed the frightening aura of a demigod expert. The thunderous name of Statholm the old monster was something that Han Shoa had heard countless times. The fact that this old pervert, who had been the state preceptor of the Verdun dynasty 100 years ago, was able to break through to the demigod realm was enough to show how frightening his strength was. However, Statholm the old monster, whose age absolutely didn't match his appearance, had addressed the noblewoman as Big Sister Tiana. Han Shoa could be considered a high-ranking member of the Dark Mantle, but he still didn't know who this noblewoman was. He only knew from the way Statholm addressed her that this woman should be a bit older than Statholm. Lancelot Empire? When did such a young expert appear in the Lancelot Empire? Tiana was somewhat astonished. She looked at Statholm the old monster and thunder sacred magus Reynolds in confusion. "Brian? You're the city lord of Brett Tell City, Brian?" Statholm frowned at first, but soon came to a sudden realization. His eyes suddenly burst with a brilliant light, shining directly on Han Shoa's body. "That's right," Han Shoa calmly admitted. "No wonder. It looks like the rumors are credible. I've always thought that the Lancelot Empire was exaggerating to be able to force two sacred rank experts to retreat. Now it looks like it's true." The old monster nodded. Thunder, sacred Magus Reynolds of the Brute Merchant Alliance also focused his attention on Han Shoa when he heard Han Shoa admit his identity. He carefully sized up Han Shoa a few times and said with a strange expression, "So it's you?" A very bold young man. Interesting. All right, let's cut the nonsense. You should have seen the situation up ahead. We don't need to worry about the ins and outs of the matter for the time being. However, I think everyone should know what those 12 spheres are. Each of those 4 fellows with 5 horns on their heads possesses the strength of a demigod. None of the 4 of us have any hope of succeeding if we go alone. Are any of you interested in joining forces? The upper class, Lady Tiana, interrupted. Of course, and the sooner the better. Statholm, the old monster, was the first to agree. The lightning sacred magus of the Brute Merchant Alliance, Reynold, not only immediately nodded in agreement, but also added, "I understand my own abilities. I only ask for that one origin crystal of thunder out of these 12 spheres, and I'll be responsible for the aftermath." "All right, after the matter is done, the origin crystal of thunder is yours. Both of you will divide the rest of the loot after we get it, and distribute it according to how much effort we put in. Do you have any objections?" Tiana looked at the old monster and Han Shoa, taking it for granted that Han Shoa would agree. She asked solemnly, "I have no objections. I believe Big Sister Tiana will arrange it well." Statholm shrugged his shoulders and replied easily. Soon after, he looked at Han Shoa and asked, "What about you?" Han Shoa indeed had the intention of joining hands with them. However, It seemed that all three of them knew the purpose of those spheres. Only Han Shuo, although he could sense the pure energy nurtured within them, didn't know what the 12 spheres were used for. Therefore, under Stadholm's inquiry, Han Shuo awkwardly asked, I have no objections either. It's just that, seniors, what exactly are those 12 spheres? The three of them were stunned at the same time. They looked strangely at Han Shuo. Stadholm stared blankly for a while before he smiled and said, You don't know. Nodding his head, Han Shuo honestly admitted, I really don't know. When the origin crystal of element fuses with the soul of a magus, it can transform the soul into a soul of element. This will increase the magus affinity with the elements between heaven and earth by 100-fold, allowing them to reach the most tacit understanding of the elemental energy of that element. A magus who has formed a soul of element can cast magic instantaneously, speeding up the magus comprehension of the elemental energy of that element. Yes, in short, the benefits are too great to list. Stadholm, the old monster, quickly explained to Han Shuo. Most importantly, only a magus who has formed a soul of element has the qualifications to become a god in that element of magic. The soul of element and the body of element are the foundations for a magus to become a god. The upper-class Lady Tiana added to Stadholm, the old monster, with a solemn expression. Thunder Sacred Magus Reynolds' eyes shone brightly as soon as Tiana's words fell. Tiny bolts of lightning seemed to be shooting out from his pupils. It was obvious that he was very excited. Han Shuo also let out a soft cry of surprise. He finally understood why they were so excited and impatient. Soon after, he focused his attention on the 12 spheres in the distance. After a pause, he asked again, There are still 4 spheres that don't have the presence of dense and clean elements. What's going on? You've observed very carefully. Not all magic between heaven and earth must rely on elements. This is the case for the element of space and summoning. Yes, the interior of those 2 spheres are nebulae. Those are the profound truths of the laws of space and summoning. They can similarly fuse with the soul to form the soul of element. Their effects are somewhat similar to the soul of element. The soul of element can allow the magus of the 2 elements to have a more refined understanding of the profound truths of space and summoning. Only when one's comprehension of the mysteries of the laws reaches a certain level can one become a true god, and not a demigod. The upper-class Lady Tiana looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. She was a little amazed by Han Shuo's perceptive ability and explained to him, The last 2 spheres are the one that constantly shoots out the light of fighting aura. It's suitable for swordsmen and knights to use, and can help martial artists like us form the soul of war. Its effects are different from the other 2 spheres, but their essential purpose is the same. It can help us save hundreds or even hundreds of years of accumulation, and give our soul the foundation to become a god. The last sphere is mixed with the aura of destruction. It's only suitable for paranoid people. Normal people would absolutely not be willing to touch it. Stadholm added, Let's do it. There's no more time to talk. Tiana suddenly opened her mouth. An azure magic staff had already appeared in her hand as soon as she finished speaking. Chapter 452. As soon as Tiana took out the azure magic staff, the water element in the area that had once again thickened suddenly came alive. The originally dry air was filled with moist water vapor, and the hazy water vapor that had been lingering around Tiana became even more misty. Reynold is in charge of those aliens on the periphery. You 2 go closer and retrieve the origin crystal. I'll help you from the periphery with magic. Tiana took on the role of commander without any hesitation. The magic staff in her hand had already begun rapidly absorbing the dense water element in the area. Let's go! Stadholm, the old monster, shouted in a low voice. A plain and unadorned long sword about 2 fingers wide appeared in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already flown 100 meters away, charging straight at those aliens who were conducting some sort of evil ritual. Han Shuo was empty-handed. As soon as he saw Statholm make his move, he transformed into a streak of black lightning and followed closely behind Statholm. While he was in the air, Han Shuo's fingernails grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, they had grown to a meter long. The terrifying fingernails shone with the luster of a sharp blade. Demonic arts like demonic blades could only be practiced when one had reached the carnal realm, because only when one's demonic body had reached this realm would one be able to stimulate the growth of demonic claws. However, those of the demonic school naturally wouldn't call their crazily growing fingernails claws, hence the name demonic blades. After the fingernails grew to a meter long and were imbued with pure demonic yuan, the demonic blades formed truly had the sharpness of a sharp blade. They were even sharper than the average divine weapon. The name demonic blades was well deserved. From a distance, Han Shuo looked like he was holding 10 sharp, gleaming blades. Statholm, the old monster, took the time to glance behind him and was startled by the bizarre transformation of Han Shuo's hands. He thought to himself, is this kid even human? How can his fingernails be sharper than the edge of a blade? Buzz, buzz. The aliens who were conducting some sort of evil ritual immediately sensed the impending danger. An ear-piercing sound suddenly resounded through the sky. If it weren't for the fact that Han Shuo and the other 3 were true experts, ordinary people like Cecilia would have ruptured their eardrums just from the buzz-buzz. You take the left, I'll take the right. Charge! Statholm, the old monster, bellowed. His handsome face had an unhealthy shade of ashen. Before Han Shuo could agree, the old monster's speed suddenly multiplied. In the blink of an eye, he streaked across the surface of the great lake and landed on the island filled with aliens. Statholm swung the long sword in his hand. His formless fighting aura burst forth like a flood. The dozen or so aliens that were closest to Statholm suddenly exploded when they were still 3 meters away from him. Swordsmen and knights would have different colors once they obtained fighting aura, from the light blue of a trainee swordsman to the golden yellow of a sacred swordsman. They were all different. Legend has it that only experts who had broken through to sacred swordsmen would be able to return to their original state and make their fighting aura colorless and formless. This Statholm before him was clearly a true expert who had broken through to the sacred swordsman realm. If it wasn't for Han Shuo's powerful consciousness that allowed him to constantly pay attention to Statholm's movements, he might not have been able to detect the extremely terrifying formless and formless fighting aura condensed in his longsword. This kind of formless fighting aura contained a frightening power that would give anyone a headache in battle. Powerful indeed. He was indeed a genuine demigod expert. No wonder sacred swordsmen Corel and Dempus were defeated with their tails between their legs. After witnessing the old monster Statholm's attacks, Han Shuo inwardly came to a conclusion. While observing Statholm, Han Shuo's own movements weren't slow at all. When Statholm swept out with his sword, Han Shuo had also fallen into the group of aliens on the other side. Close to 100 aliens with 1 or 2 horns on their heads, green skin and python tails fixed their ice-cold and emotionless green eyes on Han Shuo's body. Dozens of aliens had already charged over. Hee, this demonic technique of the demonic blades. I'll use you guys to try it out. Han Shuo sneered and muttered to himself in a low voice. His hands that were as sharp as blades suddenly intersected and danced at high speed. Streaks of dazzling rays of light flashed, and Han Shuo swept forward amidst his sneer. The dozens of aliens surrounding him seemed to have been sliced by a sharp weapon at high speed. Their bodies that were dashing towards Han Shuo suddenly split into pieces. Some of the aliens still maintained their running motions, but their heads and half of their bodies suddenly flew out. The dozens of aliens turned into broken limbs in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it was because the demonic blades were swung too quickly by Han Shuo, or perhaps it was because the demonic blades were too sharp, but these aliens didn't even let out a scream. There wasn't even a hint of pain on their faces. In the blink of an eye, all of them had turned into broken limbs. as if an invisible sharp weapon was constantly whirling around Han Shuo as he dashed towards the center of the small island. The bodies of the aliens surrounding him strangely split into pieces. Not a single one of them could even get within 3 meters of Han Shuo. Lightning Sacred Magus Reynold, who had just released a large-scale lightning magic, had an ugly expression on his face. He said in a low voice, "What a terrifying kid. No wonder Bretel City dares to be so presumptuous." As soon as Reynolds' words fell, dense elements of lightning suddenly converged from all directions. Under the clear sky, hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts the size of an infant's arm intertwined in the air like dragons and snakes, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. All of them smashed towards the island at the center of the Great Lake. Han Shuo had finally experienced how frightening the magic of a sacred magus was. Hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts struck, as if a thunderstorm had fallen from the clear sky. The sky was filled with frightening lightning bolts of varying thicknesses. Although Reynolds' target was only the island at the center of the Great Lake, the area covered by the lightning omnipresent magic was obviously not limited to that. Under the intertwining of the lightning, the clear blue lake suddenly turned into a sea of electricity. The rumbling thunder completely shattered the tranquility of the Great Lake. Columns of water mixed with the power of lightning soared into the sky. These water columns were extremely turbid, having been blasted out from the deepest part of the lake by the lightning power. Strands of lightning power flooded the Great Lake. There were also some small fishes and shrimps that couldn't even be considered as magical beasts. All of them floated to the surface with their bellies turned white and dead. The outer perimeter was already so frightening. Naturally, the aliens on the island, who were the main target, were in an even more tragic state. Lightning bolts as thick as an infant's arm struck down densely, leaving almost no gaps between them. After the lightning power entered the bodies of the aliens, all of them collapsed with thick black smoke rising from their bodies. Under the attack of the lightning power, not a single one of the aliens with 3 horns or less survived. The 3-horned aliens were trembling uncontrollably. They should have suffered serious injuries. Only the 4-horned alien was unscathed. Their green eyes locked onto Statholm and Han Shuo, preparing to gang up on the two. Before the lightning bolts from the 4 5-horned alien leaders could approach them, they were already destroyed by the energy they emitted. They couldn't cause any injuries at all. Of the 4 alien leaders, 2 remained where they were, continuing to maintain the operation of the altar. The other 2 slowly rose into the air and gradually moved toward Statholm and Han Shuo. As the main attackers, Han Shuo and Statholm naturally wouldn't be affected by this kind of large-scale lightning magic. They continued to charge towards the altar with unstoppable momentum. The aliens with 1 or 2 horns on their heads didn't have any opportunity to attack Han Shuo and Statholm. Under the attacks of the 2, they could only be slaughtered. The aliens with 3 horns on their heads could already make use of their high speed and the defensive strength of their bodies to barely block the attacks of the 2. However, they still couldn't stop the 2 from charging forward. However, the aliens with 4 horns on their heads could already fly high in the sky. More than a dozen of these aliens separately surrounded Han Shuo and Statholm. Even the sharp longswords and weapons in Statholm's and Han Shuo's hands could only leave bloody marks on their bodies. They couldn't kill them as easily as before. Although the aliens with 4 horns on their heads were a bit weaker than the human sacred swordsmen, the difference wasn't too great. Even Han Shuo and Statholm were temporarily trapped by these terrifying aliens with 4 horns on their heads. What was even more frightening was that 2 of the alien leaders with 5 horns on their heads had already walked down from the altar. Han Shuo had long been aware of the strength of these 2 alien leaders. Their green eyes were cold and devoid of any human emotion. As they approached, a destructive aura began to madly converge on their bodies. "Elder Sister Tiana, we can start now." Suddenly, the old monster Statholm yelled loudly. Hold on for 2 minutes. We'll be done soon. Tiana's response came from an unknown distance away. Han Shuo could feel the temperature of the entire space rapidly cooling down. The great lake below, which had been raging just a moment ago, had actually turned into a thick layer of ice at some unknown time. Lightning and thunder still crashed down from the sky from time to time, but they couldn't break through the thick layer of ice. What was more shocking was that the surrounding temperature was still plummeting. There didn't seem to be a shred of warmth between heaven and earth other than a bone-chilling cold. Chapter 453. The moment the two five-horned aliens landed, Han Shuo immediately felt a heavy pressure bearing down on him. One of them soared into the air and flew towards Han Shuo. The 5 horns on his head shot out a cold, dark green light at the same time. From afar, the horns on his head looked like 5 emeralds. Before Han Shuo could react, he suddenly felt 5 mysterious forces fiercely stabbing into his divine sense. The 5 forces were like sharp awls, immediately bringing an indescribable pain to Han Shuo. It was as if his divine sense had suffered a heavy blow. The spinning demonic blades in Han Shuo's hands suddenly came to a halt. The 7 four-horned aliens who had been surrounding Han Shuo swiftly surrounded him. The horns on their heads also lit up with a dark green light. In an instant, 28 mysterious forces frantically surged into Han Shuo's divine sense. Within Han Shuo's divine sense, there were suddenly another 28 weaker soul attacks. A splitting headache. This was the most intuitive feeling. The intense pain even caused Han Shuo to temporarily feel dizzy and hallucinate. The mysterious soul attacks were very simple, but they brought a pain that felt like blades were twisting and turning in one's mind. Many years of cultivation in demonic arts had caused Han Shuo's pain tolerance to reach a perverse level. The demonic arts had caused Han Shuo's soul to evolve into a high-level divine sense. This allowed his divine sense to possess unimaginable tenacity and miraculousness. His daily frenzied tempering of his physical body and the unbearable pain torture caused the sudden burst of pain in his mind. The resulting dizziness only lasted for 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, the blood essence in his demonic infant suddenly boiled. Han Shuo's divine sense instantly obtained boundless power. Suddenly, the divine sense in his mind strangely disintegrated into thousands of strands. The attack on Han Shuo's divine sense suddenly lost its target. In the next moment, Han Shuo's divine sense that had been scattered into thousands of strands reassembled at the demonic infant. His divine sense reappeared. Sensing the reappearance of the divine sense, a total of 33 soul attacks reacted. However, before they could attack again, the divine sense that had fused with the demonic infant suddenly formed an extremely fierce suction force. The demonic art of assimilation began to circulate wildly, and the all-devouring attribute of a demonic cultivator began to surge wildly with the demonic infant as the foundation. All the attacks that were aimed at Han Shuo's divine sense didn't even have time to withdraw from Han Shuo's body before the 28 mysterious forces were all trapped by the suction force. Han Shuo's divine sense tightened. Like a whale sucking in water, the 28 soul-attacking forces all entered the demonic infant's small mouth. Before Han Shuo could cry out in joy, the 5 mysterious forces that had attacked Han Shuo's soul first seemed to have reacted 1 step ahead of him. Just as Han Shuo's divine sense returned to the demonic infant and formed the demonic art of assimilation, the 5 mysterious forces seemed to sense danger and flew out of Han Shuo's body ahead of time. Roar! Han Shuo let out a loud roar as he sensed the demonic infant analyzing and absorbing the new mysterious forces. The demonic blades in his hands began to spin again. By the time the 5 horns on the head of the foreign tribe leader shone brightly, the 7 four-horned foreign tribe experts had already charged over. Right now, there seemed to be a hint of fear in their icy green eyes as they stared at Han Shuo. The 4 horns on each of their heads seemed to have dimmed a little. Only the 5 horns on the head of the foreign tribe leader who had descended from the altar remained unchanged. It seemed that the 5 mysterious forces that had left Han Shua's body earlier had been retracted and returned to his body. Therefore, he wasn't affected at all. Before he reached the carnal realm, Han Shua understood that demonic arts that harmed others to benefit oneself had a miraculous effect of devouring. As Han Shua's realm increased, the demonic infant's ability to devour energy for its own became more and more obvious. However, perhaps because demonic cultivators belong to the extreme evil alignment, the demonic infant's devouring ability seemed to reject all energy of the god of light, including some positive energy, such as fighting aura. It seemed that the demonic infant was trying to preserve the pure evil energy within Han Shua's body. As for the chaotic negative energy that brought about evil and rage, no matter how strange and mysterious its origin, the demonic infant would always be able to miraculously absorb it once it entered the depths of Han Shua's body and convert it into the purest energy suitable for the demonic infant's growth and evolution. This was the case for the evil energy in Elizabeth's body, an energy in the body of the foreign tribe leader who was clearly not a benevolent being. Unknowingly, Han Shua realized that he was the great heretic of the evil alignment. All evil energy seemed to be at his disposal. I really am a bad person, and I'm a bad person who specializes in dealing with bad people, Han Shua thought self-deprecatingly. The demonic blades in his hands spun at high speed, and rays of light that were hard to see with the naked eye flashed past. Previously, Han Shua could only use the demonic blades to leave bloody marks on the bodies of the 4-horned foreign tribe members who were too close to him to retreat. However, Han Shua suddenly realized that under the rays of the demonic blades, the 7 foreign tribe experts around him were once again inflicted with wounds that were so deep that their bones could be seen. The green eyes of the 7 foreign tribe experts surrounding him turned from fear to dread. All of a sudden, the 7 foreign tribe experts moved away from Han Shua in unison. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and the foul green blood flowed endlessly. Han Shua was also stunned. He looked at the meter-long demonic blades with some astonishment. He couldn't understand why the demonic blades were suddenly able to inflict more damage on the 7 foreign tribe members. After thinking about it carefully, Han Shua realized that the only difference between this attack and the previous one was that the demon infant had absorbed the strange energy from the 7 foreign tribe members' soul attacks. Could it be because the demon infant had absorbed the 28 mysterious energies of the foreign tribe members? Without waiting for Han Shua to ponder deeply, the old monster Statholm's shout came from not far away. "Hey, big sister Tiana, can you hurry up?" Han Shua turned his head to look and suddenly discovered that Statholm's body was slithering like a snake among the foreign tribe members. The lily embroidered at the corner of his robe, which was holding a long sword, was stained with green blood. Statholm seemed to be a germaphobe, and he seemed extremely dissatisfied with the green blood splattered on the lily embroidery on his robe. As he slithered through the group of foreign tribe members, he brandished his sword and cut off the corner of his robe that was stained with green blood from time to time. At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't forget to keep his robe clean. Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, although Statholm seemed to be in a flurry, it was only because he was worried about the filth of the green-skinned foreign tribe members. After a careful look, Han Shua couldn't help but sigh at how experienced and powerful the old monster Statholm was. He didn't allow the 5-horned foreign tribe leader to get close to him. Instead, he circled around the 4-horned foreign tribe members that surrounded him, walking in a wondrous manner. From time to time, he would brandish his sword and strike, and a bloody hole would appear on the body of a foreign tribe member. The older, the wiser. This old monster is a cunning and seasoned opponent. Han Shua inwardly judged Statholm. All right. Tiana, the upper-class woman, who was hiding somewhere in the distance, shouted softly. Soon after, the bone-piercing coldness multiplied in the area. Strands of bone-piercing, cold air swam like long dragons. Even the four-horned foreign tribe members were immediately turned into ice sculptures when they were swept by the strands of cold air. Among them, four of the thickest cold air took shape in a flash and fiercely enveloped the 4 five-horned foreign tribe leaders on the island. 2 of them were on the altar, and the other 2 were below it. They were shrouded by 4 thick, bone-piercing cold air that Tiana had specially prepared for them. The 4 leaders, who were nearly a head taller than the average foreign tribe member, did not immediately turn into ice sculptures even under the 4 strands of cold air that could freeze space. However, they were still affected by the frightening cold air. Their bodies rapidly froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body of the foreign tribe leader that was chasing the old monster Statholm creaked as it flew at high speed. His speed slowed down little by little, until he became as slow as a snail. It was obvious that his bodily functions had been largely frozen by the absolute cold air. Tiana unleashed a spell, and the world turned into a world of ice. The entire lake was completely frozen. The cold wind, the air, and the human figures seemed to all come to a standstill. Apart from the old monster Statholm and Han Shoa, there was not a single living human figure, wind, or air. Han Shoa shuddered as well. He cursed inwardly, "It's so damn cold." Looking at the 5-horned foreign tribe member in front of him, who was slowly twisting his body like a robot, Han Shoa could finally be sure that Tiana was a water divine magus. Otherwise, the bone-piercing cold air would not have been able to freeze this demigod-level foreign tribe member. "Now, go get the thing." A loud shout suddenly came from Tiana's mouth. Her voice was mixed with a hint of unconcealable excitement. The origin crystal of water. Even though this water divine magus had lived for an unknown number of years and had hidden in the shadows of the continent for an unknown number of years, it still held an irresistible allure for her. "Go," the old monster Statholm roared. A new set of silver-gray robes embroidered with lilies replaced his original tattered robes. His eyes were filled with fervor as he stared at the orb that was endlessly circulating with a light of fighting aura. His body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Han Shoa was not to be left behind. For the first time, he unleashed the art of the demonic ninth heavens at full force. Renaud and Tiana could not see his flight trajectory at all. When he reached the top of the altar, the illusory figure that was originally standing below the altar had yet to disappear from their eyes. Chapter 454. When Han Shoa and Statholm, the old monster, arrived at the top of the altar, they stretched out their hands towards the 12 spheres propped up by the tentacles without any hesitation. Naturally, Statholm, the old monster, first grabbed the sphere, sparkling with the light of fighting aura. Han Shoa had long since set his sights on the sphere emitting the pure element of death. His body also happened to land in that area. As he stretched out his hand, the 1-meter-long fingernails of the demonic blades mysteriously shrank and disappeared. Just as Han Shoa's hand was about to land on the sphere, a sudden change occurred. The 12 tentacles that had been motionless all this time suddenly began to wriggle wildly. Han Shoa's outstretched hand actually missed. Statholm cried out in surprise. His body suddenly spun at high speed, staring straight at the fighting aura sphere. His 2 hands turned into phantoms as he stared fixedly at the sphere. The 12 tendon-like tentacles wriggled like monsters. Thick green mist suddenly emerged from the center of the altar and spread to all corners of the island in a flash. Han Shoa shuddered. He suddenly had an extremely uneasy feeling. At the same time, the green skin of the 4 pent-horned aliens that had been frozen by Tiana's frigid aura made popping noises under the green mist. Their stiff bodies began to tremble with creaking noises. Their sluggish movements became faster and faster. The green eyes of the 2 alien leaders on the altar shone with cold light as they respectively stared at Han Shoa and Statholm. "Quick, they've broken the seal." Tiana's voice was extremely anxious as she suddenly shouted from afar. Han Shuo was dumbfounded. His demonic yuan immediately circulated at the fastest speed he had ever circulated in his life. Just as the alien with the python tail on the altar was charging over, Han Shuo suddenly let out a loud cry. The 12 mystical demons that had been lurking in the surroundings in a state of nothingness suddenly solidified. Each and every one of them let out ferocious and terrifying shrieks as they lunged at the 12 spheres. Han Shuo didn't pay any attention to the alien who was shooting towards him at high speed. He raised his speed to the maximum and stared at the orb that was overflowing with pure death element. Vaguely, Han Shuo had a bad feeling. Although he was confident in the speed of the 12 mystical demons, the altar that was giving off a strange smell and the green mist that was suddenly spewing out made Han Shuo's heart palpitate. Therefore, he did not place all his hopes on the 12 mystical demons. His main body also acted without hesitation. Buzz! All of a sudden, an extremely frightening howl came from the mouth at the center of the altar, which was filled with viscous liquid. A chill that made people's hair stand on end instantly spread across the entire area. This sharp, sword-like howl carried an indestructible soul attack. Compared to the soul attack of the 5-horned alien leader, this one was more than 10 times more powerful. Han Shuo's consciousness was struck before it could completely disperse. The piercing pain exceeded any pain that Han Shuo had experienced over the years. The unbearable pain in his consciousness caused Han Shuo to immediately feel dizzy. In an instant, Han Shuo's mind was filled with illusions and his limbs were cold and powerless. With his consciousness severely injured, Han Shuo's body involuntarily plummeted from the sky. All of a sudden, Han Shuo, whose mind was filled with illusions, suddenly felt 12 kinds of light, stabbing pain in his consciousness at the same time. Of course, compared to the stabbing pain from the previous howl, this kind of pain was practically negligible. However, it was precisely because of these 12 stabbing pains in his consciousness that Han Shuo, who had been dazed and hallucinated by the howl aimed at him, suddenly woke up. His body no longer helplessly plummeted. In the next moment, Han Shuo understood that the 12 mystical demons he had painstakingly refined had all been annihilated. Even Han Shuo's consciousness would suffer heavy damage from the frightening howl mixed with the power of the soul attack. Naturally, the 12 mystical demons refined from his blood essence would not be able to escape this calamity. Having regained consciousness, Han Shuo hastily stopped his body. Suddenly, Han Shuo discovered that there were 3 spheres emitting different kinds of energy beside him. An origin crystal of the pure element of death, an origin crystal of the pure element of darkness, and a sphere brimming with the energy of destruction. Perhaps it was because the 3 spheres were treasures that only evil experts would willingly possess. They had been staying together all this time. When that dreadful howl sounded, the 12 muscles that were madly twisting stopped moving. Although Han Shuo's consciousness had suffered a heavy blow and was on the verge of collapsing, he still managed to arrive in front of the 3 spheres by sheer willpower. Of course, the 12 mystical demons also played a part in this. If the death of the 12 mystical demons had not reflected the pain to him, the host, he most likely would have involuntarily fallen into the disgusting mouth at the center of the altar. Without any hesitation, Han Shuo forcefully endured the discomfort in his head and took out the demon's lair edge that was still in hibernation. He used the sharpness of the demon's lair edge to cut off the 3 flesh tendons. The space ring flashed, and the flesh tendons, holding the 3 spheres, all fell into the ring. Only after the 3 spheres were successfully collected did Han Shuo feel a little better from the pain of losing 12 mystical demons. With a quick glance, Han Shuo saw an origin crystal of fire 10 meters away from him. Just as he was about to make a move to collect it, he suddenly heard the old monster Statholm yell, "Run!" This loud yell from the old monster Statholm was specifically directed at Han Shuo. Han Shuo immediately turned his head to look at the old monster Statholm. He suddenly discovered that the old monster's silver-gray robe was already covered in fresh blood. The color of the blood was dark red. Blood flowed continuously from his 7 orifices. It seemed that the fresh blood on the new robe obviously came from the old monster himself. Statholm's devilishly handsome demeanor was nowhere to be seen. His sorry state caused Han Shuo to feel somewhat apprehensive. He didn't even bother to clean up the fresh blood on his body. He only stared at the disgusting mouth that had been continuously throwing magical beast cores and hearts into it. Following Statholm's line of sight, Han Shuo couldn't help but look down. He saw a large green head covered in sticky pus slowly squeezing out of the disgusting mouth. Han Shuo could tell that this was the head of another green-skinned alien. This head was even larger than the 4 alien leaders. Most importantly, there were 6 sharp horns on his head. Aliens with only 5 horns already possessed terrifying strength comparable to demigods. Han Shuo didn't dare to imagine just how frightening the strength of this alien with 6 horns on his head would be. Even with Han Shuo's consciousness, he couldn't even sense the existence of this alien who had emerged. Based on Han Shuo's understanding of demonic arts, he was certain that this alien's strength far exceeded anyone in this area. No wonder the old monster Statholm was so afraid to leave. This alien that was about to emerge most likely had the strength of a true god. Go! This loud yell came from Tiana. When Tiana's voice rang out, Han Shuo had already sensed that she was about to take action. Her aura was getting farther and farther away from this area. Go! The old monster yelled again. He turned a blind eye to the remaining origin crystals around him and flew away at a speed even faster than he had rushed over. Even with his heavily injured body, he was still able to display a speed even faster than when he had come. This was enough to show that he had overdrawn his strength to escape. My origin crystal of thunder! Reynolds' anguished and unwilling cry came from afar. He was jumping madly in the void, but Stratholm the old monster did not stop even for a moment because of him. Stratholm the old monster came to help him collect the origin crystal of thunder that was not far from him. At this point, Han Shuo didn't hesitate at all. When the old monster Statholm made his move, Han Shuo also gathered all the strength in his body to escape. Finally, he turned his head to look regretfully at the remaining spheres. There were a total of 12 spheres. Han Shuo had obtained 3, while the other 2 spheres brimming with fighting aura and pure water element had disappeared. They should have been successfully collected by the old monster Statholm. The remaining 7 spheres, including the origin crystal of thunder, remained motionless. However, neither the old monster Statholm nor Han Shuo dared to stay and collect them. The 4 5-horned aliens were gathered at the place where the terrifying 6-horned alien had torn open the giant mouth. Strangely, they didn't chase after Han Shuo and Statholm. Instead, they joined forces to tear open the giant mouth and help the most terrifying 6-horned alien break free. My origin crystal! Thunder Sacred Magus Reynold of the Brute Merchant Alliance stared fixedly at the origin crystal of thunder in the distance, jumping up and yelling loudly, "If you don't go, you'll die here!" The old monster Statholm vomited blood and came to Reynolds' side. After saying these words, he fled in a panic, as if he didn't look at Reynolds again. My origin crystal! Reynolds suddenly stopped jumping up and down. However, he seemed to have turned silly as he stared blankly at the origin crystal emitting pure energy in the distance, muttering to himself. Han Shuo crossed the distance of 1,000 meters and arrived beside Reynolds like lightning. Looking at the dumbfounded Reynolds, Han Shuo didn't say a word and quickly followed behind Statholm. Reynolds was the Thunder Sacred Magus of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Han Shuo had the least favorable impression of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Reynolds, who had always liked to meddle in the affairs of the Brute Merchant Alliance, might have even secretly attacked Bretel City before. In the future, he would definitely be Han Shuo's enemy. Naturally, Han Shuo wouldn't care whether he lived or died. Chapter 455. Very soon, Han Shua caught up from behind and caught up with Statholm the Old Monster and the Water Divine, Magus Tiana. Just as the three of them reached the area where the defense had been penetrated, an incomparably terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire space. A heavy, suffocating pressure immediately appeared. Han Shua and the other two exchanged horrified looks. Suddenly, Statholm the Old Monster yelled, "Oh no, he's coming out!" Han Shua and Tiana both understood who the Old Monster was talking about. Tiana's graceful and calm expression changed. She hastily extended her hand and pressed it against the space protected by the strange power. An icicle sparkling with cold light suddenly condensed in the palm of her hand. The dense water element within it was extremely frightening. She casually pierced it into the space of the defense. Creak! The icicle, condensed by the Water Divine, Magus felt as if it had stabbed into the hardest iron and stone in the world. The icicle rapidly shattered from head to tail. The hearts of the three suddenly sank. Old Monster Statholm the Old Monster hastily asked, "Big Sister Tiana, what's wrong?" "The power has increased. I can't break through this defense." Tiana's voice carried a hint of panic. Her charming face turned somewhat ugly. Old Monster Statholm's eyebrows shot up violently. He had been holding the long sword in his hand and had never put away his space ring. His colorless and formless fighting aura suddenly burst forth with an invincible aura. A dazzling white light flashed. Clang! Statholm's attack, which had gathered the rest of his strength to bombard the defensive space, also felt as if he had bombarded an unshakable iron and stone. Old Monster Statholm's right arm trembled slightly as he retracted it. His face was aghast as he shouted in a panicked voice, "I can't break through it either!" One of them used a magical attack, while the other used a physical attack. Both were to no avail. "That guy has come out. He's strengthened his defense. I'm afraid we can't break through this defense," Han Shua said in a low voice as he looked at the two panicking demigod experts. He understood that the six-horned alien must have exerted his strength. Buzz, a strange whistling sound rang out from afar. It was different from the soul attack that was used against Han Shua. This whistling sound had a strange effect, as though it could tear the sky apart. Ripples appeared in the sky, and colorful cracks appeared in the void. Statholm, the Old Monster, and Tiana looked at each other and gasped at the same time. They stared at the colorful cracks in the void, their faces ugly to the extreme. Statholm, who had just taken out a scroll, looked at Tiana, wanting to cry but having no tears to shed. He said, "The space undulations are too violent. There's no way to release space magic scrolls. This bastard has cut off all our hopes of escaping." At this point, even Tiana was at her wit's end. She shook her head and sighed, saying, "It looks like we're going to die here. Statholm, I'm the one who got you into trouble this time. Who would have thought that an even more terrifying guy would show up?" Given the strength of the two demigods, they had no way to break through the defense shrouding the area with their own strength. They could only use the space magic scrolls, which were the best at preserving their lives, to tear through space and escape. However, the appearance of the sharp whistling sound caused the space to crack. Space magic scrolls were completely useless in the chaotic space. To them, there was indeed no hope of escaping. "I'll do it." Han Shua, who had been quiet all along but had maintained his calm, suddenly said. The reason why Han Shua had maintained a calm expression and mood from beginning to end was that Han Shua still had a trump card. The two demigod experts' gazes instantly landed on Han Shua. The Old Monster was dumbfounded and said, You have a way?" Without answering, Han Shua chanted an incantation, and the simple-looking Earth elite zombie suddenly appeared. The Old Monster, Statholm, and Tiana suddenly looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with doubt, as though they had no idea what such a low-level zombie warrior could do at this time. However, something astonishing suddenly happened right under their noses. They saw the rather simple and honest zombie warrior suddenly melt into the earth as soon as he landed. The hard earth seemed to have no hindrance to him at all. His body rapidly disappeared. In this world, although Earth Magi could utilize the energy of the earth, they could only utilize it for attack or defense. They couldn't be like the Earth Elite Zombie, who was the darling of the earth, who could subtly utilize the energy of the earth to travel as he pleased. Therefore, when the Earth Elite Zombie's body sank into the depths of the earth like water, the two divine priests could only stare blankly at the unbelievable reality placed before them. They were unable to accept the absurdity of the situation, which caused them to be momentarily absent-minded. "Let's go." Han Shuo, who had already entered the depths of the tunnel, softly shouted at the two demigods. The two demigod existences, originally dumbfounded expressions, were suddenly replaced by wild joy. They looked at each other and hastily leaped into the tunnel that the Earth Elite Zombie had opened up. "Save! Save me!" Just as the three descended into the depths of the earth, lightning sacred Magus Reynolds' cries sounded from afar. His voice was filled with fear, as though he was rushing towards them at high speed. A heavy, suffocating pressure rapidly approached them from afar. Han Shuo, Tiana, and Tiana, who had just entered the tunnel, immediately understood what had happened. The six-horned alien had come out, and Reynolds was fleeing in their direction at high speed. He was probably being pursued by the alien experts. Han Shuo glanced at Statholm and Tiana, and discovered that the two were simultaneously creasing their brows, but with an extremely tacit understanding they maintained their silence. Reynolds had been abandoned by the two. Han Shuo immediately understood. Naturally, Han Shuo knew what to do. He gave an order to the Earth Elite Zombie. The hole above the tunnel that the three had just entered was slowly sealed up by a thick layer of earth. When Stratholm the old monster and Tiana saw the last ray of light vanish above their heads, they breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It was as though a boulder had been lifted from their hearts, and their faces relaxed somewhat. In the darkness, Han Shuo could clearly see their expressions and gained a deeper understanding of human nature. Every man for himself, and heaven and earth destroy. Thank you, Brian. You are a miraculous young man. Statholm the old monster, who was following behind Han Shuo, suddenly said, "You're welcome. We're companions. It's what I should do." Han Shuo immediately replied in the darkness, but in his heart he didn't think much of it. The reason why Han Shuo had brought the other two into the tunnel was because he couldn't be sure whether they would encounter even more terrifying dangers later on. Vaguely, Han Shuo could feel that it wouldn't be so easy to escape this time. With these two seasoned fellows by his side, the three of them might have a higher chance of escaping. That was why he selflessly brought them along. This time, Han Shuo and the other two had all obtained what they needed. Their strengths weren't too far apart, so they had a higher chance of escaping if they gathered together. As for Reynolds, his strength was a whole lot lower than the other three. He was no longer of any use at this time, so it was only natural that he would be abandoned. "Big Sister Tiana, here's your origin crystal of water." Statholm took out a ruby. As soon as the ruby was taken out, a faint, gentle red light appeared in the darkness. Statholm used the red light to pass the orb to Tiana. Turning his head to look behind him, Han Shuo saw an irrepressible excitement on Tiana's face. Her hand trembled as she held the orb. Her eyes sparkled as she murmured, "Origin crystal. I have an origin crystal." It would take some time to absorb the origin crystal. Although the three of them had all obtained what they needed during their escape, none of them had fused their souls with the origin crystal. Tiana had lived for who knew how many years. When the origin crystal fell into her space ring, the long years quickly calmed her excited emotions. She took a deep breath and looked at Han Shuo, who was leading the way. She asked, "How much longer until we can get out?" "Very soon, but I'm sure you can feel it too. Even in the depths of this earth, You can still feel that heavy pressure. I don't think we're truly safe yet. Han Shuo replied. Just 2 minutes after Han Shuo said those words, Earth Elite Zombie had already broken through the earth. A glaring light emerged from a hole in front of them. Shortly after, the three leapt out of the tunnel. Han Shuo looked around. Before he could clearly see where he was, his consciousness suddenly felt as though it was being locked on. It was an extremely bad feeling. Han Shuo immediately cried out in alarm. He knows where we are! Although Statholm, the old monster, and Tiana didn't have as sensitive a perception as Han Shuo's consciousness, the suffocating pressure that had been enveloping them all along had yet to disappear. This made them immediately realize that what Han Shuo said was true. Follow me, we'll talk as we go, Tiana hastily called out. The water vapor around her began to turn hazy again as she flew into the distance. Han Shuo and Statholm followed closely behind. That six-horned tribal king of the soul race has locked onto our souls. As long as we are on Profound Continent, he will be able to find us. Their race is born with an extraordinary understanding of the soul. I'm sure you've experienced it yourself. There's no way we can break free from his soul lock, Tiana said to Han Shuo and Statholm, the old monster, as they ran. Soul race? What race is that? How come I've never heard of it? Han Shuo furrowed his brows. He maintained the same speed as the other two and hastily asked. It's not a race from Profound Continent. However, they once appeared on Profound Continent a few thousand years ago. Then, they mysteriously vanished and have never appeared again. As for why they would appear in Tarag Canyon this time, I have no idea either. I learned some things about this race by accident from an ancient scroll. I have no way of knowing the specific secrets from thousands of years ago. It was from their appearance that I guessed they were soul race, Tiana explained to Han Shuo. As Tiana spoke, her bright eyes flickered for a moment. Han Shuo had a feeling that Tiana should know more about the soul race than this. However, since Tiana didn't say it explicitly, Han Shuo didn't press further. Big sister Tiana, could it be that this six-horned tribal king of the soul race has recognized our souls? Is there really nothing we can do but wait for him to find us and kill us? Statholm, the old monster, was most concerned about his own safety and immediately asked about the main point. That's not it either. We now have the origin crystal in our hands. As long as we fuse it with our souls and form a soul of element, even this six-horned tribal king of the soul race won't be able to sense the location of our souls. Once the soul of element is formed, we will fuse with the omnipresent elements between heaven and earth. Naturally, he won't be able to find us, Tiana explained. However, to fuse the origin crystal into the soul, the time required is not something that can be done overnight. During this time, he can absolutely locate us according to the location of our souls and kill us one by one. What should we do? Statholm forced a smile. He had the regret of obtaining a treasure but not being able to enjoy it. Han Shuo's heart jolted. He recalled that he could use the skeletal staff to descend his consciousness into the netherworld. Separated by an infinite distance of material planes, no matter how remarkable this six-horned tribal king of the soul race was, he most likely wouldn't be able to sense the location of his consciousness. In this way, Han Shuo could completely fuse the origin crystal in the netherworld first and avoid the pursuit of this terrifying existence. This was the safest method. Besides, Han Shuo's consciousness was different from Tiana Statholm's soul. When one's demonic arts reached a certain realm, the soul would evolve into an incomparably marvelous consciousness. Han Shuo believed that as long as he was given a bit of time, his consciousness would absolutely be able to find a way to break away from the six-horned soul race's detection. Han Shuo felt relieved when he thought of this. However, Han Shuo was still very curious about this soul race. He was not in a hurry to leave, but stayed here to continue listening to the conversation between Tiana and Statholm, the old monster. We still have another way. Tiana had a strange look on her face as she glanced at Statholm, the old monster, mid-flight. "What is it?" the old monster asked hastily, his expression shaken. By utilizing the convenience of the transportation matrices of various nations, we can be a bit faster than them. If we can bring them to a place where they have the strength to contend with them and have them fight against those terrifying existences on Profound Continent, perhaps we will have a chance to escape with our lives, Tiana said to Statholm after hesitating for a moment. The old monster's eyes abruptly lit up. He immediately understood Tiana's meaning and said, "The existences on Profound Continent that can contend against that six-horned soul race can be counted on one hand. Moreover, most of them don't have a fixed residence. The only ones with a fixed location are the headquarters of the Church of Light and the Calamity Church." Han Shuo, who was about to leave, was startled at first, but soon after he decisively said, "The Church of Light it is then." Tiana and Statholm, the old monster, both had strange expressions on their faces. The two exchanged glances and remained silent for a while. In the end, they silently nodded their heads, agreeing to Han Shuo's proposal. The Church of Light, which had always exterminated heretics to the last man, had such an obviously evil race appear in their headquarters. Han Shuo believed that something interesting would happen. Chapter 456. After coming to a decision, the three shared the same goal and began their grand escape plan. Having lost his 12 mystical demons, Han Shuo's consciousness could sense all kinds of life energy within a certain range. However, he couldn't probe every nook and cranny as clearly as the mystical demons could. Fortunately, Tiana and the old monster were more familiar with this place. Han Shuo only needed to follow behind them. Along the way, Tiana and the old monster Statholm did not engage in any meaningful conversation. Han Shuo was also unable to obtain too much useful information. Since the two were unwilling to speak, Han Shuo naturally couldn't force them. However, he secretly had a plan in mind. The entire Profound Continent was vast, with numerous countries, mountains, and seas. Apart from humans, all kinds of races could be found everywhere. No one knew exactly how many strange and extraordinary people there were on this continent. However, from the previous conversation between Tiana and Statholm, Han Shuo was almost certain that even Tiana and Statholm, who possessed demigod strength, weren't the strongest existences on the Profound Continent. However, from what they said, Han Shuo also learned that there were only a few existences on the entire Profound Continent who were more frightening than them. Thinking about it, Han Shuo had never even heard of some demigod existences. Naturally, Han Shuo had no way of knowing more frightening existences. As the two most powerful religious organizations on the continent, the Church of Light and the Calamity Church were able to spread their influence to every region of the continent. This was enough to show how powerful they were on the Profound Continent. For these two religious organizations to be able to stand tall on the Profound Continent for 1,000 years without falling, it was likely that no one would believe that they didn't have any experts. It was reasonable for existences more powerful than Tiana and Statholm to be at the headquarters of these two churches. Elder Sister Tiana, no matter how I think about it, I still feel that it's a little inappropriate. When we arrive at the headquarters of the Church of Light in Odin Empire, we will certainly bring immeasurable losses to the Church of Light. After that, the Church of Light will certainly not let us off. What should we do? When they arrived at a brute merchant alliance city called Tujba, the three slowed down and landed. Old Monster Statholm asked Tiana, "There's nothing we can do. The Church of Light is quite close to here. Besides, the Church of Light has always been benevolent. I think they'll forgive us." She thought for a moment, then added, "Don't worry too much. The protector at the Church of Light's headquarters basically won't leave the headquarters. As long as we leave early after this, there shouldn't be any problems." "I'm relieved to hear that." Statholm, the old monster, nodded as if he had understood something. It was unknown if he was relieved that the benevolent Church of Light would not attack them, or that the protector of the Church of Light would not be able to leave the headquarters. Tujba City was not far from Tarik City. It was also a large city belonging to the Brute Merchant Alliance. The three of them quickly arrived at the teleportation array in Tujba City. Han Shuo frowned and said, "What do we do? Restrain the guards and force us to use the teleportation array?" The teleportation arrays of every country were not accessible to ordinary people. Only special people with clear identities could use these teleportation arrays that ordinary people could not use even if they had the money. No need. Stratholme, the old monster, smiled calmly. At some point in time, a sign appeared in his hand. He swaggered over to the person in charge of the magical transportation matrix, flashed the sign at them, and said, "We're going to Thea City." The person in charge of the Brute Merchant Alliance did not say a word. He respectfully opened the teleportation array and let the three of them enter. A white light flashed, and the three of them appeared in Thea City of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Stratholme, the old monster, who had lived for God knows how many years, had seen the rise and fall of every country. It was not surprising that he had some trump cards that allowed him to move unhindered across every country. After arriving at Thea City, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief and continued flying towards Odin Empire. Thea City of the Brute Merchant Alliance was the city closest to Odin Empire. The teleportation arrays of any two countries would not connect. The three of them had no choice but to continue flying. Fortunately, the three of them had temporarily shaken off the six-horned tribal king of the soul race by using the teleportation array. They were no longer as nervous and anxious as before. The three of them possessed demigod strength and could fly extremely fast. In less than half a day, they had entered the most powerful empire on profound continent, Odin Empire. After arriving at Odin Empire, Stratholme, the old monster, took out another token that represented a different identity and continued to use the teleportation array in Odin Empire without any hindrance. After 3 consecutive long-distance teleportations, the three of them finally appeared in the city, closest to the headquarters of the Church of Light. This was a city named Sandro City in Odin Empire. After the three of them walked out from the teleportation array, they could see many temple knights and light priests of the Church of Light walking past them from time to time. The Church of Light had enormous influence in Odin Empire. This city closest to the sacred mountain of the Church of Light was jointly managed by the believers of both Odin Empire and the Church of Light. At a glance, Han Shuo discovered that the buildings here gave off a strong religious atmosphere. Churches of the Church of Light could be seen everywhere. The vast majority of the residents living in Sandro City were devout believers of the Church of Light. Many believers of the Church of Light on profound continent would travel thousands of miles to live in this city. They believed that this city was closest to the God of Light and could allow them to listen to the teachings of the God of Light at a closer distance. All right, that fellow will need at least a day to catch up to us. We can make use of this time to rest for a while. I have just sustained some serious injuries. Fortunately, we left in time, or else I would have been stuck there forever. Stratholme said to Han Shuo and Han Shuo after walking out from the teleportation array. All right, let's find a place to rest first. Han Shuo immediately agreed. His consciousness had similarly sustained heavy injuries. In a day's time, that terrifying soul race tribesman would most likely be able to catch up to them. On top of that, this place was the headquarters of the Church of Light. Once Han Shuo's identity was exposed, the Church of Light would definitely not let him off. The more strength he could recover, the better his chances of escaping would be. The trio did not say anything further. Han Shuo concealed the aura on his body. Soon after, the trio found a remote inn and asked for 3 rooms that were right next to each other. The 6-horned tribal king of the soul race had memorized their souls. At present, the 3 were in the same boat and had a common enemy. However, Han Shuo was still very cautious. As soon as he entered his room, he deployed a demonic formation. As long as there was the slightest disturbance in the surroundings, Han Shuo would be able to react immediately. After everything was in place, Han Shuo sat cross-legged and began to activate the blood essence in his demonic infant to repair his severely damaged consciousness. The six-horned tribal king let out a shrill howl. Han Shuo's consciousness was in agony as though it was being scraped by thousands of sharp knives. Had it not been for Han Shuo's timely reaction to immediately divide his consciousness into thousands of strands and conceal it, it was very likely that his consciousness would have been directly destroyed. However, as long as his consciousness was not destroyed, he could use the blood essence in his demonic infant to activate the demonic yuan and reassemble his disintegrated consciousness. On the way to Sandro City, Han Shuo had already begun to do so. Now that he had calmed his mind and focused all his attention on activating his blood essence, the speed at which his consciousness recovered immediately increased. The soul consisted of 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls were the heaven soul, earth soul, and life soul, while the 7 spirits were the heaven soul, earth soul, and life soul. The first spirit was the heaven soul, the second spirit was the wisdom soul, the third spirit was the chi soul, the fourth spirit was the strength soul, the fifth spirit was the core, the sixth spirit was the essence, and the seventh spirit was the heroism. Among them, the 7 spirits were hidden within the body. As long as the 3 souls were not destroyed, the 7 spirits could be reassembled. The soul commonly referred to the 3 souls, heaven, earth, and life. Among the 3 souls, the life soul was the most important. As long as the life soul did not disperse, the soul would not disappear between heaven and earth. Han Shuo's demonic arts allowed the 3 souls, heaven, earth, and life, to fuse into one and form his consciousness. Not only did his consciousness possess marvelous abilities, but it could also be divided into thousands of strands and hidden within the 7 spirits. When the 6-horned tribal king launched a soul attack, Han Shuo's consciousness instantly separated and hid within the 7 spirits, thus escaping the calamity. An ordinary person's 3 souls needed to be attached to the 7 spirits to survive. In other words, once the physical body was destroyed, the 3 souls would cease to exist between heaven and earth. However, Han Shuo's consciousness did not have this limitation. Even if his physical body was pulverized and his 7 spirits were completely destroyed, his consciousness could still wander out and choose a new body to be reborn in. However, if he wanted to regain his original strength, he would have to spend another 100 years to refine his physical body. However, although the consciousness could not be destroyed even if the physical body was destroyed, it would still require the energy of the 7 spirits to recover once it was injured. Fortunately, the energy of the 7 spirits was hidden within the 7 chakras of the body, and demonic cultivators had top-notch control over their bodies. Using his blood essence to activate the demonic yuan, Han Shuo's consciousness unceasingly activated the energy of the 7 spirits within the 7 chakras. Strands of the energy of the 7 spirits fused into his consciousness, recovering his injured consciousness little by little. Under Han Shuo's all-out effort, the recovery process of his consciousness did not take up too much time. After the demonic infant consumed a dozen or so drops of blood essence, the energy of the 7 spirits was absorbed by his consciousness. With the replenishment of energy, the heavily injured Han Shuo's consciousness had completely recovered. When a demonic cultivator's consciousness was injured, as long as the physical body and demonic infant were not destroyed, it would not be difficult for them to recover. However, if the physical body and demonic infant were completely destroyed, the consciousness would have to choose a new physical body and spend several decades or even several 100 years to cultivate the new body into a demonic infant. Only then would the damaged consciousness be able to recover. As soon as his consciousness was restored, Han Shuo immediately woke up from his meditative state. His enormous consciousness abruptly spread out to spy on the situation in Sandro City. Chapter 457. Under the perception of Han Shuo's consciousness, Sandro City could be sensed by Han Shuo as long as the creature's strength was not higher than Han Shuo's. This was indeed the city closest to the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Under the perception of Han Shuo's consciousness, there were believers of the Church of Light everywhere who carried divine energy. The entire Sandro city was filled with churches and numerous magical towers. A solemn and sacred energy filled every corner of the city. Wherever his consciousness passed, Han Shuo could sense experts appearing one after another. Han Shuo sensed the existence of a light, sacred magus in Sandro city. Apart from this light, sacred magus, all kinds of believers of the Church of Light could be found in every corner of the city. Among them, experts with profound strength could be found everywhere. As Han Shuo was slowly expanding his perception, he suddenly sensed a ripple-like divine energy coming from the sacred mountain of the Church of Light not far away from Sandro city. This divine energy that made one want to kneel and worship, it made one feel calm and willing to submit to it. Under the influence of this divine energy, even Han Shuo, who was brimming with killing intent, felt as though he had laid down his butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Indistinctly, a kind of energy that penetrated deep into one's soul also followed. This energy that penetrated deep into one's soul carried some kind of intense, bewitching power, making one feel as though they would forever kneel on the ground. Humph! Han Shuo let out a light snort. Shortly after, he withdrew his consciousness that was spying on Sandro city, concealing the aura on his body. The divine energy coming from the sacred mountain of the Church of Light might have the effect of enhancing the divine energy of some devout believers of light. However, to ordinary people, this divine energy carried an intense, bewitching power, inducing them to throw themselves into the embrace of the Church of Light and treat the God of Light as their religion. As a heretic that the Church of Light was trying its best to eradicate, Han Shuo clearly understood what the bewitching power of this divine energy meant to the ordinary people. The Church of Light's actions were obviously not as open and above board as they flaunted. After withdrawing their consciousness, the suffocating pressure that had been shrouding their bodies all along did not disappear. Starting from Tarag Canyon, the trio had traversed many cities along the way. However, the soul lock from the six-horned tribal king of the soul race never disappeared. By now, this suffocating pressure was growing stronger and stronger. Han Shuo could sense the soul race approaching rapidly. Ding! A crisp sound entered his ears. This was the warning sound of the demonic array. Only Han Shuo could hear it. Brian! The low voice came from the old monster, Statholm. From the sound of the old monster's voice, his body should have recovered a little. He's here. Han Shuo answered, and promptly removed the demonic formations around him. He opened the door and saw Statholm and Tiana standing outside. He's coming. There was an unconcealable worry on the old monster's face. Even though he was prepared, the old monster was still worried that the future would not be optimistic when facing this terrifying six-horned tribal king. We need to get to the vicinity of the Church of Light's sacred mountain at once. When he's about to arrive, we will immediately break into the sacred mountain of the Church of Light and let the six-horned tribal king appear on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Only when the two of them are mutually wounded will we have a chance. Tiana was still as graceful and elegant as ever. It was just that her expression was grave, indicating that she was just like the old monster, Statholm, full of worries. Very well, let's go, Han Shuo answered without hesitation. The old monster, Statholm, and Tiana said no more. With Tiana leading the way, the trio quietly left Sandro city. The sacred mountain of the Church of Light pierced the clouds. When the trio arrived at the foot of the mountain, they raised their heads and gazed at the sacred mountain of the Church of Light that seemed to have pierced through the blue dome of heaven. A feeling of tranquility and peace spontaneously welled up in their hearts. This sacred mountain is 9,763 meters tall. On top of the sacred mountain lies the City of Light, which is protected by the most powerful experts of the Church of Light. We can first lurk halfway up the sacred mountain. When that six-horned tribal king is about to arrive, we will immediately rush to the peak of the sacred mountain. Tiana seemed to be very familiar with the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, she looked up at the sacred mountain and explained to Han Shuo and Statholm. Han Shuo and the old monster nodded at the same time. Tiana said no more. Seeing that the two understood, she led them and flew halfway up the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Follow me. Let's find a place where we can hide first. There are many experts of the Church of Light on the sacred mountain. There are two people who have the same strength as us, a light divine magus and a divine knight. In addition, there's that ancient saintess who has lived for who knows how long. Only if our whereabouts are exposed, perhaps we will be finished off by the Church of Light before the six-horned tribal king arrives. Tiana explained to Han Shuo and the old monster as they flew toward the sacred mountain. All three of them were extremely powerful demigod existences. Even though the sacred mountain was more than 9,000 meters in height, the trio was able to reach halfway up the mountain in an extremely short amount of time. When they arrived at the headquarters of the Church of Light, Han Shuo withdrew his consciousness and merely used his eyes to size up everything around him. As far as his eyes could see, Han Shuo discovered that starting from the foot of the mountain, the sacred mountain was filled with the buildings of the Church of Light. Many of the Church of Light's followers lived on this majestic mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, Han Shuo saw many buildings. Tens of thousands of the Church of Light's followers lived on this sacred mountain. This way! Tiana shouted softly and led the two towards a precipitous cliff that jutted out halfway up the sacred mountain. This cliff jutted out from the mountainside, and behind it was a pitch-black cave. After Tiana landed on the cliff with Han Shuo and the old monster, they walked straight towards the pitch-black cave. As soon as they entered the cave, Han Shuo discovered that this pitch-black cave was not as gloomy as it appeared from the outside. On the contrary, there were a few magical lamps inside. The cave was extremely wide and was obviously artificially excavated. Elder sister Tiana, you've been here before? Old Monster Statholm said to Tiana in astonishment as soon as they entered. No, but I feel like there's no one living here. All right, we'll stay here for a while. I'll first release a spell to form a boundary to block our aura. Tiana replied casually. Han Shuo and Statholm did not ask any further. They watched as Tiana stood at the entrance of the only cave, took out her azure magic staff, and slowly chanted a magical incantation. Suddenly, just as Tiana finished her incantation, her body abruptly flew out of the only cave like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the incantation finally fell from her mouth. Extremely dense water elements instantly enveloped the only cave entrance. The lively water elements quickly condensed, and before Han Shuo and Statholm could react, a 1-meter-thick chunk of ice blocked the only exit. Han Shuo and Statholm, the old monster's expressions, immediately changed. Statholm even roared, "Elder sister Tiana, what's the meaning of this?" Two hallowed auras rushed down from the peak of the sacred mountain without concealment. Within a few breaths, they arrived beside Tiana outside the cave. Separated by the solid ice that was as transparent as crystal, Han Shuo could tell that one of them was dressed as a light priest and the other as a temple knight. They both looked very young. The two people who flew down from the peak of the sacred mountain did not conceal their frightening auras. Han Shuo could immediately tell that they were the light divine magus and divine knight that Tiana had mentioned earlier. They were also demigod existences. Tiana, you've done well. You can stay on the sacred mountain and fuse with the origin crystal of water in peace. Our saintess will protect you from the persecution of that alien. The seemingly young temple knight said to Tiana with a gentle smile on his face, "Bergson, that kid named Brian is the great heretic that you've been chasing. You can deal with him however you want. As for Statholm, I think as long as he hands over the crystal ball that contains the origin of fighting aura, you can spare his life. He has no conflict with your Church of Light." Tiana could not bear to see this happen and pleaded on the old monster's behalf. "I'm sorry, I can't make the decision on this matter. Let's talk about it after I report it to the Saintess." The divine knight named Bergson shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "However, if Statholm is willing to swear fealty to the God of Light, then there will definitely be no problem." Han Shuo and Statholm suddenly sensed a dense divine energy that had shrouded the cave's surroundings at some unknown time. On top of that, Tiana had frozen the only exit. It seemed that the situation had reached its worst state. "Elder Sister Tiana, I really didn't expect you to do this." The old monster, Statholm, who was trapped inside, stared blankly at Tiana. His calm voice, however, carried an unconcealable fury. "Statholm, I'm very sorry. Bergson and I are very good friends. You just have to hand over that crystal ball of fighting aura, and I'll think of a way to let you walk out of this sacred mountain alive." There was not a trace of guilt on Tiana's face. She was still as graceful and elegant as ever. A frightening aura suddenly approached, rapidly from afar. The strange buzzing whistle was so loud that Han Shuo and Statholm could hear, even though they were separated by layers of boundaries. At the same time, a melodious, gentle, and beautiful song rang out from the peak of the sacred mountain. A divine energy that only a god should possess fell in front of the cliff in an instant. Chapter 458. Han Shuo and Statholm, the old monster, glanced at each other. They immediately understood that the Saintess of the Church of Light that Tiana had mentioned had arrived. The moment this expert, whom Tiana spoke of as possessing the true power of God, arrived in the area, Han Shuo and Statholm felt as though they were immediately shrouded by a kind of muddy, swamp-like power. Even moving seemed to be a little difficult. Domain of divinity. Both Han Shuo and Statholm, the old monster, were aghast. The kind of power that made them want to prostrate themselves in worship and made it difficult for them to move was the power that only a true God should possess. It was a kind of power that only a true God should possess, a power that mortals could not look directly at. Saintess. The two demigod existences of the Church of Light kowtowed at the same time, their faces expressing the respect from the bottom of their hearts. "Greetings, Saintess." Even Tiana performed a solemn salute, her expression solemn and respectful. From Han Shuo and Statholm's point of view, they could not clearly see the appearance of the newcomer. However, that kind of divine aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was enough to move one's heart and soul. There seemed to be melodious, singing praises of the God of Light mixed in with the divine aura, reverberating in the depths of their souls. This kind of voice had the divine power to bewitch people's hearts. Accompanied by the singing, Han Shuo gradually lost the strength in his limbs. It was as though he was willing to throw himself into the embrace of the God of Light, to submit and never regret his allegiance. Not good. Han Shuo's heart trembled as he realized what was going on. By now, Han Shuo could be completely sure that the divine power from the sacred mountain that he had sensed in Sandro City previously came from this Saintess of the Church of Light. It was only because of the distance last time, and the fact that the Saintess' divine power covered the entire Sandro City, that Han Shuo did not feel any discomfort. However, now that this powerful, godlike existence was right in front of them, the holy aura that was naturally released from the domain might not be targeted at Han Shuo and Wang Zhong, but because the range was reduced, the two of them still found it difficult to resist. Gradually, they felt the desire to sink into depravity. Many years of tempering his while using demonic arts had given Han Shuo an incomparably firm heart. With an unshakable, rebellious heart, Han Shuo hid his consciousness within the demon's lair edge that was hibernating in his body. He used the demon's lair edge's endless desire to destroy to constantly stimulate his consciousness, allowing his consciousness to always remain clear and not sink into the domain of divinity. Get out! The old monster Statholm unsheathed his long sword, and a formless fighting aura reverberated within the sword hilt, emitting a strange sound. It was used to resist the corrosive influence of this godly power. Statholm's face was unprecedentedly solemn. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and even his breathing was a little unstable. It was obvious that he was using all his strength to resist. Buzz, buzz, the howl of the six-horned tribal king of the soul race suddenly seemed to envelop the entire sacred mountain. An ice-cold, deathly still aura, devoid of a single shred of humanity, filled every region like an indestructible ice blade. The howl of the soul race king, which was originally extremely unpleasant to the ears of Han Shuo and Statholm, suddenly became incomparably pleasing to the ears. Because it was precisely because of the appearance of this howl that the Saintess, whose appearance could not be clearly seen by Han Shuo and Statholm, released that divine energy that made one involuntarily want to sink into depravity, as if it was torn to shreds by a sharp sword, vanishing without a trace. What a terrifying power! The old monster Statholm breathed a sigh of relief, and exclaimed with lingering fear in his heart, "Stop the intruders first. We'll deal with these two after the soul race has left." A gentle and sweet voice suddenly sounded from outside the cave, separated by thick layers of ice. "Understood, Saintess!" The three demigod existences, including Tiana, replied in unison. Whoosh! The green-skinned, python-tailed, six-horned tribal king of the soul race was the first to arrive at the cave entrance. As soon as this six-horned tribal king landed, the other 4 5-horned soul race tribesmen stood behind him in unison. There was no communication, not even any superfluous movements. A total of 5 soul race tribesmen, as soon as they arrived in this region, immediately attacked the few from the Church of Light who were blocking the cave entrance. A figure dressed in a snow-white robe suddenly appeared. It was the Saintess, dressed in a white priestly robe. When she met the six-horned tribal king head-on, only then did Han Shuo and Statholm finally see the Saintess whom they had been missing for a long time. It was a young and beautiful maiden. She had a pure, clean, and sweet smile on her face. Her appearance alone gave one a sense of flawless holiness. Coupled with the otherworldly temperament that was naturally released, it was as though this maiden was born to proclaim the holiness of the God of Light. Beautiful, holiness, and nobility. These were the most intuitive impressions that Han Shuo had of her. Disregarding Han Shuo's disgust towards the Church of Light, this beautiful young maiden seemed to have gathered all the advantages of a woman into one. Only the word perfect could barely describe such a flawless woman. The maiden who flew out from the side corner gracefully arrived before the six-horned tribal king. In her hand was a holy grail sparkling with dazzling, holy radiance. Holy water was even gurgling within the holy grail. With a shake of the holy grail in her hand, an enormous force comparable to a mountain seemed to have enveloped the body of the six-horned tribal king. From the perspective of Han Shuo and Statholm, they discovered that the body of the six-horned tribal king was obviously swaying along with the Holy Grail. Soon after, a strange howl came out from the mouth of the six-horned tribal king. Like a dragon soaring into the sky, his enormous serpent tail fiercely stabbed at the Holy Grail in the Saintess' hand at lightning speed. Clang! A dreadful sound seemed to have enveloped the entire sacred mountain. An aftershock that was hard to see with the naked eye violently shot out. As though it had been bombarded by a high explosive, the protruding cliff was unable to withstand the force and shattered with a loud bang. Crushed rocks the size of fists rained down below. It was as though the sacred mountain, which was more than 9,000 meters tall, was quaking. The bodies of Han Shuo and the old monster Statholm, who were imprisoned in the center of the cave, swayed along with the tremors. At the same time, the 4 leaders of the soul race who came with the six-horned tribal king locked their inhuman green eyes on Tiana and the other 2 demigods. Almost as soon as the six-horned tribal king made his move. They had already begun to attack the three women. The sharp horns on their heads once again began to radiate with evil green light. Having suffered from it before, Han Shuo immediately understood that it was an attack aimed at the soul. We should think of a way to leave. If we can't leave now, we won't have another chance. The old monster Statholm hastily said to Han Shuo, his eyes glistening as he observed the earth-shattering battle that was separated by a layer of solid ice. How could Han Shuo not be aware of the dire situation they were in? The Saintess had added a layer of divine energy to the cave's defenses. Even the solid rocks contained divine energy. The solid ice boundary deployed by Tiana at the entrance was similarly reinforced by the Saintess' divine energy. Even Han Shuo had a feeling that he was at his wit's end. I can only try Metal Elite Zombie. Having made up his mind, Han Shuo immediately summoned Metal Elite Zombie. As soon as Metal Elite Zombie appeared from the netherworld, under Han Shuo's command, he attempted to dig a passageway using his manipulation of the energy of metal and stone. Clang! Clang! An odd sound suddenly came from beneath his feet. Han Shuo turned his attention and saw Metal Elite Zombie make a helpless gesture at him and transmit a message. The stones here have some strange impurities. Their properties have been altered. I can't open a passageway. That damn Tiana. Han Shuo cursed loudly. His face turned somewhat unsightly. It seemed that no matter when, he couldn't reveal his trump card. Previously, when he left the six-horned tribal king of the soul race, Tiana had seen Han Shuo use the Earth Elite Zombie to dig a passageway to escape. This time, Tiana must have told the Church of Light about Han Shuo's miraculous abilities. That was why the Saintess of the Church of Light had even concealed divine energy within the stone mountain. Since they had even blocked the passageway, they obviously wouldn't give Han Shuo and Tiana the opportunity to escape using a spatial magic scroll. Under the influence of the domain of two divine experts, even a sacred magus of space would find it hard to escape using the Edict of Space, let alone Han Shuo and Statholm, who only had a spatial magic scroll. There's no other way. Seeing that Han Shuo's zombie warriors were ineffective and hearing Han Shuo curse Tiana, Statholm, the old monster, immediately understood. His heart sank and Statholm felt a sense of helplessness. Shaking his head, Han Shuo forced a smile and replied, Tiana has sold us out. Even my trump card has been blocked. As he spoke, Han Shuo's eyes were resolute. He had already started to ponder whether or not he should use the Omen Blood disassembly to escape. Doing so might seriously injure Han Shuo, but it was the only way out. Father, are you going to blast open this cave? It was at this moment that Metal Elite Zombie suddenly transmitted. Yes, but it seems hopeless. Han Shuo casually replied. In his mind, he was still considering whether or not to immediately use the Omen Blood disassembly to escape. As soon as Han Shuo finished those words, Metal Elite Zombie suddenly took out the golden cudgel he obtained from the place of extreme metal. While Han Shuo wasn't paying attention, the metal attribute treasure had slowly and crazily grown, turning into a huge pillar that reached the sky. Chapter 459. As the golden cudgel crazily grew, dazzling golden light filled the entire cave. The dazzling golden light finally attracted Han Shuo's attention. He saw that the golden cudgel in Metal Elite Zombie's hand was propped against the solid ice deployed by Water Divine Magus Tiana and reinforced by the Saintess. Naturally, the golden cudgel that had turned into a towering pillar wasn't something that Metal Elite Zombie could tightly grip. However, although Metal Elite Zombie couldn't grip the golden cudgel tightly, he could activate the Yuan energy of metal in his body to control the golden cudgel. Manipulated by the Yuan energy of metal in the golden armored corpse, the golden cudgel that was said to be indestructible, the tip of the cudgel suddenly erupted with a terrifying force of impact. Under the watchful eyes of Han Shuo and Statholm, the golden cudgel smashed through the ice like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The golden cudgel weighed hundreds of millions of kilograms. Except for Metal Elite Zombie, whose body was brimming with yuan energy of metal, even Han Shuo couldn't wield it with brute force. It seemed that Metal Elite Zombie, wielding the golden cudgel, truly lived up to his reputation as the #1 expert in the metal attribute in battle strength. Even the layer of ice, reinforced by the Saintess with divine energy, could be forcibly smashed through with the golden cudgel. "Let's go!" Stratholme the old monster was both surprised and delighted, and immediately shouted. Han Shuo, who was staring at Metal Elite Zombie in disbelief, immediately reacted upon hearing Stratholme the old monster shout. After chanting an incantation, the complacent Metal Elite Zombie, along with the golden cudgel, were sent back to the netherworld by Han Shuo. "Let's go!" Han Shuo replied. Like lightning, he and Stratholme the old monster flew out of the broken hole. Outside, Tiana and the others from the Church of Light were still engaged in a fierce battle with the soul race. Among them, that Saintess possessed truly terrifying strength. Her body seemed to be shrouded in an endless stream of divine energy. Holding that holy grail that was bursting with holy light, she was actually able to keep the six-horned tribal king at bay. Not good. They've broken through the hole and escaped. The firm ice boundary at the cave entrance was laid out by the divine Magus Tiana. She had already sensed at the moment the firm ice boundary was broken. As soon as Han Shuo and Stratholme the old monster shot out from the inside, Tiana's cry of alarm rang out. However, at this time, whether it was the Saintess of the Church of Light or the 3 demigod existences, they were all fighting with the soul race clansmen, in a battle between experts of this level. Unless one side had strength that far surpassed the other, they could not afford to be distracted in the slightest. Tiana's group of 3 dealt with the 4 5-pointed soul race clansmen. With the Divine Knight as the main attacker, Tiana and the Light Archmage constantly bombarded them with terrifying magic attacks. Although Tiana and the Light Archmage had deployed layers upon layers of defensive boundaries, they were clearly at a disadvantage against the 4 of them. Tiana let out a cry of alarm. Her cold attacks against the soul race clansmen slowed down a little. The pressure on the Light Archmage and the Divine Knight, who were already having a hard time dealing with them, multiplied. Among them, the Divine Knight was in a sorry state after being swept by 3 python tails, and was nearly seriously injured. Taking advantage of the fact that the few of them were occupied, Han Shuo and Stratholme the old monster did not hesitate at all. They transformed into long streaks of light and rapidly flew into the distance. They did not dare to stay on this sacred mountain for even a moment longer. Han Shuo and Stratholme the old monster ran extremely fast. Before anyone had the time to take a closer look at them, the 2 of them had already rushed out of this area. The Saintess of the Church of Light had placed all her energy on the 6-horned soul race clansmen. She dared not be distracted in the slightest. She could only watch helplessly as the 2 of them left. She had no spare time to stop them. As soon as Stratholme rushed out of the sacred mountain, he immediately yelled at Han Shuo, "Run!" Han Shuo obviously understood how bad the situation was at this time. He moved like lightning and followed closely behind Stratholme. However, compared to Stratholme, Han Shuo's face was a bit calmer. He was not as panicky as Stratholme. Once Han Shuo left that cave in the sacred mountain, he had plenty of ways to escape. In terms of flying speed, Han Shuo believed that even someone a level higher than him would not be able to catch up to him. In the worst-case scenario, Han Shuo could still use the transportation matrix that led to the Cemetery of Death to escape. Therefore, with these things to rely on, Han Shuo was not as anxious as Stratholme. Following behind Stratholme, the 2 escaped from the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. They did not enter Sandro City at the foot of the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Instead, they took a detour and flew towards another city, Ordi City. After entering Ordi City, Stratholme the old monster used the token in his hand to activate the transportation matrix. After passing through several transportation matrices, The two flew from the border of Odin Empire back to Brute Merchant Alliance. Finally, they appeared in Tark City of Brute Merchant Alliance. As soon as they arrived at Tark City, Han Shua immediately sensed his location through a drop of blood essence in Lisbeth's brain. Brian, it's all thanks to you that we could escape this time. I owe you a favor. Statholm, the old monster, said to Han Shua as soon as they arrived at Tark City. You're welcome. Han Shua replied with a smile. After a short pause, Han Shua knitted his brows and asked, The six-horned tribal king can sense our souls. What do you plan to do next? Upon hearing this, Statholm the old monster put on a worried look. Under Han Shua's gaze, he finally let out a sigh and said, I will immediately find a secluded place to fuse the origin crystal with my soul. Only after fusing the origin crystal with my soul will I be able to thoroughly shake off the soul race's pursuit. However, we don't know the specific situation at the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. If that six-horned tribal king of the soul race didn't suffer serious injuries in the battle with the Saintess and finds you while you're fusing with the origin crystal, you'll have no choice but to die, Han Shua said. There's no other way. I can only take a gamble. If the six-horned tribal king were to find me midway, I can only blame it on my bad luck. The old monster sighed again, his face filled with helplessness. After hearing Statholm's words, Han Shua didn't know what to say. This was truly a matter of helplessness. Han Shua had a pretty good impression of Statholm, the old monster. Although Han Shua might become enemies with him due to the existence of the 7 Grand Duchies, from their interactions over the past few days, Statholm could be considered a straightforward and upright person. During the battle, he would constantly remind Han Shua of the dangers. Unlike Han Shua's conjecture, he did not harbor any evil intentions because he was the city lord of Bretel City. In that case, I wish you good luck. Han Shua said to Statholm the old monster after shaking his head and letting out a soft sigh. You too. I hope we will have the opportunity to meet again. It's a pleasure to meet you. Statholm, the old monster, seemed to have let go of the worries in his heart as he said with a hearty smile. Then, as if he suddenly recalled something, he hesitated for a moment before continuing. Brian, after we separate this time, we may never have the chance to meet again. There's something I want to discuss with you. I hope you can agree on the account that we fought side by side. Tell me about it first. Han Shua furrowed his brows. He somewhat understood what Statholm wanted to discuss. For many years, I have been the state preceptor of the Verdun dynasty. Now that the Verdun dynasty no longer exists and has been divided into the 7 Grand Duchies, I still have some feelings for the 7 Grand Duchies. After we part ways today, perhaps both of us will be hunted down and killed by the six-horned tribal king. Perhaps one of us will be able to escape this calamity, or perhaps both of us will be lucky enough to survive. If I survive, I will restrain the 7 Grand Duchies from ever encroaching on Bretel City. But if I die and you are lucky enough to survive, I hope you won't plunge the people of the 7 Grand Duchies into misery and suffering for my sake. Your Lancelot Empire and the Brute Merchant Alliance have always coveted the 7 Grand Duchies. I know that if I die, the 7 Grand Duchies will not be able to escape this calamity. If you are lucky enough to survive, the 7 Grand Duchies will certainly be swept to the ground by Bretel City. I don't beg you to stop, but I hope you can treat the citizens of the 7 Grand Duchies kindly. Statholm the old monster looked deeply at Han Shua and pleaded earnestly. It was because Statholm had already prepared himself for death that he would say such a thing. No matter how one looked at it, Statholm's request wasn't excessive. As soon as Statholm's words fell, Han Shua immediately nodded and said, Rest assured, I will treat the citizens of the 7 Grand Duchies kindly. Han Shua didn't know if Statholm the old monster would die, but Han Shua knew that he would definitely be able to escape this calamity. Han Shua had long had the intention to encroach on the 7 Grand Duchies. Even if Statholm the old monster was still alive, it wouldn't change his mind. Now, Stadtholm merely wanted Han Shuo to promise him that he would treat the citizens of the 7 Grand Duchies kindly. This wasn't excessive at all. "Thank you. I will return to Stranglethorn Vale and make some arrangements. Afterwards, I will immediately find a place undetectable by ordinary people to fuse with the Fighting Aura Origin Crystal. I really hope that we will have the chance to meet again." Stadtholm, the old monster, laughed heartily and immediately left in a carefree manner. As soon as Stadtholm left, Han Shuo muttered in a low voice, "I hope you can escape this calamity." Han Shuo only felt a kind of sympathy and respect for this demigod existence that had obstructed the Lancelot Empire's conquest for so many years. He sincerely hoped that he would have the chance to meet the old monster again. The old monster gradually disappeared from Han Shuo's line of sight. Han Shuo took a deep breath and quickly left, relying on his senses to find Elizabeth. "Follow me." As soon as he saw Elizabeth, Han Shuo immediately instructed and brought Elizabeth back to Bretel City. Chapter 460. As soon as he arrived at Bretel City, Han Shuo introduced Elizabeth to Jack and the others. After giving them a few instructions, he immediately went to the secret chamber and activated the transportation matrix. As soon as he entered the cemetery of death, Han Shuo's body suddenly had a wonderful feeling. The dreadful pressure that had been following him like a shadow immediately disappeared without a trace. It disappeared! Han Shuo cried out in surprise. That dreadful pressure originated from the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race. Han Shuo could clearly feel it when he left Tarag Canyon. Then, as soon as Han Shuo entered the cemetery of death, he could no longer feel the pressure that had been weighing down on his heart. Walking out of the hall, looking at the pure white bones beneath his feet, then raising his head to look at the gloomy sky, Han Shuo suddenly understood what was going on. It seemed that the boundary that enveloped the entire cemetery of death had isolated the 6-horned tribal king's soul-sensing ability. As long as he stayed within the cemetery of death, Han Shuo believed that the 6-horned tribal king wouldn't be able to locate him at all. Before coming to the cemetery of death, Han Shuo had made many plans. He was even prepared to use the skeletal staff to escape into the netherworld as soon as he entered the cemetery of death. But now it seemed that these plans were unnecessary. The mysterious boundary of the cemetery of death had directly resolved Han Shuo's worries. Cemetery of death, oh cemetery of death, just how many secrets are you hiding? Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh. To be able to block the 6-horned tribal king's soul-sensing ability was sufficient proof of the miraculous effect of the boundary that enveloped the cemetery of death. Poor Stadtholm. I wonder if he has left Stranglethorn Vale to cultivate in seclusion. But even if he is still in Stranglethorn Vale, the cemetery of death will not allow him to enter, Han Shuo thought to himself. With the threat of the 6-horned tribal king gone, Han Shuo felt much more relaxed. Then he sat cross-legged in the mystical demon refinement area of the cemetery of death and took out the 3 spheres that he had plundered from his space ring. Of the 3 spheres, one was an origin crystal rich in the element of death. One was an origin crystal rich in the element of darkness, and the last one was emitting a destructive power that caused one's heart to palpitate. According to the old monster Stadtholm, only a paranoid person would be willing to fuse with the sphere of destruction. While escaping from the Church of Light's sacred mountain, Han Shuo had already asked Stadtholm the old monster about the detailed usage of the origin crystal. Now that everything was ready, Han Shuo held the 3 spheres in his hand and aimed at the origin crystal that was emitting pure death element. Grabbing the origin crystal that was emitting the element of death, Han Shuo slowly used his mental strength to enter the origin crystal. From the origin crystal, he sensed an incomparably enormous and clean energy of the element of death. Releasing his consciousness, Han Shuo tried to fuse the origin crystal into his consciousness according to the method Stadtholm the old monster had taught him. Suddenly, something that Han Shuo did not expect happened. His mental strength could clearly sense the enormity and miraculousness of those strands of pure death element. But when Han Shuo tried to fuse his consciousness with this incomparably enormous energy of the element of death according to the method Statholm the old monster had taught him, his consciousness immediately locked up, not allowing even a tiny bit of the element of death to enter. His consciousness rejected the energy of the origin crystal, not allowing even a single strand of energy to fuse with his consciousness. He was unable to form the soul of element that Statholm the old monster and Tiana had mentioned. Han Shuo's demonic infant had the miraculous ability to absorb many kinds of evil energies and transform them. But Han Shuo's consciousness was so selfish that it would not allow even a strand of energy that was incompatible with demonic arts to fuse with it. Han Shuo could clearly feel the rejection coming from his consciousness. That kind of exclusive energy made Han Shuo understand the tyranny of demonic arts. Looks like I'll have to try the ball of destruction, putting away the origin crystal that was rich in the element of death. Han Shuo took out the spear that was emitting an intense energy of destruction. Following the method Statholm the old monster had taught him, he tried to fuse the energy within the ball of destruction into his consciousness. His consciousness still rejected it. That enormous energy of destruction was still unable to flow into his consciousness. Naturally, it was unable to fuse with his consciousness. Han Shuo had a bitter smile on his face. He held the origin crystal that was pure in the element of death in one hand and the ball of destruction that was filled with the enormous energy of destruction in the other. He thought to himself that he had spent so much effort to snatch these two spheres. Who would have thought that he would be unable to absorb them? It seemed like all his efforts were in vain. Within Han Shuo's body, there were three most important things. One was the demonic infant located in his lower abdomen. The demonic infant was the source and foundation of demonic yuan and was the foundation for the execution of demonic arts. The other two important things were located in the brain. The consciousness formed from the fusion of the three souls was the foundation of everything. Its importance was self-evident, and it was also what Han Shuo relied on to survive. The last one was also located in the brain. Similar to the golden core of martial practitioners and the demonic infant of demonic arts practitioners, it was also the source of energy. Of course, there were still some differences between this place and the demonic infant. This region of the brain stored mental strength and was also the key point for a grand magus necromancer like Han Shuo to be able to cast necromancy magic. The most important of the three was, of course, the consciousness, which was what most people referred to as the soul. Within the consciousness were all of Han Shuo's experiences and memories, all of his comprehensions, knowledge of demonic arts, and understanding of necromancy magic. The consciousness was the foundation and evidence that Han Shuo was still alive. Han Shuo's demonic arts had reached such a level that the fusion of the three souls to form the consciousness was the foundation for the advancement of demonic arts. Han Shuo absolutely would not allow anything to go wrong with the consciousness. However, from the old monster Statholm's words, Han Shuo knew that if one wanted to become a god in the field of magic, the soul must form the soul of element. Only then would the soul and elements reach the most perfect rapport, and only then would one have the deepest understanding of that type of magic. However, the soul of element was obviously a kind of evolution to the soul. This kind of evolution meant a change to the soul, and the soul was the most fundamental everything to a person. Unfortunately, his soul had already been transformed into the consciousness most suitable for practicing demonic arts. Unless Han Shuo degenerated his consciousness to its original state, the origin crystal of element would really be of no use. No matter how one looked at it, when comparing demonic arts and necromancy magic, it seemed that demonic arts were more useful to Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo would never give up on his demonic arts. Besides, Han Shuo did not believe that he could not become a god without forming the soul of element. Therefore, after some consideration, Han Shuo gave up on the origin crystal of pure element of death. The three spheres contain the three energies of death, destruction, and darkness. None of them was something that Han Shuo could use. Placing the three spheres in front of him, Han Shuo began to consider how to make the best use of these things that he had painstakingly obtained. After thinking for a while, Han Shuo's mind lit up. He immediately summoned the little skull from the netherworld. This is for you. Take the energy inside and fuse it with your soul. This way, you will be able to make better use of the element of death in the netherworld. As soon as the little skull appeared, Han Shuo immediately handed the origin crystal of pure element of death to the little skull. He also told the little skull the method of soul fusion. Thank you, Father. I can feel that this thing can bring me unimaginable benefits. It is the treasure of the undead creatures. I don't know what it can change me into, but I will definitely become stronger. Definitely. The little skull held the origin crystal of pure element of death. His purple demon eye emitted a strong light that no one dared to look directly at. Han Shuo could feel his intense excitement and joy. That's good. I believe that you will become stronger, Han Shuo said with a smile as he felt the little skull's irrepressible excitement. Father, with this, I will subdue the bone dragon. In our world, I think I will become stronger and stronger. My sphere of influence will expand 100-fold. Little Skull said ambitiously, All right, go. Immediately fuse this origin crystal of pure element of death with your soul according to the method I told you. Han Shuo said with a smile. When the little skull nodded, he used a necromancy spell to send him back to the netherworld. Among Han Shuo's companions, only Emily could use the origin crystal of darkness to its greatest extent. The others did not cultivate dark magic. It seemed that Emily would be ecstatic this time. With the origin crystal of darkness fused with her soul, there was no doubt that Emily's strength would advance by leaps and bounds. As for the orb of destruction, Han Shuo racked his brains over and over again, but he still couldn't figure out how to use it. Looking at the orb of destruction in his hand, Han Shuo understood that there were some differences between this orb of destruction and the origin crystal. Once one's soul fused with this boundless energy of destruction, that person would certainly become a maniac who only knew destruction. Holding the origin crystal of destruction in his hand, Han Shuo stared at it for a long time. He didn't know what to do with it. Suddenly, a violent and boundless desire to slaughter surged from Han Shuo's body. With a thought, the demon's lair edge suddenly fell from the back of Han Shuo's neck into Han Shuo's palm. Boundless resentment and the desire to slaughter overflowed from the demon's lair edge, filling the entire cemetery of death. In Han Shuo's palm, the demon's lair edge's ferocious might overflowed to the heavens. A stream of blood glistened brightly, flowing on the demon's lair edge as if it had a life of its own. Han Shuo understood that the true primary soul within the demon's lair edge had evolved and formed. From today onwards, the demon's lair edge would become a peerless demonic weapon in the truest sense of the word. Just as Han Shuo was excitedly looking at the demon's lair edge, the demon's lair edge suddenly flew out from his right palm. Before Han Shuo could react, the sharp point directly pierced into the ball of destruction that contained the enormous energy of destruction. While Han Shuo was greatly shocked, something happened that left him dumbstruck. The primary soul that had just formed within the demon's lair edge had begun to fuse with the terrifying energy of destruction within the ball. Chapter 461. Within a short period of time, the energy contained in the sphere containing the terrifying aura of destruction that Han Shuo had painstakingly obtained had been fused with the main soul within the demon's lair edge. After the main soul had fused with the energy of the sphere of destruction, it once again flew from Han Shuo's palm into Han Shuo's body and fell back into a dormant state. The demon's lair edge was a demonic weapon that Han Shuo cultivated with his life. Now that the main soul had formed, it had gained sentience. The main soul formed within the demon's lair edge, which was formed from Han Shuo's life essence and demonic yuan, would forever serve Han Shuo as its master. Unless Han Shuo's consciousness dissipated, the Demon's Lair Edge would forever be a demonic weapon that belonged solely to Han Shuo. Han Shuo looked at the sphere in his hand that had lost the energy of destruction. He thought to himself that this was pretty good. At least he didn't benefit an outsider. After absorbing the energy of destruction within the sphere, the Demon's Lair Edge would certainly become even more formidable. As a weapon solely for Han Shuo's use, the more powerful the Demon's Lair Edge was, the more advantageous it would be for Han Shuo. It wasn't a bad thing to think about it this way. Of the 3 spheres, one was obtained by Little Skull, one was fused with the main soul that had just been formed within the Demon's Lair Edge, and the last one belonged to the dark Magus Emily. All 3 were people that Han Shuo could trust the most. Although Han Shuo's consciousness could not fuse with the 3 spheres, it could still indirectly strengthen him. Han Shuo, who had originally planned to fuse with the origin crystal of death, now seemed to have nothing to do with it. The only thing that worried Han Shuo was the threat of the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race. If Han Shuo were to stay in the cemetery of death, the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race would naturally be unable to do anything to Han Shuo under the protection of the boundary within the cemetery of death. He would not be able to sense Han Shuo's aura at all. However, it was impossible for Han Shuo to stay in the cemetery of death forever. Once he left the cemetery of death, the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race would immediately sense the location of his soul. In that case, Han Shuo would have to face this terrifying threat that he could not resist for the time being. It seems that I still need to get rid of that guy's perception of my divine sense first, Han Shuo thought to himself, and began to look for a way to deal with it according to the memory left by Chu Kanglin. Han Shuo carefully recalled. He suddenly realized that even if he didn't deliberately search for a way, once his demonic arts reached the next 9 changes realm, his consciousness would definitely not be sensed by the 6-horned tribal king. Once Han Shuo attained the 9 changes realm, not only would he be able to change his physical appearance at will, but he would also be able to change his temperament at will. He would also be able to change his consciousness into a myriad of forms. At that time, the 6-horned tribal king would no longer be able to sense Han Shuo. Of course, once Han Shuo attained the 9 changes realm, even if the 6-horned tribal king came knocking on his door, he would still be dead meat. In the current carnal realm, although one's consciousness could not be changed at will, one could use a kind of concealment technique to conceal one's consciousness. As long as Han Shuo did not deliberately utilize the miraculous power of his consciousness would remain in a state of nothingness under the effect of the concealment technique. No one would be able to sense the location of his consciousness. In truth, the concealment technique was one of the miraculous functions of the consciousness. It was just that in the past, Han Shuo did not spend the time and effort to study the profoundness of the consciousness. As soon as he learned that the consciousness could remain in a state of nothingness when it was not using its miraculous powers to spy on everything in its surroundings, Han Shuo immediately began to practice this concealment technique according to his control over the consciousness. Han Shuo felt that it did not take him too long to master this concealment technique. As long as Han Shuo's consciousness remained in a state of nothingness and did not spy on external objects or release any special demonic arts, his consciousness would always remain in that miraculous state. This state would not affect Han Shuo's thinking and memory. It would even help Han Shuo make rational decisions about a matter, and would not cause Han Shuo to lose control of his emotions and do something that went against his character. After Han Shuo believed that he had mastered this concealment technique, he naturally wanted to try it out. After returning to the transportation matrix at the center of the cemetery of death, Han Shuo activated the transportation matrix and returned to the secret chamber of the city, Lord's Mansion in Bretel City. As expected, even after leaving the cemetery of death, Han Shuo could no longer feel the pressure coming from the 6-horned tribal king. This indicated that the concealment technique was indeed effective. Han Shuo no longer needed to worry about the potential threat of the 6-horned tribal king. Han Shua immediately called for a meeting and gathered Dorcas, Jack, and the others. When everyone was present, Han Shua looked at Dorcas and said, "From today onwards, you will be in charge of invading the 7 Grand Duchies. You should start making preparations. I will make a trip to the Empire's Awesome City. I will give you detailed instructions when I return. I have waited for this day for a very long time." Dorcas's eyes shone with the radiance of exuberant ambition. Han Shua could clearly see the excitement in this war maniac's heart. "Master, what are you preparing to do?" Dark Dragon Gilbert looked at Han Shua and asked in puzzlement. "You stay by Dorcas's side. His strength is weak, so you must be in charge of him. Don't let anyone assassinate him." Han Shua didn't answer and only instructed Dark Dragon Gilbert. "All right, how did I become a bodyguard? I used to protect that brat Trunks, but now it's an even weaker one." Dark Dragon mumbled unwillingly. "Elizabeth, you stay in Brettel City. Be on guard against people playing tricks in the dark. There are a few fellows in Brettel City who aren't strong enough. You must watch over them carefully." After instructing Dark Dragon Gilbert, Han Shua then instructed Elizabeth. "Understood, Master." Elizabeth replied. Afterwards, Dorcas and Jack explained the current situation of Brettel City to Han Shua. From the two of them, Han Shua learned that the population of Brettel City had increased by more than 10 times, reaching a population of 530,000. Under the development of Dorcas, the Brettel City army had 50,000 elite soldiers roaming about everywhere, and 30,000 city guards defending the city. Brettel City, with its rapidly developing commerce, had its own weapon workshops and armor craftsmen. The 5 mines around it never lacked all kinds of ores. A total of 80,000 Brettel City soldiers were fully equipped. The weapons and armor in their hands were not inferior to the imperial guards of Awesome City. With the strong support of the current King, Lawrence, and the convenience of the magical transportation array, in addition to Brettel City's unique terrain, Brettel City had become an impregnable city with flourishing commerce in just a few short years. At this time, Brettel City's army was strong, and there was no need to worry about the rear. It was the best opportunity to attack the 7 Grand Duchies. "Very good. I'll make a trip to Awesome City first. When I return, I'll set off with you all." Han Shua was in a good mood as he laughed heartily. The meeting thus ended. Han Shua also headed towards the transportation array in Brettel City. Currently, the ones who posed the greatest threat to Han Shua were the 6-horned tribal king of the Soul Race and the Church of Light. The 6-horned tribal king was unable to sense Han Shua's position, so this threat could basically be ignored. If 2 demigod existences of the Church of Light joined forces, Han Shua wouldn't be able to contend against them, but he was confident that he could easily escape. As for the Saintess with the domain of divinity, Han Shua learned from Statholm that she seemed to be bound by the sacred mountain of the Church of Light and rarely left the sacred mountain. A Saintess who basically wouldn't leave the sacred mountain of the Church of Light wasn't much of a threat to Han Shua. In that case, Han Shua really had nothing to worry about. The desires of the carnal realm gave Han Shua the urge to go all out. Only when one's desires were completely satisfied in the carnal realm could Han Shua break through to the next 9 changes realm. Therefore, Han Shua didn't restrain the desires in his heart at all and was ready to go all out. In the history of demonic sects, any ancestor who had broken through to the 9 changes realm would completely release the desires in their hearts in the carnal realm. These people were often ambitious and ruthless characters in the world. In many dynasties, these ancestors of demonic sects had played an important role, becoming the ones who controlled the tides of time. Now that Brettel City had its own transportation matrix, it was extremely convenient to travel to and from Awesome City. Han Shua used this transportation matrix and appeared in Awesome City in the blink of an eye. After arriving in Awesome City, Han Shua headed straight for the Dark Mantle headquarters. Before coming to Awesome City, Han Shua had learned from Dick that Emily rarely carried out missions herself. She was now in charge of assigning missions to the Dark Mantle headquarters. Her current position was much more relaxed and less dangerous. It seemed that perhaps it was because Han Shua had basked in Emily's light that she was able to be so carefree. Mount Ordas, Dark Mantle headquarters. After 3 years, Han Shua had already become a legendary figure in the Dark Mantle. From the moment Han Shua entered the Dark Mantle headquarters, when some of the seniors on the road discovered Han Shua's arrival, they all looked at Han Shua with incomparable admiration. "Where is Lady Emily?" Han Shua asked as he watched the guide beside him lead him straight to Candide's secret chamber. Only after hearing Han Shua's question did the guide remember the relationship between Han Shua and Emily. He immediately revealed a knowing smile and said to Han Shua, "Lady Emily and Lord Candide are not far from each other. Lord Brian, which one do you intend to go to first?" "Bring me to Lady Emily's secret chamber first," Han Shua instructed. "All right," the guide respectfully replied. His gaze towards Han Shua was filled with admiration from the bottom of his heart. In their hearts, although the current Han Shua wasn't one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, he was someone even more respected than the 3 heavyweights. Chapter 462. In the stone room, there were a few wide bookshelves and a large black wooden table in the middle. Emily had a focused expression as she held an ancient handbook in her hand. Her dark brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was puzzled by the dark magic knowledge written in the handbook. Reporting to Lady Emily, "Lord Brian requests to come in." A report came from a narrow tube on Emily's table. Pleasant surprise immediately replaced the focused expression on Emily's face. She couldn't help but let out a soft cry and hastily put down the ancient handbook in her hand. She took out a bright round mirror from her space ring and hurriedly drew a detailed picture of her delicate face in the mirror. "Lady Emily, can you let Lord Brian come in?" The guide heard a soft cry and understood that Emily was in the secret room. However, after calling out, Emily didn't respond. The guide couldn't help but ask again. Emily, who was busy tidying up her appearance, hurriedly said when she heard the confirmation from the narrow tube, "Wait a moment, it'll be done in a moment." As she spoke, Emily carefully looked at herself in the mirror again. After confirming that her face was flawless, she extravagantly smoothed out the wrinkles on her black magic robe with magic. Only then did she open her mouth and say, "All right, let Lord Brian come in." With a flash of light, Han Shua used the short-distance transportation formation to directly reach the stone room where Emily was. "Brian." When she saw the imposing figure that had haunted her dreams appear in the stone room, Emily immediately cried out in joy. She immediately threw herself into Han Shua's broad chest, like a swallow returning to its nest. She used all her strength to hug Han Shua tightly, as if Han Shua beside her would disappear at any time. A gentle smile hung on Han Shua's face as he lowered his head to look at Emily in his arms. After 3 years, the beauty in his arms didn't change at all. Instead, she seemed to be even more charming and charming. Her delicate face was so delicate that it seemed as if it would break with the slightest breeze. Her face was flushed with happiness and excitement, and it was brimming with beauty that couldn't be replicated. Han Shua could feel Emily's gradually rising body temperature. Han Shua, who hadn't tasted anything for 3 years, felt the alluring and curvaceous body of the wonderful woman in his arms. An uncontrollable flame surged from his lower abdomen. Emily obviously felt the high spirits and heat emitting from Han Shua's lower abdomen. Originally, she was already exceptionally sensitive after being nourished by Han Shua. Suddenly, her bright eyes became dazed. Her voice and delicate body suddenly trembled together. Her 2 hands that were tightly hugging Han Shua unconsciously began to move wantonly on Han Shua's broad back. With a low roar, Han Shua carried Emily in one go. His body swayed as he carried her to the office table that was used for assigning missions to the Dark Mantle members. Their clothes were torn to shreds amidst the sound of tearing. After a long while, Emily couldn't even move a finger. Her body was indolently curled up on the soft and wide chair. The strand of demonic yuan that flowed within Emily's body slowly circulated, slowly nourishing Emily's body. Her lost physical strength was slowly recovering. After a long while, Emily exhaled lightly in extreme comfort. She opened her eyes that contained an expression like the ocean and focused on Han Shua's body. She asked, "Brian, when did you arrive at Awesome City?" "I just arrived." Han Shua changed his clothes again. He gently picked up a soft blanket and covered Emily's alluring body. Her bright eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. The corners of Emily's mouth hooked into a happy and sweet smile. She lowered her eyebrows shyly and softly said, "Then you came to my place as soon as you arrived at Awesome City?" "Yes," Han Shua replied with a smile. "That's great." Emily suddenly raised her head. She looked at Han Shua with the sweetness of a little girl and softly exclaimed. Her two hands tightly grasped Han Shua's big hand that was gently caressing her cheeks. She took the initiative to bring the back of Han Shua's hand to lightly caress her cheeks. "This is an origin crystal of the dark element that I obtained from Tarag Canyon. Take it and slowly fuse your soul with the origin crystal of the dark element. It will allow you to form a soul of element. It will be of great benefit to your training in dark magic." Han Shua said with a gentle smile as he took out the origin crystal of the dark element and placed it in Emily's palm. As soon as the origin crystal of the dark element was taken out by Han Shua from his space ring, Emily, who had been lazily curled up in her chair, immediately sensed the enormous amount of extremely pure dark element contained within. This kind of dark element contained no impurities at all. Its pure energy carried an indescribable allure. Even if Emily didn't use her mental strength to deliberately sense it, as a dark magus, she could deeply feel how magical and mysterious the thing contained within was. Such pure dark element. What is this thing? Emily's voice suddenly rose as she looked at Han Shua with bright eyes. This is called an origin crystal. It contains enormous amounts of the purest dark element without any impurities. Once your soul fuses with the origin crystal, your soul will become a soul of element. This will allow you to have the deepest understanding of dark magic, and your soul and dark element will achieve a perfect affinity. If a magus of the elemental element wishes to become a god, they must form a soul of element and a body of element. Ordinary elemental magi may never find the knack of forming a soul of element. Even if they knew the method, it is not easy for an average person to achieve the transformation of their soul into a soul of element. As long as you fuse your soul with this elemental crystal, you'll be able to form an elemental soul by using the enormous amount of pure dark elemental energy within. This way, you'll definitely make rapid progress in your dark magic cultivation. Moreover, this will give you the foundation to become a god in dark magic. Han Shua looked at Emily with a smile as he explained in a gentle voice. Emily's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Her bright eyes shone with a light of disbelief. She looked at Han Shua, and her voice also trembled. Her speech was not very smooth. "Boo. Brian, is this for me? Are you sure this is for me?" "Silly woman, of course it's for you." Han Shua caressed Emily's cheeks and said softly. Suddenly, Han Shua thought of something and said solemnly, "However, with your current realm, you must absorb it carefully. I don't know if your soul can completely withstand this enormous amount of dark element. In any case, be careful." I will." Emily held the origin crystal of darkness with both hands. She was so happy and excited that she almost fainted. From Han Shua's words, she understood what this origin crystal meant to her. This was a treasure that could make her become a god. Emily could no longer use words to express her love and gratitude towards Han Shua. Lady Emily, is Brian here with you? Candide's voice suddenly came from the magical device on the table. Candide's voice was a bit unsteady. He seemed to be inexplicably agitated. Before Han Shuo could reply, Candide's voice sounded from within the magical device. I can sense an incomparably pure and enormous, dark, elemental energy over there. Are you guys all right? Han Shuo and Emily looked at each other and reacted at the same time. Candide was also a dark Grand Magus. He had immersed himself in dark magic for even longer than Emily, so his understanding of dark magic was probably also higher than Emily's. This was an origin crystal that contained an enormous amount of pure dark element. Han Shuo didn't use any special methods to conceal the aura emitted from it. As a dark Grand Magus, it was only natural that Candide could sense this enormous amount of pure dark element. Quickly put it away. Han Shuo covered the magical device with one hand and hastily instructed Emily. When Candide's voice sounded, Emily had also reacted. She first hurriedly put on her clothes, then put away the origin crystal after Han Shuo's reminder. She immediately said in a panic, "He knows. What do we do? What should we do?" Emily shouldn't have been so flustered to be able to sit in her current position. The reason why she was somewhat out of her wits was purely because the impact of the origin crystal was a bit too great. Emily was so excited and agitated that it was hard for her to calm down. This was why she was so flustered. It doesn't matter. Don't say that he doesn't know anything. Even if he knows that I gave you the origin crystal, what can he do? Han Shuo comforted Emily. He knew that Emily was too excited right now and that it wasn't suitable for Candide to come in. He immediately added, "You stay here and calm down. Let me handle Candide." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuo stood on top of the transportation matrix in Emily's room. With a flash of light, he appeared in front of Candide. "Brian, I just heard someone report that you've returned." "Oh, right. I just sensed an extremely pure dark element coming from Emily's stone room. I've never sensed such pure dark element in any place in so many years. What's going on?" Candide asked. "It's nothing. I just used my martial technique to help Emily condense the dark element so that she can more directly and clearly feel the existence of the dark element." Han Shuo smiled faintly and immediately changed the topic. "My lord, I've met the old monster, Statholm." Perhaps the old monster, Statholm, had piqued Candide's interest. Or perhaps Candide was astute and understood that Han Shuo didn't want to talk about it in depth. In any case, he didn't continue on the topic of the dark element. Instead, he asked about the meeting between Han Shuo and the old monster, Statholm, in astonishment. Chapter 463. After concealing the matter of the origin crystal, Han Shuo narrated his and Tiana's encounter in Tarag Canyon. He didn't even conceal the matter of the sacred mountain of the Church of Light in Odin Empire. As Candide listened to Han Shuo's recount of the events, his face was gloomy and his brows were deeply furrowed. "Lord Candide, do you know anything about the true experts of Profound Continent and those Soul Race clansmen?" The reason why Han Shuo revealed everything was because he wanted to ask Candide if he knew of their existence. Tiana is the protector of Kasi Empire. In Kasi Empire, Tiana is a godlike existence. She and our Lancelot Empire's dark divine magus, Ermite Cotton, are characters from the same era. I really did not expect that she is still alive. Candide exclaimed, "A character from the same era as Ermite Cotton." Han Shuo was gobsmacked. Ermite Cotton was the most famous character in the history of Lancelot Empire. It was because of Ermite Cotton's existence that Lancelot Empire could be established and possess the great power and influence it had today. However, Ermite Cotton, the dark divine magus, was a character from 500 years ago. Now that he heard Candide's words, Han Shuo finally understood how long Tiana had lived. No wonder even the old monster Statholm, an antique who had lived through 2 dynasties, had to address her as elder sister Tiana. Apart from Tiana, about the Church of Light and those soul race clansmen. Does your lordship know of their origins?" Han Shua looked at Candide in a daze and asked, "I have learned some information from ancient records about the Divine Knight and Light Divine Magus of the Church of Light. Both of them were famous tyrannical existences of the Church of Light 100 years ago. Everyone thought that they had died of old age. Who would have thought that they were still alive to this day? As for the saintess of the Church of Light and the soul race of Tarai Canyon, I've never heard of them. If you hadn't told me this information, I'm afraid that I would never have known that such characters existed on Profound Continent. Sigh, these people are simply beyond my imagination." Candide couldn't help but shake his head and sigh as he explained to Han Shua. Candide's knowledge was limited, but the fact that Tiana was the protector of Kasi Empire still allowed Han Shua to understand her origins. "Brian, you're saying that you already possess the same strength as Statholm, Tiana, and the others?" After a while, Candide looked at Han Shua in a daze and suddenly asked. Just now, Han Shua said that he had fought alongside the old demon Statholm, and did not conceal the matter of the soul race. Candide naturally understood a fact. Han Shua and Statholm were characters of the same level. There was nothing to conceal about this. Han Shua nodded and calmly admitted, "I believe that I possess that so-called demigod strength. Unimaginable, too unimaginable." Candide was somewhat incoherent as he muttered, "Madame Grace's astrology is indeed miraculous. No wonder it said that you can bring a new future to Lancelot Empire. With an existence like you staying in Lancelot Empire, any nation will become stronger. I don't know if it's stronger or not, but Statholm won't appear in the 7 Grand Duchies for the time being. The Brute Merchant Alliance has just lost the sacred Magus of Lightning, Reynold, and the Tanai magical beast of Tarai Canyon is roaming about everywhere disturbing the people. There's also a group of soul race clansmen of unknown origin. I reckon that he won't have the time to deal with other matters for the time being. This is the best time for us to dispatch troops to the 7 Grand Duchies. Whether or not Lancelot Empire can swallow up the 7 Grand Duchies will depend on this," Han Shua said to Candide, brimming with ambition. "Brian, go see His Majesty. I believe that His Majesty will definitely support you with all his might." After hearing Han Shua's description, Candide immediately urged Han Shua. It seemed that he was also somewhat impatient. Nodding his head, Han Shua confirmed the identity of the 4th Dark Sun envoy from Candide. Without notifying Emily, he directly went to the Imperial Palace through the transportation matrix used by the highest-ranking members of the Dark Mantle headquarters. "Brian, you brat, you've disappeared for 3 years. You finally reappeared." Hearing that Han Shua was seeking an audience, Lawrence, who was already the king of Lancelot Empire, personally came to greet Han Shua. He immediately laughed heartily when he saw Han Shua. Compared to 3 years ago, Lawrence had more of the majesty of a king who held the life and death of others. He had also become more mature and experienced. His originally clean lips were purposefully trimmed with a beard, and his eyes constantly sparkled with the radiance of wisdom. "Your Majesty, long time no see." Han Shua came forward with a faint smile. He waited until he reached Lawrence's side before saying, "Your Majesty, let's talk in private." Everyone withdraw. Lawrence waved his hand for all the guards to withdraw. He then pulled Han Shua back into the great hall, chuckling as he said, "When there are no outsiders, we are still good friends. Hee, why did you suddenly think of coming to see me this time?" "I've come this time to give you a great gift," Han Shua said with a smile. "Oh, what kind of gift?" Lawrence asked with interest. "The 7 Grand Duchies," Han Shua lightly shouted. Lawrence's body trembled, his eyes bursting with a cold light that normal people wouldn't dare look directly at. He said to Han Shua with some excitement, "Brian, are you confident?" Nodding his head, Han Shua recounted the conversation he'd had with Candide earlier to Lawrence. When Han Shua finished, Lawrence's entire body trembled, and he tightly grasped Han Shua's hands. He looked at Han Shuo with fiery eyes and asked incredulously, Brian, you're saying that you already possess the strength of a demigod? That's right, Han Shuo said affirmatively. Good, good, good. Lawrence threw his head back and laughed maniacally. After saying good 3 times, he laughed heartily and said, After our ancestor Ermite Cotton, our Lancelot Empire finally has another demigod expert. Ha ha! From today onwards, who would dare to ignore the existence of our Lancelot Empire's experts? Don't be too happy too early. I've just said that demigod existences aren't the strongest experts on the continent. Besides, I'm not the only demigod existence. Kasi Empire's Tiana is one as well. As the headquarters of the Church of Light, Odin Empire has more than one demigod existence. Han Shuo hastily poured cold water on Lawrence when he saw that he was so excited that he was about to go crazy. He was afraid that Lawrence would become too reliant on him. I know. Lawrence's voice was high as he excitedly said, Of course I know. But with you in Lancelot Empire, I'm more confident. I've long had the intention of conquering the Brute Merchant Alliance and Kasi Empire, but I've always put it on hold due to various misgivings. But now, our Lancelot Empire can really go all out. All right, I think you're not someone without a sense of propriety. Let's start with the 7 Grand Duchies. Among the 7 Grand Duchies, the Helen Duchy and the Ballet Duchy have already secretly contacted me. As long as we act discreetly this time, without the old monster Statholm coming out to stir things up, taking down the 7 Grand Duchies in one fell swoop is in the bag. Han Shuo said in a deep voice. All right, I'll give you my full support, whether it's military force or material resources. Tell me, what do you need? I'll use the strength of the entire empire to help you. Lawrence was extremely straightforward. It seemed that he was determined to keep Han Shuo firmly under control. To be honest, mobilizing troops for war isn't my strong suit. Han Shuo replied with a wry smile. He thought for a moment before continuing. As for how to attack the 7 Grand Duchies, I'll leave it to you all to discuss. But it'd be best if the commander-in-chief for this matter is Dorcas. That fellow has been roaming around the 7 Grand Duchies for the past few years and is extremely familiar with the circumstances of the 7 Grand Duchies. In addition, he's extremely adept at commanding troops. I believe it's most appropriate for him to be the commander-in-chief. No problem, I'll make arrangements for this matter. Don't worry, without Statholm's obstruction this time, the 7 Grand Duchies will definitely find it hard to resist the iron hooves of our Lancelot Empire. Lawrence said to Han Shuo, brimming with confidence. All right, I've said all that needs to be said. I think you also need some time to prepare, so I'll be leaving first. This time I haven't had the time to see my women. If I don't find them immediately, I reckon they'll complain about me again. Han Shuo said to Lawrence with a smile. Knowingly winking at Han Shuo, Lawrence said with an understanding smile, I understand. Hee. Go repay your debt of gentleness. Oh, that's right, your mansion has been renovated, and all the servants are still there. Phoebe, Fanny, and the others will also stay there for a few days from time to time. Don't forget that you still have a home in Awesome City. Last time, during the chaos in Awesome City, the mansions of many great nobles had been turned into ashes in a single night. Han Shuo's Count Mansion had also suffered heavy damage. Originally, Han Shuo had thought that the mansion was completely destroyed. However, it seemed that Lawrence really valued Han Shuo and had actually helped him renovate it. Thank you, Your Majesty, Han Shuo replied. He didn't say anything else and left the palace. A demigod expert. Madame Grace is truly an admirable astrologer. Brian, you really are my lucky star. Lawrence muttered ruefully after Han Shuo left. Chapter 464. For the next few days, Han Shuo stayed in his mansion in Awesome City. Fanny and Phoebe came over upon hearing the news and enjoyed the rare time they spent together with Han Shuo. During this time, Emily would also come to Han Shua's mansion every time she finished dealing with the Dark Mantle's matters. She never mentioned the matter of Han Shua giving her the origin crystal of darkness. Han Shua was truly incomparably comfortable these few days. Every single one of the three women was a lovely wife that any ordinary man could only dream of. After not seeing each other for 3 years and finally getting together with great difficulty, they all deliberately accompanied Han Shua in his happiness. Among them, Phoebe and Emily, who had long had intimate relations with Han Shua, were even more lingering and entangled with Han Shua. In the carnal realm, Han Shua's various desires were uncontrollable. His control over his lust had also greatly decreased. For the past few days, he had been fooling around with Phoebe and Emily all day long. In the beginning, Phoebe and Emily were alone with Han Shua. Later on, when Han Shua found it difficult to control his lust, he no longer cared about whether the two were shy or not. After sleeping together for a while, the two women gradually let go of the knot in their hearts and began to work together to serve Han Shua. The pleasure of a man and two women had a different flavor. Phoebe and Emily, who were originally a little estranged from each other, actually became more and more tacit as they worked together. Their relationship also became more and more intimate. In the carnal realm, Han Shua was never tired of doing such absurd things. When he discovered that it was beneficial to the relationship between the two women, he frequently ravaged the two women. During this process, Han Shua discovered that his state of mind in the carnal realm had unknowingly calmed and stabilized. Every time his lust was released, his demonic yuan would become richer and more profound. The only thing that made Han Shua a little regretful was Fanny. Perhaps it was because she was shy, or perhaps it was because of Firenze's restraint. Every time Han Shua tried to break through the last line of defense to possess Fanny, Fanny would always blush and say that Firenze would not allow her to lose her chastity before marriage. That old fart, he's a little too nosy. Han Shua had lost count of how many times he had cursed Firenze in his heart. If Han Shua was proficient in the dark magic of curses, Firenze would have long been cursed to death by Han Shua. Brian, you are not allowed to say such things about my father. You already have Emily and Phoebe. The two of them are not enough for you too. Panting, Fanny pushed Han Shua away. Her clothes were half undone, and her breasts were slightly exposed. Her bright eyes were misty with lust as she blushed shyly. Fanny was, after all, a little too shy and could not bring herself to finish her last sentence. Han Shua's lower body was high and ready to strike. His face was flushed, and he was panting heavily like a beast in heat. He gnashed his teeth and cursed Firenze for being a bastard. Seeing that Fanny had pushed him away at the most crucial moment, Han Shua had no choice but to pull up his pants. He pondered whether he should immediately leave this place and find Emily and Phoebe to relieve his lust. At this moment, Han Shua's demonic yuan reacted in an extremely chaotic manner. Han Shua immediately turned pale with fright. This kind of situation had not happened for a long time. This sudden occurrence caused Han Shua to be somewhat at a loss. The more Han Shua forcefully suppressed the naked desire in his heart for Fanny, the more chaotic the demonic yuan became. Even the demonic infant felt a sense of insecurity. Oh no! Han Shua cursed inwardly. He had already understood what was going on. In the carnal realm, only when one's heart's desires were completely released would one be able to advance in both realm and demonic yuan. On the contrary, once Han Shua restrained his desires that went against his heart, his realm would regress instead of advancing. For the past few days, Han Shua had restrained himself several times on Fanny's body. He had already vaguely felt that something was wrong. Now that the demonic yuan in his body was in chaos, Han Shua naturally reacted immediately. Han Shua himself was well aware of how strong his desire to possess Fanny was. The more Fanny rejected him, the more violent that strong desire became, especially when Fanny herself was somewhat unable to restrain herself and was almost succeeded by Han Shua time and time again. The desire in Han Shua's heart increased exponentially. After this happened a few times, Han Shua finally suffered the consequences of his own actions. He felt that he was gradually losing control of the demonic yuan in his body. The more Han Shua wanted to let go and leave this place, the worse his body's condition became. For a character of Han Shua's level, it was truly difficult for an average person to harm him. Apart from a few elusive true gods, only Han Shua himself could destroy himself. Feeling the tumultuous changes in his body, Han Shua struggled fiercely in his heart. Perhaps he would suffer from qi deviation and suffer heavy injuries. Or perhaps he would possess Fanny to calm the chaos in his heart. Han Shua endured the increasingly unfavorable changes in his body. His face was flushed red to the ears, and he clenched his teeth in hesitation. Brian, what's wrong?" Fanny had obviously also discovered that Han Shua's condition was far from good. Disregarding her half-exposed breasts, she hastily rushed to Han Shua's side and reached out to caress Han Shua's forehead, which was drenched in cold sweat. She was so flustered that she didn't know what to do. "Damn it, Fanny is my woman. It doesn't matter if I want her sooner or later. How can Forenza interfere in my affairs?" After pondering for a moment, Han Shua no longer dilly-dallied. He suddenly embraced Fanny. While Fanny's heart was in a mess and she didn't know what to do, Han Shua panted as he moved his lips close to Fanny's little ears and quickly explained the current situation to Fanny. When Han Shua finished explaining, Fanny's breathing quickened. She was similarly panting as she asked, "Brian, is what you said true? You're not joking. You have to do it with us so that you won't be in so much pain?" "I'm really not joking. This is the peculiarity of my martial technique," Han Shua explained to Fanny with a bitter smile while panting heavily. Amorous feelings gradually filled her bright eyes. Fanny no longer resisted and took the initiative to undress in front of Han Shua. Her perfectly proportioned body was slowly exposed in front of Han Shua. Her curvaceous body was like a beautiful jade that exuded an enchanting radiance. Han Shua looked at Fanny in front of him, intoxicated. "Brian, what are you waiting for?" The corner of Fanny's mouth hooked into a faint smile. In Han Shua's eyes it was so charming, so delicate, so irresistible. Without any hesitation, Han Shua pulled with his large hands. Fanny's alluring, naked body that resembled that of a goddess completely fell into Han Shua's broad chest. At this moment, the demonic yuan within Han Shua's body no longer ran amok, and the demonic infant suddenly quieted down. "Brian, be gentle, I'm afraid of pain." Fanny's bashful appearance was incomparably beautiful. She suddenly hugged Han Shua's back tightly and cried out a little nervously, "Don't worry, you won't feel a bit of pain." Han Shua promised gently. Soon after, he abruptly lifted Fanny up and scuttled onto the wide, soft bed like a cheetah. An enchanting moan mixed with Han Shua's beast-like panting immediately reverberated in the room, like an incomparably moving song of nature. "Little wench, you've been dealt with just the same." In another room, Phoebe, who was practicing with her sword, suddenly stopped and listened attentively for a while before murmuring, "Hee, I knew she wouldn't be able to escape from that little pervert's evil hands." Emily had just returned from a day's work in the dark mantle. She walked into Phoebe's practice room and spoke to her with a charming smile. "That's true. I'm just disdainful of her persistence. Humph, she's so pure. It's like she's setting off how slutty the two of us are." Phoebe finally voiced out the reason for her dissatisfaction. It looked like this was what she was dissatisfied with. "Little sister Phoebe, don't talk nonsense. You're the only one who's slutty. Don't drag me into this with you, all right?" Emily laughed so hard that she was rocking back and forth. She winked and purposefully teased Phoebe. You're still talking." Phoebe's face was so embarrassed that it looked like it had been smeared with red dye. She angrily rushed at Emily and put down the long sword in her hand to tickle Emily. She retorted, "You're not slutty? Then who was the one who used your mouth yesterday and enjoyed it so much. Damn, sister, I'll tear your mouth apart. Emily, who had been laughing delicately, was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a hole to hide in after hearing Phoebe's words. The two of them immediately blushed and playfully fought with each other. However, they were mostly joking and naturally didn't use any real strength. Oh! Fanny's slightly shrill moan suddenly fell into the two's ears. The movements of the two women who were still fooling around suddenly froze. This loud moan signified Fanny's defeat. The two women were very clear in their hearts. Soon after, the two of them seemed to think of something at the same time and immediately blushed. They could clearly feel each other's body temperature rising. Emily licked the corner of her rosy mouth and suddenly suggested, "I'm sure that Brian definitely hasn't finished. Why don't we go find him and pull Fanny in as well? Hey, you still say that you're not slutty, but that you're always coming up with some dirty ideas." Phoebe cursed in a low voice and then said in an even smaller voice, "That's right, I really want to see what that girl Fanny looks like now." "All right, let's go find him," Emily suggested boldly, and immediately pulled Phoebe into Han Shua's room. "Hee, just in time to accompany me." When Han Shua saw the two women come in, he immediately laughed heartily. The room was immediately filled with boundless spring scenery. The kind of erotic moan that made one's heart itch once again reverberated.